Chapter 1023. Female Literature. At this time, Bareface finally let out a sigh of relief. The moment this person appeared, he knew that he was finally safe. Bareface hated Su Yan to the bone. Not only did Su Yan kill his son, but he also caused him to suffer in the blood prison. At that time, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. But it just so happened that the Blood River King seemed to think highly of Su Yan. He had already given up hope. However, the Scorpio King appeared. Although his battle strength was tyrannical, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for a king. Moreover, because of this matter, he had already criticized the Blood River King. However, the pressure of a king made him not dare to act rashly. He didn't expect that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. The Scorpio King had already promised to protect him. Moreover, after the Blood River King was killed, the position of Blood River City's city lord would be his. No matter what, Bareface had no reason to object. Therefore, he gladly agreed. Luring out the Blood River King and killing Su Yan at this time seemed to be the best choice. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan had already become so powerful. He thought that he was going to die, but at this juncture, this person appeared. The Scorpio King really did come to his rescue. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, he also saw Su Yan die. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to be compared to a king. This was something that he had to struggle with. However, at this time, Su Yan directly told him the answer. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze was directly looking at the sky. The spear in his hand released the strongest radiance. Even under the terrifying power of the Scorpio soul devouring Scorpio, Su Yan's attack was still so powerful and terrifying. Destruction Spear. This attack appeared once again. Su Yan had already analyzed the power of destruction after fighting with the King of Destruction last time. His power of destruction naturally couldn't be compared to the King of Destruction, but it was still powerful enough. Of course, if that was all, it was naturally not enough to face a powerful king. However, he still had Aganda's legacy. At this point, Su Yan had perfectly extracted the power of the inheritance. Su Yan, who possessed the power of the Exalted, was able to perfectly combine these two powers. When these two forces fused, they immediately produced an extremely powerful force, and this force was enough to contend against a king. The Scorpio Soul Devourer and the Spear of Annihilation clashed. At this moment, Rusty was no longer able to interfere in the battle. The only thing he could do was to use all his strength to protect the people around him. At the same time, he would inform the Blood River King of the situation. Su Yan and the Scorpio King's attack shocked even the Scorpio King. He never thought that Su Yan's power would be so terrifying. That violent power directly impacted at this time, and a terrifying aura filled the air, and actually blocked his power. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that Su Yan's gaze had turned and landed directly on Bareface. At this point, how could he not know what Su Yan was thinking? He wanted to kill Bareface. He really had guts to kill in front of him. He clearly saw that Su Yan was just a blue Shura. A mere blue mask dared to provoke him like this? He was courting death. However, he had to admit that Su Yan might already be the most powerful blue Shura. Among the many blue Shura, how many could block his attack? Those who could block his attack were all powerhouses at the level of martial Shura. At this moment, Su Yan could. Not only did he block his attack, but he was even on par with him. Although he hated Su Yan to the extreme, he had to admit that Su Yan was a huge threat to him. This time, he came to kill the Blood River King, but Su Yan's appearance was a variable to him. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Bareface was already filled with panic. He never thought that Su Yan would actually attack him at this time. That extremely violent power directly blasted towards him. How can he be so powerful? At this time, he was really shocked. How could Su Yan be so powerful? Such terrifying strength had already exceeded the limits of his understanding. That kind of violent power could only be described with the word terrifying. Under such a powerful force, it seemed like the whole world had fallen into a state of chaos. At this time, the violent power was constantly dancing, and the terrifying sound of the air breaking was released, as if it was the horn of doomsday. In the next second, his world became pitch black. All the terrifying light no longer appeared in his eyes. That darkness was like a huge vicious beast of nothingness that directly devoured him. Then, in the next moment, everything disappeared. Not only the light, but even the sound was the same. Everything was everything, disappearing without any reservations. Such an unforeseen event made him panic. This fear was the most fundamental call of death. If I want to kill you, no one can save you. When all that was left was despair, Su Yan's voice sounded. To him, this voice was undoubtedly the final judgment of doomsday, deciding life and death with a single word. In the darkness, a ray of light appeared. It was the spear of annihilation. Save me! At this time, Bareface could only place his hopes on the Scorpio King, but Su Yan was too fast. Moreover, he was too decisive. Under the Scorpio King's power, he actually took the risk to kill Bareface. In fact, the Scorpio King had already made his move. He was using the tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. He didn't believe that Su Yan would choose to kill him when his life was in danger. Unfortunately, even if he didn't believe it, it was the truth. Right now, Su Yan had really done so. When the Scorpio King's power hit Su Yan's body, Su Yan's spear of annihilation had already pierced through Bareface's body. After withstanding this power, a brilliance flickered around Su Yan's body. That was his invincible avatar. Su Yan had already expected the other party's terrifying killing intent. He also knew what the other party was thinking. However, he still made his move without hesitation because he knew that his current strength was enough for him to withstand this attack. Even though doing so would injure him, Su Yan wasn't afraid. Although the invincible avatar couldn't keep him safe and sound, the injuries he would suffer definitely wouldn't be too much. Moreover, after reaching this realm, the strength of his physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. He was confident that he could recover from his injuries in the shortest time possible. Therefore he dared to do this. Although the invincible avatar operated, Su Yan still underestimated the Scorpio King's power. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. However, when Su Yan flew out, the Bareface also fell directly to the ground. At this moment, the Scorpio King's figure appeared. It was a thin and gloomy Shura. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Su Yan. At the same time, a sharp poisonous tail suddenly appeared behind him. He was the Scorpio King. 70% of his most terrifying part was this Shura's poisonous tail. At this moment, he displayed this Shura's poisonous tail, showing his determination to kill Su Yan at all costs. Bareface was actually a very important person in his eyes. Today, he had come for the Blood River Monarch. As long as he killed the Blood River Monarch, this city would immediately fall into his hands. Bareface was someone who could control Blood River City for him. However, this spokesperson had died just like that. How could he not be angry? Not to mention, Su Yan had killed him right in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan, who was still flying in the air, immediately sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent. He immediately knew that this guy was preparing to kill him. This could be said to be an extremely dangerous situation for Su Yan. Su Yan immediately focused his attention. At this moment, he almost took out the Taiji sword. However, right at this moment, a bloody light soared into the sky. An extremely furious intent directly suppressed it. Scorpio brat, you've gone too far. The Blood River King couldn't help but be furious. Blood River City was a place he had painstakingly built. He had built this city so that he could establish a sufficient scale to collect vital energy. But now, the Scorpio King actually dared to attack his city. This was simply destroying his foundation. At this point, there was no doubt that both sides were absolute enemies. At this moment, the bloody light condensed in the sky and finally turned into a blood arrow. At this point, it was already a battle of orthodoxies. A terrifying and powerful aura had completely turned into the most terrifying and frightening radiance. This was the Blood River King's killing move. The appearance of the Blood River King immediately disrupted the Scorpio King's actions. The Scorpio King was about to attack, but he didn't dare to be careless in front of the Blood River King. Su Yen had dared to use the invincible golden body to take his attack head-on. But he didn't dare. In the face of this blood river arrow, his azura poisonous tail suddenly swayed. That formidable power directly burst out with the most terrifying brilliance at this time. The formidable power whistled like a volcanic eruption. The power of the two kings directly clashed at this moment. The two forces hadn't collided yet, but this place had already suffered a fatal blow. Even if the restriction of Blood River City was activated at this moment, how could it resist the terrifying power of two kings? The surrounding ground had long been torn apart, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Chapter 1024. Female Literature, Scorpio, You're Courting Death. At this time, the Blood River King was thoroughly enraged. Looking at the devastation of this place, he was on the verge of collapsing. This was all because of that damned Scorpio King. If not for him, would this land have been reduced to such a sorry state? At this time, his power began to erupt, and the blood river in the distance suddenly started to ripple. At this time, endless fury flashed in the Scorpio King's eyes. According to the original plan, Bear Mask would take action and force the Blood River King out with his words. Then he would launch a sneak attack. He was confident that with his attack, he would be able to make the Blood River King pay a deep price. However, Su Yan's appearance put him in an extremely disadvantageous position. When two kings fought, the difference between taking the initiative and being passive was simply too great. However, at this point, there was no point in hating him. The most important thing was to get rid of the current crisis. Since the Blood River King had already taken action, he would definitely not show mercy. The terrifying power condensed within the arrow of Blood River made him extremely apprehensive. At this time, his Shura's poisonous tail transformed, and an extremely deep aura appeared. The aura seemed to contain the most powerful sin in this world. Such a surging power continued to surge. Blood River, today, I'm here to take your life. The power condensed by the Scorpio King finally blocked the arrow of Blood River. The terrifying aura within the Shura's poisonous tail was almost surpassing that of a king. At this time, the Blood River King was shocked. This time, he had grasped the initiative. His arrow of Blood River was prepared for the Destruction King. Thus, one could imagine how powerful he was. However, the power displayed by the Shura's poisonous tail had actually reached such a level. The surging power seemed to have engulfed everything. Such a berserk power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Hee, Blood River, did you think that I wouldn't make any preparations before coming here? The Scorpio King had already calmed down. Just as he said, since he dared to come here, he naturally had his own arrangements and preparations. Of course, having Bear Mask lure out the Blood River King was only one of his plans. If he didn't have complete confidence in his strength, he wouldn't have come here. And at this moment, that powerful aura was displayed. In fact, at this time, his power was constantly increasing, and he was gradually suppressing the power of the Blood River arrow. That is the power of Emperor Shura. At this time, Blood River King was shocked. He actually sensed the most terrifying aura in this place. At this time, his power had reached a point where it was limitless. An emperor. That was the aura of an emperor. It was not the first time he had come into contact with the Scorpio King, so he knew very well that it was impossible for him to become a ruler. One had to know that among the many Shura kings, the King of Destruction was the one who was closest to becoming an emperor, and the Blood River King was not far off either. The two of them dominated this place, and the other Shura kings did not dare to act presumptuously. But this time, not only did this guy make a move, he even brazenly invaded. He had someone to rely on, and judging from the powerful aura that erupted and his terrifying strength, there was clearly an additional emperor behind him. Ah, Blood River King, it seems like you are not muddle-headed. I will tell you the truth. Emperor Tianxing has issued a decree to take this place for his own use. If you dare to resist, only death will await you. He was right. This time, he came here to carry out the will of an emperor. If not for this, he would not have dared to provoke this battle without the support of an emperor. The Blood River King was very powerful, and the Scorpio King was originally not his match. But this time, the Sky Judgment Emperor had made a move and given him such a method, and that gave him sufficient confidence. Of course, if it was possible, he would still choose the simplest method to end the battle. But since the simplest method was no longer feasible, then he would directly annihilate the Sky Judgment Emperor. Damn it, it really is an emperor. At this moment, the Blood River King sensed an extremely terrifying aura. However, in the Shura world, emperors could not easily make a move because they had reached an extremely terrifying level. A battle between emperors would often bring a huge blow to the Shura world. It was precisely because of this that emperors could not easily make a move against each other. But why did the Emperor Tianxing dare to do this? Of course, this was no longer important. What really mattered was that the Emperor Tianxing had made a move, and his first target was the Blood River King. This infuriated the Blood River King. Of course, he knew that he was the first target because of the Sky Scorpio King. But now, this was useless. The most important thing was to get through this calamity. When the power of an emperor descended, even the Blood River King was on the verge of death. However, at such a juncture, these powerhouses who had struggled on the edge of life and death understood that they must not lose their composure. The power of an emperor was indeed powerful, but it was not impossible for the Blood River King to make a move. The most important point was that it was not an emperor who made a move. It was only an emperor's power that appeared at this time. Since that was the case, the Blood River King had a chance to counterattack. At this moment, he directly mobilized all of his power. In an instant, powerful forces collided. The long bloody river seemed to have responded to his call and directly rushed toward this place. The Blood River King had been hiding in the long bloody river to cultivate all year round in order to improve his power to the greatest extent. At his level, it was extremely difficult to improve his realm. In that case, he could only directly improve his combat strength on the basis that he could not improve his realm. The long bloody river was his best choice. The reason he built Blood River City here was to be vigilant in times of peace. As long as he was here, he could summon the power of the Blood River, which would greatly improve his combat strength. This was also why even the mighty King of Destruction was not willing to provoke the Blood River King under normal circumstances. At this moment, the power of the Blood River fell and immediately blocked the Emperor's mark. The Sky Scorpio King was taken aback. He did not expect the Blood River King to have such a trick. Nonetheless, he hated Su Yan even more at this time. If he had gone according to his original plan, it would not have been so troublesome. If he had directly launched a sneak attack with his absolute power, the Blood River King would have been obliterated before he could even summon the power of the long bloody river. Nonetheless, it was useless to say that now. If the power given to him by the ruler could not suppress the Blood River in the end, he could only escape with his tail between his legs. As for the rest, he could only wait and see what would happen. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. The power of the long bloody river was indeed terrifying. At the very beginning, this power was indeed suppressed. However, this was all he could do. After this stage, the Emperor's power immediately displayed its true majesty. The incomparably powerful power had reached its peak at this time. The terrifying radiance was simply like a scorching sun at this time. Under such power, the radiance of the Blood River gradually dimmed. Such power had simply reached its peak. After a while, a lot of the scarlet blood chi of the Blood River had evaporated. If this continued, the Blood River King would undoubtedly lose. Blood River, although your power of the Blood River is powerful, it can't contend with the power of the Emperor. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and seal your cultivation. If you do that, I can still give you a quick death. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. At this time, he was already complacent. Not to mention him, anyone would be overjoyed to see a great enemy about to die. Blood River, you still dare to disobey? At this time, his momentum had reached the most terrifying peak. The Scorpio King felt that he had everything under control. However, an unforeseen event occurred at this time. Behind him, an inconspicuous power suddenly burst forth. In the beginning, the Scorpio King did not notice anything at all until the murderous intent suddenly erupted. Such a terrifying power was simply unbearable. What? The The Scorpio King was originally in a complacent state, but then, the terrifying murderous intent appeared. He instinctively turned around and circulated his power throughout his body. It was also at this moment that the extremely terrifying murderous intent descended. The berserk power appeared at this moment, and the terrifying power ruthlessly bombarded his body. Next, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, it's you, brat." At this time, he finally saw the face of the person who suddenly attacked. It was Su Yan. It was Su Yan. When the Blood River King and the Scorpio King were fighting desperately, Su Yan directly launched a sneak attack. His Spear of Annihilation had raised its power to its limit. In fact, the moment Su Yan was sent flying, he had already stabilized his body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was much stronger than he had imagined. The Scorpio King's attack had indeed caused him to suffer heavy injuries. However, not only that, his injuries immediately healed. At that time, he already had the qualifications to fight back. However, it was at this time that the Blood River King suddenly appeared. At this time, Su Yan was indeed rejoicing at the appearance of the Blood River King. If it were not for the Blood River King, the one facing the ruler's power would have been Su Yan himself. Chapter 1025. Female Literature. Su Yan's strength had improved too much, and he had even reached the level where he could contend against a king. Even so, it was still too much for him to face a ruler. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to be a match for this ruler's power. When the Blood River King and his opponent attacked, Su Yan chose to hide. This was because after sensing the terrifying power, he did not act rashly. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to come. At this moment, the opportunity finally appeared. The power of a ruler and the power of the Blood River summoned by the Blood River King directly clashed. At this time, Su Yan knew his chance had come. Therefore, he attacked without hesitation. When he made his move, Su Yan had already suppressed his movements. This was because he knew all too well that the experts in front of him were extremely vigilant. Unfortunately, even though the distance was very close, the Heavenly Scorpion King still sensed it at the last fatal moment. As long as he sensed it, he would be able to discover it immediately. Therefore, when Su Yan's Spear of Destruction was about to kill him, he still woke up and immediately launched a defense. Even so, he could not kill the Heavenly Scorpion King. For Su Yan, it was naturally very regretful. Nonetheless, if Ashura King could be killed so easily, it would be too nonsensical. Of course, even though the Celestial Scorpion King already had a defense, it was still impossible for him to completely block this power. The Spear of Destruction ruthlessly hit the defensive power. After most of the power in front was eliminated, the remaining power hit the Heavenly Scorpion King's body. Layers of brown patterns appeared on the surface of the Heavenly Scorpion King's body. At the same time, his face was extremely ferocious at this time. His pain, his anger, all of it showed on his face. On the other hand, Su Yan, who had exerted all his strength, seemed rather calm. "You're courting death." A thick murderous aura directly rushed toward Su Yan. This terrifying power surged, as if it wanted to suppress Su Yan to the point of suffocation. Su Yan had ruined his plans time and time again. At this moment, he hated Su Yan to the core. At this moment, he directly activated the power of a ruler and directly charged towards Su Yan. "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this point, his power had almost reached an endless state. The terrifying aura directly bombarded his body. Such a violent power immediately suppressed Su Yan's Spear of Annihilation. Facing this terrifying power, Su Yan's expression changed again and again. The strength of a ruler was beyond his imagination. "Blood River King, attack!" At this moment, Su Yan immediately shouted. At this moment, the Scorpio King's attention had fallen on him, so it was a good opportunity for the Blood River King to attack. Nonetheless, Su Yan suddenly realized that the Blood River King was hesitating. At this moment, a trace of anger flashed through Su Yan's mind. He immediately understood the Scorpio King's thoughts. The Scorpio King wanted him to fight to the death with his opponent while he took the opportunity to gain benefits. As expected, other than myself, I can't trust anyone else. At this moment, Su Yan made up his mind and immediately responded. Faced with such a violent power, he did not continue to increase his power to perform the Spear of Annihilation. This was because he knew very well that if he really fought to the death with this ruler's power, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, he had no reason to do so at the moment. Since there was no reason, why should he risk his life? Therefore, he directly performed the regal sword flight and immediately retreated. As soon as the sword chi moved, his body turned into a stream of light and retreated into the distance. This ruler's power was formidable, but Su Yan's strength was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he had left the attack range of this fearsome power. It was also at this moment that the Blood River King cursed internally. Previously, he had indeed hoped that Su Yan would be able to fight the Scorpio King head-on. If it was an ordinary blue-faced Shura, he naturally would not have this ability. Even so, the Blood River King knew that Su Yan could do it for sure. No, the Blood River King even felt that Su Yan was capable of killing the Scorpio King directly. At this moment, he could naturally see that Su Yan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds again. Earlier, Su Yan was already able to resist the Scorpio King's fearsome strength. How could a blue-faced Shura reach this level? The Blood River King did not know what Su Yan had experienced, but in his opinion, this must be the work of that mysterious and unfathomable powerhouse who was likely to be Great Emperor Shura. That was why Su Yan could grow so terrifyingly. How terrifying was the strength of such an expert? If he made a move, not to mention the Scorpio King, who had the power of a ruler, even if the Tianqing Emperor personally came, what could he do? Perhaps the Scorpio King could only die under that person's power. Unfortunately, he did not see what he wanted to see in the end because Su Yan did not make a move. At this moment, Su Yan chose to retreat. At this point, the Blood River King had no choice but to make a move. The Scorpio King was here, and judging from the situation today, it was clear that he and the Blood River King would not rest until one of them was dead. Since that was the case, the Blood River King could not show mercy. At this moment, the Scorpio King's strength had not been exhausted yet, so it was the best time to make a move. If he allowed the Scorpio King to recover, it would not be so easy for the Blood River King. At this moment, the radiance of his blood river surged again, and then an extremely terrifying aura took shape. The moment this power appeared, the surroundings began to tremble. This was his power, the Blood River Arrow. Moreover, it was his most powerful attack. Since they were already mortal enemies, who cared if the ruler sent him or not? He would kill him first. The Blood River Arrow was condensed in an instant. In fact, when the Scorpio King attacked Su Yan, he had been condensing this blood arrow. Otherwise, he would not have been able to condense it in an instant. The moment the blood arrow appeared, an extremely terrifying radiance immediately descended. At this moment, the Scorpio King immediately felt the threat of death. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten about the Blood River King in his rage. Of course, he would not have acted like this under normal circumstances, but he did not know that Su Yan had secretly used his power. This power naturally could not do anything to him, but it had unintentionally magnified his anger, giving the Blood River King an opportunity to take advantage of it. Blood River, I came under orders. If you dare to kill me, the Emperor of Tianqing will immediately come in person. He naturally saw the killing intent in the Blood River King's eyes. That terrifying killing intent was so grave that it was practically boundless. At this moment, the Blood River King had fallen into the most passive state. At this moment, he almost did not know how to turn the tables because it was obviously unrealistic to use his power at this moment. Therefore, he only hoped that the ruler's name would deter the Blood River King and save his life. It was a pity that the Blood River King did not have the slightest scruple now that things had come to this point. At this moment of life and death, it was either he or the Blood River King. The Emperor of Tianqing was naturally powerful and made the Blood River King extremely wary. However, that was a matter for the future. The most important thing right now was to kill the Scorpio King. If this fiend was not eliminated, the Blood River King would not be at ease. Moreover, the Scorpio King was not weak to begin with. Allowing him to return was akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. While the Scorpio King was speaking, The Blood River arrow had already flown out. The terrifying power directly turned into a terrifying blood arrow that immediately pierced the Scorpio King's body. The powerful blood-red energy was like a terrifying river, constantly rushing towards his body. The terrifying blood arrow pressed forward with an indomitable will. That power had already reached an extreme point. The terrifying power directly impacted the Scorpio King's body. The Scorpio King's body trembled constantly. How terrifying was the power of the Blood River arrow! The Scorpio King's complexion turned ashen in an instant. At this moment, his power was constantly rioting as he wanted to block this power. Nonetheless, this was the Blood River King's all-out attack. It was an attack that borrowed the terrifying power of the Blood River. Even the power of a ruler from before could be blocked for a while, let alone the Scorpio King, who was in an extremely poor state at this moment. Under the impact of the Blood River's power, the Scorpio King only felt that his vitality was gradually fading away. No, I don't want to die. Great Emperor, save me. I'm willing to offer my soul. At this moment, the Scorpio King had reached the end of his rope. In the end, he finally made a decision. He gritted his teeth and began to shout. It was a soul sacrifice. By offering one's powerful soul to the other party, one would become the other party's puppet from then on. This was completely different from effectiveness. Once one's soul was sacrificed, although one would still be alive, one's life and death would be controlled by the other party with a single thought. Nonetheless, the Scorpio King had no other choice at this time. This was because he knew that if he continued to hold on, his soul would be destroyed. If he became a puppet, at least he would still be alive. If he died at this time, nothing would be left. As soon as the Scorpio King's soul sacrifice was activated, an extremely terrifying power immediately appeared. That power was truly overbearing. It forcefully broke through all obstacles and directly channeled its will. At that moment, that will seemed to have become the truth. Chapter 1026. Female Literature. That power was simply like a divine splendor that suddenly appeared in the night sky. In an instant, a pair of cold eyes stared at him. Su Yan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He discovered that he was being watched by a pair of eyes. It wasn't an illusion, but a real pair of eyes. This was the gaze of a peerless powerhouse. That feeling of being high and mighty made Su Yan feel very uneasy and uncomfortable. To be able to do this and suddenly appear at this time, there was no need to mention the identity of this person. It was the Emperor of Shura, the Emperor of Tianxing. The Scorpio King actually chose to sacrifice his soul at this time. In this way, he had completely sold himself to this emperor. By doing so, he was cutting off his future path. After becoming a slave and lackey, how could he have the chance to advance further? However, he was also at the end of his rope. If he didn't take this step now, only death would await him. Between life and death, he ultimately chose to compromise. At this moment, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Although he knew that this was only temporary and was the power he obtained through his sacrifice, the Scorpio King was still very satisfied. Then his gaze fell on Su Yan. He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Therefore, all the fault originated from Su Yan. This guy was clearly just a blue mask, but his strength was so terrifying. Just this point alone was enough for him to not let this kid live. Otherwise, if he was given enough time to grow, it would be the time for him to perish. Su Yan naturally felt his killing intent, but at this time, most of his attention was still on that pair of eyes. Blood River King, you deal with the Scorpio King. Su Yan directly said to the Blood River King. He didn't care if the Blood River King agreed or not and directly looked at that pair of eyes. The Blood River King furrowed his brows, but he didn't reject it. If an ordinary blue mask Shura had spoken to him like this, he would have already slapped that person to death. However, he wouldn't do the same to Su Yan, because Su Yan had already displayed his strength. Even though his realm had yet to reach this level, in this world, everything was still about the word, strength. Su Yan already had enough capital to speak to him like this. At this very moment, his strength soared. Streaks of Blood River light made him look even more profound. You damn old scorpion, your opponent is me. his blood river light suddenly suppressed the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King was an invader, so why would the Blood River King be polite? Of course, he knew that this guy's strength had increased, but so what? After all, this was Blood River City, and this was his home ground. He's of the Blood River Kings of the Kings of Bloods. The power of the Blood River King responded to his summons and directly supported him. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to fight against an emperor. However, he didn't put the Scorpio King in his eyes, even if the Scorpio King was strengthened. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge blood-red palm fell straight down. At this moment, an extremely eye-catching radiance suddenly soared from the Scorpio King. This radiance directly rushed to the top of the sky and turned into a huge scorpion. The two powers started to clash at this moment. The berserk power seemed like flames that could destroy everything. Such radiance was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, compared to the battle between these two kings, Su Yan's battle was obviously more terrifying. In fact, at the beginning, the Blood River King almost didn't dare to believe his ears, because Su Yan actually wanted to challenge the Emperor's eye. Although it wasn't the Emperor of Tianxing descending personally, the power contained within was something that even he didn't dare to easily approach. However, he recalled that there was an even more powerful existence supporting Su Yan behind him. He had personally experienced that powerful power. Therefore, he had some confidence in Su Yan. In fact, Su Yan's best choice at this moment was to directly leave this place. This was because this place was already a place of trouble for him. The life and death of the Blood River King had nothing to do with him. If he left, at least no one here could stop him. However, at this moment, Su Yan chose to fight. Because he wanted to become stronger, there was another important reason, and that was that he needed to find the Shura cave and leave the Shura realm. At least he had a good foundation here, but if he left just like that, he would have to start all over again. Therefore, it was a good idea to protect the Blood River King. When he saw the Emperor's eye, he was naturally shocked. The Emperor of Shura was a power that surpassed that of a Dao Master. He was in existence at the level of an emperor. In fact, he knew very well that he was no match for the Emperor of Shura no matter what. However, at this moment, he still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see how powerful the Emperor of Shura was and what kind of profound meaning his power contained. This was a good opportunity because the Emperor of Shura obviously didn't come here personally. And this pair of Emperor's eye was a manifestation of his will. Therefore, this was the best moment for him to make a move. At this moment, the Taiji sword in Su Yan's hand fell into his hand. As soon as the Taiji sword appeared, Su Yan's aura suddenly rose to the extreme. His cultivation level was indeed too low. However, after his power merged with the divine sword, it made up for this to a large extent. At this moment, his power surged. The aura within it was so strong that it was almost 10 times stronger than before. Slash. As soon as he said the word, the God-Slayer's sword intent was displayed. This was his most ferocious sword intent. As the sword fell, the space above Blood River City seemed to be directly separated. The terrifying power turned into a storm and swept directly toward the Emperor's eye. At this moment, the pair of eyes directly enlarged, as if they could control all living things. At the same time, a cold roar was heard, and the terrifying power rolled down at this moment. Although Su Yan's power was strong, he was the Emperor of Shura. If the Great Shura did not appear, he was the strongest existence. He was the absolute ruler. In this huge world of Shura, how many people could become the Emperor? Therefore, his strength was absolutely unquestionable. The surging power transformed into extremely terrifying thunderbolts that continuously attacked Su Yan. The storm and the lightning began to fight directly. As soon as this power fell, Su Yan immediately felt a huge pressure. However, he laughed. At the same time, the power of the utmost supreme in his body began to operate wildly. He was trying to analyze the source of this power. As long as he could completely analyze this power, he would be able to have a higher level of comprehension. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly said, "Kid, you're really greedy, but I like it." At this moment, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like it was gloating. However, it was just as it said, that it had a high opinion of Su Yan. In the face of such a powerful power, Su Yan still dared to directly go against the heavens and challenge it. This courage was already worthy of recognition. It had to be known that in this world, there were countless powerhouses who did not fear death. However, when facing an enemy who was destined to surpass them, they would feel fear in their hearts. This little bit of fear, when spread, would eventually become their shackles, causing them to be unable to take another step forward. However, Su Yan did not. He clearly knew that the power of the sovereign was extremely strong. Even if he used the Taiji sword, it would be very difficult, but he still made a move without hesitation. It had to be known that he had already said that he would not make a move this time. The battle between the lightning and the storm had reached an extreme point. The fierce collision between the two forces had caused Blood River City to be in imminent danger. At this moment, Tenna's heart was filled with uneasiness as he watched such a battle. The world of Shura had been peaceful for too long. Although there were battles happening all the time in this world, and the death of living creatures was normal, the sovereign of Shura had made a move. To be able to become the sovereign of Shura, which Shura was high and mighty, their goal was the great Shura the Great. At this point, they had already sensed many things from the unseen world. This kind of perception was far from what people of his level could understand, but he could know that this power was incomparably mysterious. For so many years, the sovereign of Shura had been quiet and did not make any movements. However, at this time, this person made a move. It seemed that a great era was coming. The Shura had always been strong. However, in the great wide world, the Shura was not invincible. The world of Shura was invading other worlds, and other worlds had also invaded the world of Shura. In fact, in an extremely distant legend, the greatest Shura of Shura's heavens had fallen. It was precisely because of this that the world of Shura became more and more barren. He had secretly observed history and found that the world of Shura had invaded other worlds, especially the infinite world, more and more frequently. The most important point was that the space between the two worlds had become more and more loose. The Shura cave had appeared much more easily than in history. The frequent appearance of the Shura cave had caused the Shura to launch more frequent invasions. In this way, they could plunder a large amount of resources. Countless Shura were also keen on this, but Tenna's worry was because the space between the two worlds had become loose, which meant that if the infinite world wanted to invade, it would not be so difficult. Chapter 1027. Female Literature. It sounded very inconceivable, but he was worried about this. Of course, Nashio was not qualified to care about this, and he didn't even dare to mention it. Although he was a blue-faced Shura, he was still too humble in front of a real powerhouse. Not to mention other things, for example, he couldn't intervene in this battle at all. At this time, Aina also came up. He looked at such a battle with burning eyes. Compared to Nashio's helplessness, he was full of yearning. He was eager to fight, eager to make himself stronger. Now, he was more terrifying and powerful than before. But this was far from enough. Back then, he was able to fight Su Yan to a draw, but now, Su Yan had far surpassed him. Su Yan's outbreak was too fast, and his improvement was too fast. At this time, he couldn't even see his battle clearly. High up in the sky, the two pairs of eyes had already erupted with light like the scorching sun at this time. That terrifying aura made him shrink back at the sight of it. But Su Yan forcibly suppressed this thought. He challenged the Emperor's eyes, not because he knew that he was bound to be fine because he was protected by the Godslayer sword, but because he wanted to challenge someone stronger. He had already fought against a king, and he was barely able to not lose, but this was the first time he felt the power of the Emperor Shura. At this time, the Taiji sword was as excited as he was, because this was also the first time he felt such an extremely violent power. This was a kind of suppression of rules. At this time, the powerful flame seemed to want to directly crush everything and then create its own rules in nothingness. This was the so-called destruction and then establishment. Such a power was like a whirlwind. And this new set of rules was to serve only himself. When all the power erupted, this was a terrifying power. Although this was not the arrival of a real emperor, this alone was enough to display the most terrifying power. It was also because of this that even the Blood River King would be at a disadvantage when facing this power, even if he had the help of the blood river. This was the difference in the essence of power. However, Su Yan was different this time because he had the power of the divine sword. Strictly speaking, the Taiji sword was only a subdivine sword. It couldn't be compared to the God Slayer sword at its peak. However, his strength was already strong enough. The essence of his strength was definitely not weaker than that of a venerable sovereign. He might even be comparable to a holy venerable. In this way, Su Yan no longer had an inherent disadvantage in terms of the essence of power. Of course, this was only a one-sided view. At the very least, Su Yan himself had not been able to step into this realm. Otherwise, how could things be like this? With Su Yan's own strength, he could directly kill everything. When he cooperated with the Taiji sword, even if the Emperor of Tianxing came here personally, he would only be killed. Su Yan's power continued to clash with his opponent, and the violent power stirred up countless clouds of smoke. That terrifying aura directly soared to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, his strength was constantly rising at this time. It was an indescribable feeling. Su Yan only felt that he was indescribably carefree. Right now, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. At this moment, his brilliance rose to a boundless level. At this moment, Su Yan felt that his spirit was about to leave his body. However, at this time, he suddenly thought of something and immediately suppressed this feeling. This feeling was very wonderful, but he clearly knew that this was a drawback. It was a drawback because he couldn't control his spirit. If he didn't control himself, the consequences would be very terrifying. This time, the battle lasted for a whole hour. In this 1 hour, it was extremely difficult for everyone in Blood River City. Because of this terrifying battle, the surrounding air had become incomparably heavy. It was as if there was an extra mountain on everyone's body. After an hour, the pair of rulers' eyes finally gradually disappeared. It was the descent of a ruler's power, but it was not his actual body. After such a long time of continuous bombardment with Su Yan, his power had gradually dissipated. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, the power would not have dissipated so easily. However, the supreme power in Su Yan's body was constantly devouring this power. This had become a cycle. That powerful force continued to devour everything, absorbing all of that terrifying force into it. This kind of power change was unimaginable for ordinary people. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was slowly rising. Although he was already in an extremely miserable state during the battle, Su Yan's aura was slowly rising. Most of the bones in his body had been shattered, but he seemed very satisfied at this time. He had long stopped caring about this level of injury. The eyes of the ruler of heavenly punishment had disappeared, and the celestial Scorpion King had a premonition that danger was coming. In the battle against the Blood River King, he had always been at a disadvantage. Although he had been instilled with the ruler's power, he had always been at a disadvantage in this battle. This made him hate the Blood River King even more. He knew that this was related to the geographical advantage. Even so, they were both kings, but the gap between them was so big, which still made him very unwilling. Just wait. This time, you've angered the ruler of heavenly punishment. Next time, his actual body will come. I'd like to see how you and this little brat will deal with this. He left behind a ruthless sentence and was about to leave. Nevertheless, how could Blood River be willing to let him leave at this time? Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, he might as well go all out and kill him. At his level, he naturally would not be sloppy. Even if the Celestial Scorpion King was backed by an extremely powerful ruler of Shura, since they had become enemies, there was no need to worry. Killing the Celestial Scorpion King first was equivalent to cutting off one of his hands. Of course, he would want to do such a good deal. His Blood River power directly turned into a light screen, blocking the Celestial Scorpion King's escape route. The Celestial Scorpion King's Celestial Scorpion incarnation reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. His eyes were filled with haze. He did not expect that the ruler's eyes would not be able to do anything to Su Yan. As a result, he had fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about his injuries at all. His gaze fell directly on the Celestial Scorpion King. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. and that was to devour the celestial scorpion king. Devouring a king, what an incredible idea. Even the Godslayer sword was taken aback at this moment. Boy, are you crazy? The Shura king is a Dao venerable. You actually want to devour a Dao venerable? Are you crazy? It was no wonder that he was so shocked. If it were him, he might not even care about a Dao venerable. After all, he used to be a powerful existence that was above everything. But what about Su Yan? Su Yan was only a venerable at the moment. In terms of realm, a Dao venerable was much higher than him. But now, the Godslayer sword wanted to devour a Dao venerable. Su Yan said, "Crazy? Maybe, but I feel that I don't have much time left. I have to do something that I don't dare to do. If I do it step by step, I won't have any chance." As he spoke, he had already moved toward the celestial scorpion king. The Godslayer sword did not say anything because he knew that Su Yan was right. Although Su Yan's strength had improved very quickly at this moment. If he did it step by step, it would really be too late. As a top existence, although he was in trouble, he could feel that the trajectory of heaven and earth had begun to change. All the monsters were beginning to recover. In fact, there was a problem that he had noticed long ago, and that was that the barrier between the worlds was loosening. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Su Yan could enter the Shura world was a good indication. If this continued, Su Yan could only be a chess piece that could be sacrificed at any time when the Real calamity came. He knew that Su Yan was a very special existence. So many powerhouses were plotting against him. The great demonic dragon, the great demonic heavenly lord, which one of them was not the most terrifying existence? Even at his peak, he was afraid of them. Since the Godslayer sword could wake up from its shattered state, these people could naturally do the same. While he was thinking, Su Yan had already rushed into the blood curtain. When the celestial scorpion king saw Su Yan's arrival, the sense of crisis in his heart became even stronger. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Su Yan's fighting strength was. Even the emperor's eye couldn't do anything to Su Yan. And now, Su Yan had directly arrived here. The despair in his heart immediately deepened. "Brat, who the hell are you? Also, do you really want to kill me? You need to know that it was just an eye formed by the power of the Sky Punishment Emperor. If you really kill me, his main body will definitely come in person. Are you mentally prepared for this?" His eyes were full of resentment. At this time, he already knew that he didn't have much chance. However, anyone would hope for a fluke before death. Perhaps in these 1 or 2 sentences, as long as the other party was afraid, there would be hope for survival. At this time, Su Yan sneered and said, "Celestial Scorpion King, you are still a king. What's the point of saying such words? Today, you will die without a doubt." Su Yan directly spread out his power and blocked his path. This was the power released by the divine sword. The celestial scorpion king's thoughts of breaking through space immediately fell through. When the Blood River King saw the sword in Su Yan's hand, his eyes were full of blazing desire. Chapter 1028. Female Literature. When the Blood River Monarch's eyes fell on the Taiji sword, the greed in the deepest part of his heart couldn't be suppressed. He had never been so eager to get something. At this moment, he even wanted to attack Su Yan directly. However, he didn't lose his rationality. At this time, Su Yan was no longer the Su Yan at the beginning. He now had the power to directly contend with the Emperor's eyes. He was clear that the reason why Su Yan was able to do this was most likely because of this divine sword. But now, the sword was in his hand, so it was his own power. If he attacked Su Yan now, Su Yan alone would have the means to deal with him, let alone the powerhouse behind Su Yan. Right now, the most important thing for him was the Scorpio King. He and Su Yan could still be considered friends, but the Scorpio King was already his mortal enemy. Today's matter couldn't be undone. If the Scorpio King returned, he would definitely make a comeback. After becoming the servant of the Emperor of Sky Execution, the Scorpio King had indeed lost the possibility of stabilizing his position as the Emperor. However, in a short period of time, his combat strength was bound to increase even more. He couldn't bear the addition of the Emperor of Sky Execution. Therefore, the best choice now was to kill the Scorpio King directly. What made him happy was that Su Yan seemed to have the same intention at this time. He temporarily suppressed the greed in his heart and shouted, "Scorpio, since you have come to my Blood River City today, don't go back." His voice was ice-cold and full of killing intent. His Blood River City had suffered a huge loss in today's battle. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to shatter the entire city. What was more important was the will of the people. In the past, all the Shura knew that as long as they entered Blood River City, they would be safe. The Blood River King's powerful strength intimidated everyone. It was precisely because of this that so many Shura had come here. These Shura lived here and offered their Shura aura to the Blood River King, who was constantly improving his strength. But what about after today? The news that a ruler was going to attack him would definitely spread. By then, the Shura would probably not treat this place as a refuge anymore. Instead, they would scramble to leave this place. This was destroying the foundation of his cultivation. This was the hatred of life and death, and there was absolutely no way to ease it. At this moment, the Blood River Monarch's blood screen grew even stronger and blocked the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King's heart sank even more. He knew that there was no way for him to be kind today. At that moment, his body suddenly began to change. His entire body turned into a crystalline color. "Blood River, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to kill me." At this moment his power rushed out, and his target was Blood River King. With such a posture, one could tell at a glance that it was a desperate appearance. The Blood River King coldly snorted. "Scorpio King, why put on such an act? You're the one who offended me first. Since that's the case, let's fight." In fact, the Blood River King was also furious at this moment. Of course, he could see that the Scorpio King was already determined to die. His current goal was to drag someone down with him, but the Scorpio King's target was him. Blood River's radiance, boundless baptism. At this moment, the Scorpio King's power suddenly operated, and a bloody light soared into the sky. It was simply lawless. The Crystal Scorpio and the Blood River King's power directly bombarded each other. These two terrifying auras burst out, and the powerful force turned into a terrifying light screen, directly pushing outside. Su Yan stopped not far away from the two of them. The Scorpio King's reaction surprised him a little because he clearly saw the Scorpio King's anger and hatred towards him. However, since the Scorpio King had chosen Blood River King, he could just sit back and reap the benefits. The battle between the two monarchs was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's attention became even more focused. How could he miss such a wonderful opportunity? With the support of the Taiji sword, his combat strength could indeed reach this level. However, he clearly knew that this wasn't enough. What he needed was to continuously increase his strength. He clearly knew that his enemies were far from these people in front of him. The two Shura kings were indeed very strong, but compared to those powerful existences whose fate was linked to his, what were they? Unknowingly, Su Yan's state of mind calmed down. At this moment, the huge crystal Scorpio suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and the appearance of the Berserk Shu directly caused a huge impact to Su Yan. This terrifying power had changed to the extreme at this moment, and Su Yan was carefully sensing the changes in the power of the two sides. Right at this moment, the sky above their heads suddenly changed. The world became even more oppressive at this moment, and a faintly discernible power appeared at this moment. When such a power appeared, it was as if the sky was about to collapse. This was an extremely oppressive feeling. Su Yan, who had just been silent in the power, suddenly opened his eyes. Interesting. At this moment, the God-Slayer's sword suddenly said. Su Yan didn't know why he suddenly said this, but he understood that since this guy said this, something bad was about to happen. Right at this moment, a thunderbolt directly struck down. This thunderbolt appeared too suddenly. Before this, there was not even the slightest sign. However, Su Yan was already on guard before this. When the thunderbolt struck, he directly disappeared from where he was. His speed was already extremely fast, and in an instant he dodged the terrifying impact of the thunderbolt. However, that thunderbolt seemed to have locked onto him. At this moment, it was inseparable and continuously attacked him. Su Yan couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, Isn't that heavens will already blocked? Such a scene had only happened when he had just arrived in this world. However, during this period of time, Heaven's Will's attention to him had long disappeared, and so he was able to live a good life. However, he didn't expect that at this moment, he would be attacked by Heaven's Will again. Blocked? That's actually wrong. It's just a temporary block. Now, the power of Heaven's Will is watching you again. Have you forgotten that pair of eyes from before? The God-Slayer sword said. At this moment, Su Yan was suddenly startled, and then he asked, "Are you talking about the Emperor's eyes?" The God-Slayer sword said, "Indeed. You must know that the Emperor of Shura is equivalent to an emperor in your world. And what level is an emperor? He is a powerful existence that has perfected the Tao law, and can already sense the Heaven's Will. It seems that the new Heaven's Will in Shura has become stronger." Su Yan was shocked again. "A new Heaven's Will?" The God-Slayer sword said with a look of indifference, "Yes, a new Heaven's Will. The old one was killed, and the new one appeared. Actually, this isn't a big deal." Su Yan dodged the lightning once again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Talking to the God-Slayer sword was simply challenging his nerves all the time. Only such a terrifying person would be able to casually say something like, "Heaven's Will execution." At this moment, the two kings who were fighting had also noticed the change in Su Yan. The sudden lightning that fell from the sky made the two of them confused. At this moment, the Blood River King's mouth twitched because he thought of something. Why is the lightning targeting Su Yan? Could it be that he's not the successor of the Shura Emperor, but an invader? He had suspected this before, but he rejected this idea when he felt the terrifying power of the Shura released by the God-Slayer sword. But now, the change in Heaven's Will made him think of this matter again. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan was really an invader. At this moment, his head suddenly hurt. Immediately after, anger rose in his heart. This kind of anger appeared without any reason. In an instant, it was as if Su Yan had become his father's murderer. At this moment, he couldn't even care about the Sky Scorpion King. But a moment later, the radiance of his blood river flashed, and he immediately calmed himself down. No, why would I have such a thought? It actually affected my consciousness directly. He was horrified. At this moment, he needed to join forces with Su Yan and absolutely not attack Su Yan, because this was the only way to maximize the benefits. But just a moment ago, such a thought actually flashed through his mind. This made him feel a lingering fear. His gaze fell on the Sky Scorpion King. At this moment, the Sky Scorpion King suddenly said, "Blood River, I think you must have felt the Heaven's Will just now. Let's join forces and kill this kid." When he said this, the Blood River King's heart palpitated with eagerness. Of course, what moved him wasn't the ability to fight for Heaven's Will, but the Taiji sword in Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan didn't pay attention to these two guys. Instead, he brandished the Taiji sword and a terrifying sword aura rushed into the sky. He was going to confront the heavenly lightning. The two forces collided at the critical moment. The powerful radiance turned into extremely terrifying streams of light that kept exploding at this moment. Such a terrifying radiance of annihilation was simply burning to the extreme at this moment. Although Su Yan's sword aura was powerful, he was facing the terrifying heavenly lightning. In just a short moment, the powerful lightning power had already invaded his body. Fortunately, Su Yan's physical body was extremely strong. Not only did he not mind such a power descending, but he also treated this power as a tempering for his body. Chapter 1029. Female Literature. Hee, what a terrifying power. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the same person I was when I first stepped into the Shura realm. Su Yan's power slowly circulated. At the same time, the supreme power also moved. Gradually, the lightning became smaller and smaller. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword said, "Let me help you." As soon as his words fell, an extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this time, the Blood River King and the Scorpion King were both horrified when they sensed this power. How is this possible? It's actually such a terrifying power of the Shura realm. The Blood River King wasn't too surprised. After all, he already knew that there was an extremely terrifying existence behind Su Yan. However, this was the first time the Scorpion King had seen such a power. Such a violent power shocked him. He was a king himself and his strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. On the other hand, the power of the Shura Realm King was even stronger than him. But today, he witnessed an even more terrifying power. It was as if this power was the heavens in the unseen world. At this time, the Godslayer sword said to Su Yen, "Su Yen, didn't you want to devour the Shura Realm King? Then, these two people are right in front of you. What are you waiting for?" The Godslayer sword's intention was very clear. It wanted Su Yen to face the two Shura Realm Kings alone. The situation changed too quickly. According to Su Yan's initial plan, he wanted to join forces with the Blood River King to kill the Scorpion King. After all, devouring and analyzing the inheritance seal of the Shura Realm King had already benefited him a lot. If he directly devoured a king, his strength would increase even faster. Of course, the Blood River King wouldn't let him get what he wanted. At that time, it would be up to him and the Blood River King to determine the outcome. However, he didn't expect that the heaven's will of the Shura realm would suddenly reappear and change the situation. The Godslayer sword was also acting very strangely this time. It didn't know that it was using such a method. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was enveloped by the power of the Godslayer sword. Su Yen didn't attack. He just said, "God Punisher, what is the meaning of this?" He did not understand the Godslayer sword's actions, but he was sure that the Godslayer sword's change in attitude had something to do with the new god's will that he had just mentioned. The Godslayer sword said, "What do you mean? In fact, it's nothing much. It's just as you wish to become stronger. Just like you said, if you want to become stronger now, it's naturally impossible to do it step by step. What's wrong? Are you afraid? This is different from the Su Yen I know. Isn't the Su Yen I know supposed to be unafraid of the heavens and earth? Now that you have the Taiji sword and even dare to challenge the eyes of the Shura Realm King, what are these two guys?" Su Yen took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, no matter what your purpose is, I believe that you won't harm me." After Su Yen said that, he immediately looked at the two kings. The Blood River King said, "Little friend Su Yen, what is the meaning of this?" He felt uneasy. Although he and the Sky Scorpio Monarch were both monarchs, after witnessing the battle between Su Yen and the eyes of the Sky Punishment Emperor, the Sky Scorpio Monarch lost some confidence in defeating Su Yen. At this time, Su Yen said, "All right, Blood River King, you are asking the obvious. I think you are very clear in your heart that I am an invader to this world. You can still feel the will of the heavens, which is to kill me. Therefore, the two of us should be mortal enemies." After Su Yen said that, the Blood River King's expression became unnatural. He knew what Su Yen meant. At this time, Su Yen had opened his mouth, which meant that he was prepared to fight to the death. The Scorpio King raised his brows and said, "Blood River, you are quite bold. You actually dare to collude with the invaders of the Shura realm. I finally understand why the Sky Punishment Emperor came here. So that's why. Colluding with the otherworldly demons was betraying the entire world." The Blood River King directly roared, "Shut up, you idiot! Can't you see that this guy wants to kill both of us? If I am really colluding with him, is there a need for him to kill me as well? So, you stupid pig, if you don't know anything, then shut up." After roaring, the Blood River King said, "This kid is actually not that scary. What's really scary is the person behind him. You have also seen the terrifying power that can rival the will of the heavens. That's why, Scorpio King, you bastard, prepare to die." At this time, both sides had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. The Blood River King threw away all his fantasies. His power was sinking bit by bit. That terrifying aura was rolling at this time. Everything began to condense at this time. At this time, Su Yan's aura directly soared. The strength of the three of them was constantly increasing. Forget it. If this kid is really as powerful as you say, doesn't that mean we are doomed? At this time, Su Yen directly said, "You don't have to be so pessimistic. I might as well tell you directly that the existence behind me won't intervene in our battle. He is currently entangled with the will of the heavens. Therefore, when you and I fight, he will be powerless to help me. If you kill me, You will even be rewarded by the will of the heavens. Su Yan was also very straightforward. At this time he actually said this sentence. He understood the intention of the Godslayer sword, which was to force him into a desperate situation. Since he was also doing the same thing, then he might as well be straightforward. His Taiji sword flashed and his aura reached the extreme in an instant. Then, he activated the Regal Sword escape art. In an instant, he suddenly appeared beside the Scorpio King. Kill! With a cold snort, his sword fell heavily. Such power seemed very heavy at this time. A sound that made one's heart palpitate resounded. It was an indescribable feeling. If it had been an ordinary Azura, Su Yan would have killed him on the spot with that one slash. However, Su Yan was facing the Scorpio King, who was a very powerful existence. His aura directly soared at this time, and the crystal light around his body appeared again. The Blood River King's Blood River force was the strangest, while the Destruction King's Destruction force was extremely tyrannical and destructive. The Scorpio King's crystal force focused on defense. Kid, do you think I'm a pushover? Then you've got the wrong person. The battle had already begun, so all the worries in his heart were cast aside. Su Yan wanted to fight two people alone. This was indeed arrogant. According to common sense, a Shura king could kill even 100 blue-faced Shura. However, Su Yan was different now. With the Taiji sword, the essence of his power was completely different. Clang! A loud sound was heard. A violent power directly bombarded at this time. The radiance in the sky has dimmed a lot. Although it was inside the boundary, the terrifying sound still spread far and wide. Such sound waves made the people of Blood River City, who were already very uneasy, even more terrified. At this time, except for the curious and capable Shura, the other Shura had already escaped. They knew very well that staying in such a place was tantamount to courting death. At this time, Aina frowned and said, "What's wrong? What's the origin of that Scorpio King? Could it be that even Lord Blood River couldn't do anything to him?" Although Aina had made up his mind to surpass Blood River King, he had to admit that Blood River King's strength was definitely the most powerful and terrifying among the Shura kings. But at this time, it seemed that even Blood River King couldn't do anything to him. The Shura King's matter isn't something we can participate in. Nana Rui's face was very unsightly. In a sense, he had already tied his life to the Blood River City. If Blood River City was completely destroyed, then he wouldn't be far from death. At this time, Blood River City was already in ruins, which was a huge burden for him. But Su Yan is inside. I don't know if he can come back alive. Even though he knew that Su Yan's strength was extremely terrifying, he didn't dare to imagine that Su Yan was in a constant battle with the Shura King that he wanted to surpass. The brilliance of the crystal blocked Su Yan's sword, but it was also at this time that Blood River King made his move. The power of the Blood River directly condensed and finally formed the Blood River sword. Blood River King held the sword, pushed his aura to the peak, and then directly slashed at Su Yan. "Since you're an otherworldly demon, then die for me." A blood-colored crescent moon appeared. Such a figure was bewitching and powerful. Su Yan didn't seem to react to the incoming sword light. He seemed to still be immersed in the powerful defensive power of the crystal scorpion. This kid's realm is still too low. Even if he has this peerless divine weapon, he still can't control it and display its true strength. It's a pity that such a divine sword fell into his hands. It should be in my hands, so that it won't be covered in dust. When he thought that he had the opportunity to master this sword, his heart became even more excited. It was a kind of uncontrollable greed. Su Yan's strength was at most a blue-masked Shura, but even so, with this sword he could fight against the Shura Emperor's eye and even defeat it. Chapter 1030. Female Literature. He was much stronger than Su Yan. If he could grasp this terrifying power in his hands, then he might be able to survive this calamity. Even if the Sky Punisher Emperor came, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that he could kill Su Yan. His blood crescent moon arrived in front of Su Yan in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, his expression immediately changed. Because at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly began to become very faint. Shadow! The Blood River monarch was furious. As an Azura king, from the very beginning, he hadn't been able to see that this was only a phantom. This was something that shouldn't have happened, but it did. After the blood crescent moon slashed at the shadow, it immediately moved towards the Scorpio monarch. Boom! A loud sound was accompanied by the Scorpio monarch's furious roar. Su Yen dodged the sword, so it naturally slashed at the Scorpio monarch. The Scorpio monarch's crystal defense was indeed very powerful. However, it was already very difficult for him to defend against Su Yan's attack with this powerful force. Unexpectedly, the Blood River King's Blood River slash actually landed on his body. This was no different from adding fuel to the fire for him. Blood River, you dog. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to kill me? If that's the case, then come at me. I'd like to see if I can drag you down with me before I die. At this moment, he was so furious that an extremely powerful and terrifying power surged out. The Blood River monarch immediately said, "You damn old scorpion, what the hell are you doing? If you want to fight, then come at me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, the two Shura monarchs were very clear that their biggest enemy at this time wasn't each other, but Su Yen. If Su Yen didn't die at this time, then they would be in great danger. Su Yen had already said that the mysterious existence behind him was entangled with the heaven's will and would not attack them. But who would believe the words of the enemy? Alright, enough nonsense. Cripple this guy first. If he doesn't die, we won't have peace. At this time, the two of them suppressed the anger in their hearts at the same time. The power of the two rose again. This time, the two of them attacked Su Yen at the same time. The moment the power of the two kings condensed, Su Yen immediately felt an extremely heavy pressure. Compared to these two powerful Shura kings, Su Yen was much weaker. He could only fight them because he had the Taiji sword. At this moment, it was even more difficult for him to deal with the pincer attack of the two powerhouses. Although the two of them were hostile to each other, they were able to display a huge amount of power when they joined forces. The Scorpio King's defense was really strong. At this time, he stood in front of Su Yen and blocked all the sword chi slashed out by him. At this time, the Blood River King stood behind him and attacked. Every time the Blood River King attacked, he would bring great trouble to Su Yen. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Su Yan's body. No, I can't let this go on. After barely avoiding the power of the Blood River King, Su Yen immediately pulled away from him. What's wrong, kid? Do you know fear now? At this time, his power surged and the Blood River became even more violent. In this battle, the power he displayed was completely above the Scorpio Kings. This was the terrifying aspect of the Blood River King. As long as he was near the Blood River, not to mention other things, just his battle endurance was extremely terrifying. Even the Destruction Monarch was inferior to the Blood River King in this aspect. At this time, if they continued to waste time, then the only one who would suffer would be Su Yen. After all, in terms of foundation, he wouldn't lose to anyone in the same realm. In fact, he would far surpass them. But now, he was facing the Shura monarch. Exalted, sun-shattering slash. He ignored the Blood River King's mockery and just held his sword horizontally. Then, the Exalted Sword Scripture's exalted sun-shattering slash appeared. This place had been enveloped by the Shura power of the Godslayer sword. The scorching sun of the Shura world couldn't enter this place. Therefore, the inside of this boundary was actually extremely gloomy and dark. However, at this moment, a dazzling radiance flickered. As the terrifying light burned, the entire world began to shatter and collapse. Such power was truly frightening, even horrifying. At this moment, Su Yen took a step forward. His power manifested at this moment. At this moment, he was the core of the scorching sun. With the support of the Taiji sword, an extremely terrifying scorching power flashed. At the first moment, Blood River King retreated to the rear. The sudden appearance of the radiance made him feel extremely uneasy. In fact, the power displayed at this moment was still within the range he could bear. However, after interacting with Su Yen for a while, he already had a rough idea of Su Yan's character. Su Yan's previous words were already words of cutting off all means of retreat. And now, he displayed this sword move to reverse the situation. Therefore, such a sword move was definitely far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was rising. Blood River, when did your courage become so small? Even with such power, you still want to retreat? The Scorpio monarch had already withstood wave after wave of Su Yan's attacks. Although he had to admit that Su Yan's attacks were indeed powerful and even terrifying, it was still within the range he could bear. His crystal incarnation was extremely powerful. At this moment, when Su Yan suddenly slashed out this sword, he did feel a terrifying aura. However, he didn't think that he couldn't block this sword. His crystal incarnation was far from reaching its limit. If it were any other time, why would the Blood River King pay attention to this idiot? Letting him withstand Su Yan's power was also a good thing for him. But now, he wouldn't do that. Although the Blood River King wanted to kill the Scorpio monarch very much, this guy was his ally at this moment. It was even very likely that this guy's life and death were related to his own life and death. In that case, he couldn't let this guy die like this. You idiot, this is the sword move this kid is using to turn the situation around. How can it be simple? Hurry up and mobilize your power. The Blood River King's reminder didn't attract the Scorpio monarch's attention. On the contrary, the Scorpio monarch sneered. Blood River King, are you trying to take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on me? The Scorpio monarch had always been on guard against the Blood River King. He and the Blood River King had a feud since a long time ago. Back then, he and the Blood River King were considered to be on the same side. However, during a battle, the Blood River King ruthlessly tricked him. At that time, the Scorpio monarch almost died. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to survive. Later on, he obtained the Scorpio monarch's mysteries and became a Shura monarch. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. Not to mention he was plotted against by the Blood River King. Moreover, the Blood River King wanted to join forces with this kid to kill him in the beginning. In the beginning of the battle, the Scorpio monarch didn't think much of it. However, when Su Yan retreated and executed the supreme sun-shattering slash, he suddenly thought of something. The Blood River King's attack power was actually extremely terrifying. The Scorpio monarch had deeply experienced it before. Even with the support of the ruler's power, he was still at a disadvantage. From this, one could imagine how powerful this guy's attack power was. However, after such a long time, the kid opposite him was still safe and sound. Yes, although Su Yan was in a sorry state and even had many wounds on his body, he was still safe and sound. Just how insidious was the power of Blood River King? The chi condensed from the Blood River was simply too powerful and terrifying. Even the Scorpio monarch would not be so relaxed after withstanding such power. However, Su Yan was still in such a state. Was there something hidden in this? Perhaps all of this was fake. This was just a good show put on by the kid and the Blood River King. They wanted the Scorpio monarch to let down his guard and kill him at the most critical moment. This way, they would be able to obtain the greatest results at the smallest price. The Scorpio monarch knew that it was impossible for him to survive under the joint attack of the kid and the Blood River King. In the beginning, he had already planned to perish together with the kid. However, at that moment, the will of the heavens suddenly changed. Then, the Scorpio monarch joined forces with the Scorpio monarch, resulting in the current battle. The Scorpio monarch's initial target of mutual destruction was actually the Blood River King. The Scorpio monarch naturally did not want to bear such a price, so he wanted to exchange for his life with the smallest consequences. In this way, everything seemed to make sense. Despicable, too despicable. He was almost fooled again. The Blood River King was stunned. He did not expect the Scorpio monarch's imagination to be so developed that he could come up with a version of the story in an instant. Idiot, what are you still doing? The kid's attack is about to arrive. The Blood River King roared again. At the same time, his Blood River powers suddenly increased. The Scorpio monarch's eyes became even colder. Is that really the case? While I was resisting the kid with my greatest strength, you sneak attacked me from behind. Blood River, you despicable dog. The Scorpio monarch's crystal incarnation went all out at this moment. Su Yan's brows twitched. The two Shura monarchs were clearly going to display their most powerful strength. Although his supreme sun-shattering slash was powerful after receiving the support of the Taiji sword, it was obviously very difficult to break the attacks of the two in an instant. Chapter 1031. Female Literature. But so what? A battle was about challenging the impossible and seeking life in the midst of death. Sun-shattering slash. At this moment, the sunlight shone to the extreme. The terrifying power shattered and boundless brilliance shone out. At this moment, the true power of Su Yan's sword burst forth. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized that this power of his was different from the past. The previous sun-shattering slash was a power that had evolved to the extreme. The scorching sun rose with terrifying and berserk power. When the scorching sun began to fade away, the power of this sword became even more berserk and terrifying. With this, the most berserk power impact was completed. However, it was different this time. The moment the scorching sun rose, this power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Su Yan even felt that the violent evolution had already been completed at this moment. The moment the scorching sun shattered, what he felt was actually coldness. It was an unimaginable coldness. Even Su Yan himself felt a bone-piercing chill. This kind of ice-cold power rushed towards him at this moment. However, Su Yan himself was the user of power, so this impact didn't affect him much. But when this power rushed toward the Blood River King and the Scorpio King, it became even more terrifying. The Blood River King's eyebrows twitched wildly. I knew it. The power of this sword is really powerful. The sword swept over. The terrifying heat of the berserk to the extreme was constantly fusing with the extremely cold power. The scorching heat had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, yin and yang complemented each other. Ice and fire came from the same source. The powerful Blood River King turned into a huge shield at this moment. At this moment, the Scorpio King was in the most awkward position. According to his expectations, this was a conspiracy of Su Yan and the damn Blood River King. Therefore, he even gave up on defending against Su Yan's power and rushed toward the Blood River King. But the moment the scorching sun shattered, he realized that he was wrong. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had increased by more than 1,000 times. That berserk aura was so powerful that he was at a loss for what to do. This was especially so when the yin and yang powers combined. The aura that erupted was simply extremely powerful. The power of that radiance was truly terrifying. Endless aura was released bit by bit at this time, even forming a yin-yang storm. The power of the yin-yang storm soared into the sky. It was so conspicuous in this domain barrier. Damn it, Shui didn't trick me this time. Crystal battle form. At this time, Yi Xuan finally understood that Blood River King really didn't cheat him this time, but it was already too late. However, he wouldn't wait for his death in vain. At that moment, he unleashed his crystal battle body. In an instant, a huge crystal scorpion appeared in the sky. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the crystal scorpion. The crystal scorpion's appearance was truly terrifying. Moreover, it had already lost the appearance of a living creature. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be a tank. The appearance of this huge crystal scorpion was very similar to the tanks in Su Yan's original world. However, in terms of size, it was countless times larger than a tank. At this moment, more than half of the power of Su Yan's yin-yang strangulation immediately hit it. As a result, the pressure on Blood River King immediately decreased a lot. Damn fool, if I really wanted to trick you, you would have died 1,000 times over. Blood River King cursed in disdain. In the next moment, his body immediately shot out. At this moment, taking advantage of the gap between the crystal scorpion blocking Su Yan, it was the best time to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. You idiot, hold on for a while. I'm going to take this kid's life. In the blink of an eye, Blood River King's terrifying blood cloak directly swept out, and the extremely violent power turned into a terrifying tide at this time. Su Yan's body was immediately surrounded by a bright red color. You invading thief, I'll kill you today. His aura manifested at this moment, and that terrifying power rose to the extreme. This was his killing move. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, he would definitely not use this move. Blood River King's ambition was extremely great. Back then, he had prepared this move for an emperor. The strength of an emperor was extremely powerful and terrifying, and it was impossible for him to become an emperor in a short period of time. In order to avoid the arrival of an emperor one day, he had already started preparing for it a long time ago. The name of this move was Blood River Strangulation. In fact, this move was very simple. It was to directly condense the power of the Blood River and then use it together with his Blood River Grand technique to explode with the most terrifying power. Of course, the principle was indeed simple, but to use this move required a long preparation process. He had already spent close to 1,000 years accumulating this move. Therefore, when the emperor's eyes appeared last time, although he was very apprehensive and even panicked, he still didn't compromise. This was because this was what he was relying on. However, even he didn't expect to use this move on Su Yan instead of the emperor. Even so, it seemed like this was the best choice because if he used this move against a ruler, he would only have one chance. Moreover, there was only a certain probability of injuring Emperor Shura. However, it was different now. Even though Su Yan had the divine sword, he wasn't a real emperor. If the real emperor of Tianxing descended this time, Su Yan wouldn't have a chance at all. In other words, the Blood River Strangulation that he prepared would have an even more terrifying destructive power against Su Yan, and this destructive power was very likely to be fatal. Especially now, Su Yan had used the Supreme Sun-Shattering Slash. His attack power had been directly blocked by the Scorpio King, so how could he block his power now? This was an opportunity, the best opportunity for him to kill Su Yan. If he killed Su Yan, he would be able to obtain the Taiji Divine Sword in Su Yan's hands. When Su Yan fought against the Emperor's eyes, he had already coveted this sword. If he could obtain this sword, he was very confident that his combat strength would increase immediately. At that time, he would directly kill the Scorpio King and devour him. After that, his target would be the King of Destruction. This way, he would have a great chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. And as long as he could become the Emperor of Shura, what could a mere Emperor of Tianxing do to him? This was what he was relying on. The Blood River suddenly engulfed Su Yan, and an extremely cold power appeared. At this moment, Su Yan truly felt the threat of death. This feeling was as if he was already under a huge mountain. At this moment, he even felt like he couldn't breathe. At this moment, his only thought was to leave. Of course, this was the first reaction a person would have when facing a disaster and predicament. In just an instant, Su Yan had already dispelled this feeling. He, who had experienced countless life and death situations, naturally understood that such a cowardly reaction was sometimes not a good thing. To a large extent, it could even cause one to lose one's life. Su Yan had not reached the point where he needed to shrink back and sign up. Blood River King, you want the Taiji Divine Sword in my hands, right? Su Yan asked directly through voice transmission. At this moment, the Blood River King's expression was ice cold. Since he had already made up his mind to kill, he would not waste his breath on Su Yan. After all, there was no point in saying more words to a dead person. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly threw the Taiji Divine Sword in his hand. An extremely heavy light directly flew out at this moment. This light flew out quickly, but it was beyond the Blood River King's expectation. At this time, Su Yan was obviously in an extremely dangerous situation. He was hit by his own power and might die in the next moment. If it were him, the most correct thing to do at this time would be to use the powerful power of the sword to save his life and find a way to block the Blood River King's attack. But at this time, Su Yan gave up on the divine sword. Could it be that this kid wants to surrender to me? No, that's impossible. This kid is actually very crafty. At this time, he must have his own purpose. However, no matter what your purpose is, since I have already made up my mind, I must kill you. You can't escape. As he spoke, his aura became stronger. At this time, a terrifying and powerful force had been condensed into a point. At this moment, the power of the Blood River was about to reach its limit. The terrifying power of the Blood River was condensed into a point. After being compressed infinitely, how terrifying would this power be? It was precisely because of this that he was confident that he could injure the Shura Emperor. At this time, although he didn't know what Su Yan was thinking at this time, his thoughts were actually very simple. No matter what changes you have, I will kill you with the most powerful power. As long as you're dead, all of your plans will fall through. It was at this moment that his power surged out. The secret technique that the Blood River King regarded as his last trump card was indeed incomparably terrifying. At this time, this power rushed out directly, leaving a bright red track in the space. This track was so eye-catching that even the boundary began to tremble at this time. The space here was not a natural world, but a barrier constructed by the god-killing sword with an extremely powerful force. However, at this time, this barrier was actually shaken. From this, it could be seen how powerful this force was. And it was also at this time that countless miserable screams suddenly sounded in Blood River City. Chapter 1032. Female Literature. Since this power was the condensation of all the power and burst out, naturally there was no reservation. The purpose of the Blood River King was to collect power and then condense it here. As the saying goes, an army is trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. At this time, it was time to release all the power. In order to ensure that Su Yan was killed, he did not hold back at all. In the eyes of the Blood River King, Su Yan was comparable to a Shura Emperor. This could be said to be the glory of Su Yan. At this moment, those who stayed in the Blood River City to watch the result immediately felt that there was an invisible force beginning to deprive them of their lives. At this time, they all regretted and wanted to leave immediately. But it was too late. This is the Blood River City extracting my power. Why, Blood River King, why are you doing this to me? A blue-faced Shura roared directly. He was a blue-faced Azura. Below the king level, he was already an extremely noble existence. But at this time, his life was being directly sucked out. This kind of feeling was simply terrible. Watching his own life force being sucked away bit by bit, but he was powerless to do anything about it. This made him suffer to the extreme. Aina also felt this power. Of course, it was impossible for him to be captured without putting up a fight, so he immediately exerted his power to leave. Damn it, the Blood River King wants to suck out my life force. Aina was not reconciled. He paid a huge price to become a blue-faced Shura, but he did not expect that at this time, he would be treated like a pig or a dog. At this time, Nana Ray said helplessly, "This day has finally come." At this time, Aina suddenly turned around and was immediately shocked to find that at this time, Nana Ray was unbelievably old. At this time, he was almost a bag of bones. Don't be so surprised, my death has long been destined. Aina, I will use the last of my strength to let you leave. Your future is still very long, you should not die here. In fact, Rusty had expected this a long time ago. However, he had received a great favor back then. Even if he knew that he would end up like this sooner or later, he still bore this responsibility. He was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. He should have died a long time ago, and it was a blessing to be able to live for so many years. However, in his opinion, Aina should not die here, so he used the last of his life to help Aina break free from the shackles of power. Aina, remember what I said. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. The only thing you need to do is to become stronger. Only by becoming a true expert can you do what you want to do. In this world, no matter where it is not safe. Even the god of Shura can be killed, let alone us insignificant creatures. Although I'm not strong enough, I still have some ability to calculate. The world is about to change, so we have to live well. Let's go. His flame of life finally disappeared, but at the moment it disappeared, he directly helped Aina break free from the shackles, and then sent Aina out. Aina left Blood River City far away. At this time, he actually wanted to cry. Since birth, no matter how great the difficulties he encountered, he had never thought of crying, but this time he really wanted to cry. He naturally hated the Blood River King. If it were not for the Blood River King, Rusty would not have died so miserably. However, he had to admit that Jinare was right. In fact, this was a law, the law of the jungle. If one's strength was not strong enough, then even without the Blood River King, they would still be killed by others. Therefore, hatred was meaningless. The most important thing was to make oneself stronger. He had seen the terrible scene of Su Yan and the Emperor's Eye battle, and the thought in his heart was even more firm. That terrible blood-colored power had already arrived in front of Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was very serious. Around his body, there were arcs of electricity flashing. Thunder technique. At this time, Su Yan wanted to use thunder technique to take on this terrible power. In front of such a terrible power, he actually wanted to use thunder technique. In his opinion, this was no different from suicide. This was really a stupid opponent, but fortunately, no one disliked a stupid opponent. Therefore, at this time, Blood River King sneered even more, and directly increased the power of this attack to the extreme. The blood-colored light turned into a light shadow, broke through the barrier of space, and directly arrived in front of Su Yan at an unparalleled speed. The terrible and powerful power seemed to have become eternal at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan was already swallowed by this red power. Activate Blood River Strangulation. He was very proud. With such a terrible power erupting, this kid would definitely die. Then, he began to look for the divine sword that he coveted. In fact, killing Su Yan was a trivial matter. What was really important was that divine sword. Obtaining that divine sword was equivalent to allowing him to become the king of Shura in advance. In his heart, he was very clear that all methods and schemes were actually bad. When facing a truly powerful existence, only strength was the right way to go. There were many things that Narue could see, so how could he, the king of Shura, not see? Didn't the king of destruction recently launch an invasion in the hope of increasing his strength? Only by increasing his strength could he establish a foothold. However, soon his face turned cold. Even with his powerful divine sense, he could not find any trace of the Taiji divine sword. It was as if the sword had never appeared at all. His anger suddenly rose. He naturally knew that it was impossible for the sword to completely disappear. However, this impossible thing had indeed happened in front of him. Such a situation could almost be said to be strange, but he was not willing to let it go. Impossible. This brat would never abandon such a divine sword. He must have hidden it somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Su Yan had been surrounded by his blood river strangulation, so he did not believe that Su Yan could still come out alive. At this time, the most important thing was that divine sword. However, he did not expect that Su Yan was still alive at this time. Outside of Su Yan's body, streaks of electric arcs actually transformed into a battle armor at this moment. Then, after the thunder battle armor appeared, the power of the blood river kept attacking his body, but it was constantly purified. At this time, Su Yan's supreme power appeared in his body. Blood River King, it's not that easy to kill me. However, I'm going to accept this power of yours. At this time, Su Yan could only roar, as if he was going to use the last of his strength. Su Yan was too crazy. When facing such a power, his first thought was not to escape, nor to block it with the power of the Taiji divine sword, but to devour it. When fighting with the Emperor's eyes, he already knew his innate weakness. His accumulation of power was still too weak. Because of this, if he really fought with the Emperor's eyes, or even King Shura, he could rely on the Taiji divine sword to resist for a while. However, after a long time, his power would definitely be exhausted. At that time, it would be time for him to die. Therefore, the most important thing now was to strengthen his power and reach an unimaginable level. Earlier, he had already said that if he followed the prescribed order, everything would be too slow. Now, time did not allow him to follow the prescribed order. Since he could not accumulate power bit by bit, then he would just have to rob. This was Su Yan's thought at this time. Therefore, when this extremely terrifying power appeared, his first thought was to devour it directly. The Supreme Sword Spirit seemed to have sensed his thoughts. When Su Yan directly activated the Supreme Power, the Sword Spirit directly left his sea of consciousness and landed outside. The power began to flow slowly. This power was so quiet and slow. It formed a sharp contrast with the terrifying power of the Blood River. However, this seemingly slow-moving power actually began to devour the intense blood-red power at this moment. This devouring was not fast. At the very least, it was very slow in the beginning. However, gradually, the speed of the devouring increased bit by bit. In the end, the speed of the devouring became like a giant whale swallowing water. It was extremely terrifying. This was the powerful and terrifying aspect of the revered sword soul. Of course, for Su Yan, this was a test in itself. Such a powerful force directly rushed towards his body. Although the existence of the supreme sword spirit had already filtered the power and made it calm, it was still too massive after all. Even if it was a real stream, it would become extremely terrifying when its quantity reached a certain level. Furthermore, what he was facing now was such a powerful energy. Su Yan's meridians and even every corner of his body were enduring such a terrifying impact. Just as Su Yan was facing this huge test, the Blood River monarch finally found the Taiji sacred sword. Ah, found it. What a cunning kid. He actually hid this sword here. At this time, even he felt an indescribable excitement and agitation. This was because he had finally found the location of the sword. The place where the Taiji sacred sword was located was under the huge crystal scorpion that the Sky Scorpion King had transformed into. This crystal scorpion's defensive power was extremely terrifying. It was able to completely block Su Yan's revered sun-shattering slash, and it emitted an extremely powerful energy that just happened to block Blood River King's divine sense. If it weren't for Blood River King's unwillingness to give up, he really wouldn't have discovered it. Chapter 1033. Female Literature. At this time, since he had already found the location of the sword, there was no need for him to hesitate any longer. His body flashed, and he immediately headed for the sword. Such a divine sword would only be perfect when it was in his hands. However, a cold snort suddenly rang out. "Blood River, you want to seize this sword? Did you ask for my permission?" It was the Scorpio King. The crystal scorpion he had transformed into was an existence with a near-absolute defense. Such an existence's defensive power was extremely powerful and terrifying, but it also had a weakness. This defensive power would seal itself within. The so-called absolute defense was to completely protect oneself. In other words, it was to isolate oneself from this world. Therefore, at this moment, it could be said that he was already drifting away from this space. However, he sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation at this moment. At first, he was startled, wondering if Su Yan's power had finally broken through his crystal battle physique and was about to kill him. However, when he turned around, he discovered that this wasn't the case at all. Instead, the divine sword had fallen beside him. This was great news. Of course, at the next moment, he immediately discovered that the Blood River King was rapidly approaching him. At this moment, he had already guessed it. That old dog Blood River is really powerful. He can actually defeat this brat. However, if he wants the divine sword, how can I give it to him so easily? Since Blood River had already defeated Su Yan, he and the Blood River King no longer had a common enemy. At this time, the two of them had once again turned from comrades to enemies. How could he show any mercy to his enemy? At this moment his power rushed out, and an extremely terrifying wave appeared. It was his crystal pincer. Boom! A terrifying power directly rushed towards the Blood River King. One had to admit that the Blood River King's desire for this sword had reached an unprecedented level. It was to the point that he didn't see the Scorpio King's power clearly at the beginning. Only when the power was right in front of him did he realize what was going on. "Scorpio, you dare to stop me?" A blood-colored radiance immediately appeared and slashed forward without hesitation. The Scorpio King coldly snorted, "Stop? No, you're wrong. I'm not stopping you, I'm seizing this sword." He rapidly rushed towards the Taiji divine sword. The Blood River King furiously roared, "You damned thing, you've already become someone else's slave. Even if you obtain this sword, what can you do? Hurry up and let go. If I obtain this sword, I'll help you kill the Tianxing Emperor and restore your freedom." At this time, the Blood River King had used the Blood River Strangulation, and in fact had consumed a lot of his strength. At this time, his battle strength had dropped to a terrible level. Although the Scorpio King had also used his crystal battle physique earlier and was definitely not in a better state, it would be best if they could avoid a battle. However, the Scorpio King disdained his words. Blood River, you old dog, this isn't the first time I've dealt with you. Do you think I'll believe your words? Enough nonsense, the sword is at my feet, I want it. As he spoke, his body that was suffused with a crystal radiance bent down. Then, a power immediately attached itself to the Taiji divine sword. This sword is mine. At this moment he was extremely complacent, while the Blood River King was extremely furious. He had fought for this sword with great difficulty, but now, it was in the hands of this bastard. But at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A powerful power suddenly appeared at this moment. That power split into two rays of light. One was icy blue, while the other was blazing red. The sudden appearance of these two powers immediately transformed into two huge dragons that charged towards the Scorpio King. The Scorpio King's attention was completely focused on the Blood River King. How could he have expected such an unforeseen event to happen to the divine sword? He was simply caught off guard. Damn it, the divine sword is resisting me. He immediately understood what was happening. The nerves were actually resisting his existence. The Taiji divine sword was extremely special because it had fused with the heavenly heart of the cold jade. Therefore, compared to ordinary subdivine swords, it was much more powerful and naturally more violent. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Godslayer sword that forcibly fused with Su Yan's blood, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to use the Taiji divine sword. Ashura King was a Dao Venerate powerhouse. If he had enough time, he could naturally slowly subdue the divine sword with his own strength. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to immediately pick up the divine sword. Furthermore, the divine sword directly launched a counterattack, wanting to kill the Scorpio King directly. Good sword, it's really a good sword. The Blood River King laughed happily. He originally thought that he was going to lose this peerless divine sword, but he didn't expect it to be like this. It seemed like the Scorpio King might not even be able to survive, let alone leave with the evil sword. Therefore, he would still be the final victor. He originally thought that the damned Scorpio King would seize the initiative, but he didn't expect that not only did he not lose, but he also gained an opportunity. This was definitely a trap that Su Yan had purposely set up. He could imagine that with his initial mentality, he would have picked up the sword without hesitation under such temptation. At that time, he would be the one to bear the impact of this power. Although he was powerful, he wasn't much better off than the Scorpio King. If the Scorpio King had attacked then, he would have been the one to die. He couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. However, the most important thing was that he was still the victor at this moment. Scorpio King, you're being suppressed by the power of the divine sword. Do you think you still have the strength to resist me? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You've been wanting to kill me for a long time, right? But you don't know that I've also been waiting for a long time to kill you. At that moment, his power was refracted. A bit of Blood River's power condensed again. Previously, in order to be able to completely kill Su Yan, he had already gathered all of his strength. The power that he had condensed now was something that he had recovered with great difficulty. But it didn't matter. As long as he could kill the Scorpio King, he would be the final victor. Although he was in an extremely miserable state, he was at least the victor. As long as he won in the end, it would be good. At that moment, terrifying and violent power was constantly gathering in the air. Scorpio King, your defensive power is powerful, but unfortunately, you actually gave up on the crystal battle physique in order to fight for this divine sword. Can you condense the crystal battle physique again? That's impossible. So, go to hell. After saying that, he immediately released his power. At that moment, he was filled with an indescribable carefree feeling. An old rival of many years was finally going to be dealt with by him. Of course, this was a delightful thing. Of course, this was only one of the small surprises. To be honest, he didn't care about the Scorpio King's life or death. In his opinion, the Scorpio King was no longer a match for him. More importantly, the divine sword. Once he grasped such a powerful divine sword, he would definitely be able to display extremely terrifying strength. When the time was right, he would become an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. He would enjoy the feeling of being high and mighty. At the thought of this, he was incomparably happy. His power directly penetrated the Scorpio King's body. At that moment, the Scorpio King was already on the verge of collapse under the power of the Taiji divine sword. The Blood River King's final blow ended his life. At that moment, the Blood River King directly arrived in front of him and said with a grin, "Look, you still died in my hands. Why bother?" At that moment, he was immensely proud and excited. His palm landed on the Scorpio King's body, and then he directly said, "Old Scorpio, don't worry. I will help you devour your source energy." To be honest, this really makes me excited. Your source energy can be considered powerful and can help me better become the Emperor of Shura. Then you can go in peace. At that moment, the divine sword was right beside him, so he wasn't in a hurry. His current plan was to refine the Scorpio King's source energy, because only by doing so could he recover his strength in the shortest amount of time and even improve himself further. In fact, he was very clear that his greatest enemy was never Su Yan or the Scorpio King, but the powerful existence behind Su Yan who could contend against heaven's will. Of course, the Blood River King had never thought of fighting against that mysterious and powerful existence. It was too unrealistic. His thoughts were actually very simple, and that was to escape. Since Su Yan was an invader, then that powerful and mysterious existence was undoubtedly an invader as well. However, he didn't care. Such a troublesome matter should be left to those true powerhouses to deal with. What he needed to do now was to take care of his own affairs. Therefore, he had already decided that after refining the Scorpio King's source energy, the first thing he would do was to take the divine sword and leave this place. Chapter 1034. Female Literature. This was because he had a guess in his heart. Furthermore, it was a very definite guess. That sword did not belong to Su Yan at all, but to that mysterious and unfathomable existence. When he had first met Su Yan had only been a green-faced Shura. Of course, he also knew that this definitely wasn't his true strength. He was hiding it, but it definitely wouldn't be too strong. How could such a person possess a divine sword? Divine objects belonged to the virtuous. In other words, only people with strength could possess them. As for Su Yan, in his eyes, Su Yan was just a piece of trash. Only an existence that could contend against the will of the heavens could possess the sword. To be honest, he was actually the most nervous right now, because he didn't know what to do with the sword if that mysterious and powerful existence wanted to take it away. Would he be able to hold on? This was definitely an extremely risky thing to do. However, for his own sake and to make himself stronger, he still decided to take this risk. His power covered the Scorpio King's origin source. Devouring the Scorpio King's origin source was only the first step, but it was also the most important step. However, at that moment, a cold voice was heard. "That belongs to me." When this voice appeared, the Blood River Monarch's hand immediately froze in place, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? This brat is actually still alive. He was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How could this brat still be alive? How could he still be alive? The Blood River Monarch's previous attack had been prepared for the Shura Emperor. After this attack, that fellow's aura had been completely devoured by the Blood River Monarch's power. However, Su Yan's voice was extremely clear at this moment. While he was in a daze, the Taiji divine sword suddenly shone brightly. The icy blue and crimson colors intertwined at this moment, erupting with an incomparably powerful force. What? How is this possible? His heart was filled with shock. He had never expected that the divine sword would actually erupt with such a powerful force at this moment. However, even though he was shocked, he immediately dodged the attack. After all, the Blood River King was the Blood River King. His strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. However, at this moment, he looked at Su Yan with eyes full of resentment. Su Yan's sudden appearance gave him tremendous pressure. At this moment, he was trembling all over. He could not imagine how a person who should have died would appear here. His gaze finally landed on Su Yan. At this moment, even he was stunned by Su Yan's miserable appearance. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was not intact. He could be described as incomplete. However, Su Yan's smile made him feel dazzled. He had to admit that he really hated Su Yan's smile. It was a kind of confidence that made him feel as if he could control everything in his hands. This guy was clearly a loser. He was just lucky enough to be chosen by a big shot. Why was he so confident? You're actually still alive? You're like a bedbug. How could someone like you reach this level? This really pisses me off. Do you think you can win just because you have the divine sword? The Blood River King said furiously. At this time, he had already begun to gasp for breath. In the face of his words, Su Yan laughed and said, "Actually, you are right. I am indeed a small character. However, I want to live on. Not only that, I want to live on. Not only that, I want to live well. Therefore, I can only smile and live on. Blood River King, you've already had thoughts of killing me. Let's end this here and now. You can die now." As Su Yan's words fell, a rainbow light suddenly appeared. The terrifying radiance that suddenly shone directly rushed into the sky at this moment. How could the Blood River King not recognize this blood-red light? That was the power of the Blood River that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. However, at this time, Su Yan easily displayed his power. How is this possible? How can you use the power of the Blood River? At this time, he was unwilling to believe it. You won't understand even if I tell you too much. Since that's the case, it's better to die quietly. His sword finally fell at this moment, and the powerful and terrifying light completely engulfed him. Su Yan looked at the Blood River King, who was swallowed by that power, and was silent for a while. Not long ago, he was in so much pain from this terrifying power that he was on the verge of death. Fortunately, the power of the highest did not disappoint him in the end. In the end, he managed to analyze the extremely powerful energy and integrate it into his body. It wasn't until this power had completely merged with his body that he was able to calm himself down. When all this was done, even he did not dare to believe that he had actually done it. Just a moment ago, he was really too impulsive. Although he had always liked to take risks when doing things, he would never do something like this. However, he still did it. Looks like it's the wretched heavens will playing tricks again. He had already vaguely guessed that it was most likely the wretched heavens will playing tricks again. If it were not for this wretched heaven's will, he would never have been so impulsive. This terrifying heaven's will was really all-pervasive. He could not directly change Su Yan's mind. However, he could continuously magnify the desire and thoughts in Su Yan's heart. If it were not for the power of the highest sword soul that allowed him to forcibly endure it and complete the devouring of the power, he might have really died this time. This wretched God Punisher, didn't he just boast that he could completely block the power of heaven's will? In the end, I still let the will of the heavens affect me. Of course, he was only grumbling. He actually knew very well that he still had to rely on himself for everything in the end. He walked in front of the Blood River King and the Scorpio King. At this moment, he was naturally going to devour the origins of these two kings. However, at this moment, the will of the Godslayer's sword suddenly projected down. Su Yan brat, damn it, I'm in trouble this time. I won't be able to return to your body for a while. Su Yan was stunned. That B****starred deity sword, to think that he would send such a message at this moment. However, looking at his current appearance, it was clear that this guy had done something shameful. This guy was really too arrogant. He dared to do anything, which made Su Yan feel extremely helpless. However, if even he himself said that it was trouble, then it was most likely not a small matter. After all, although this guy was arrogant, he did have the capital to do so. Back then, several Dragon King had joined forces, but one of them had been killed by him. However, this time, he had provoked Heaven's will. Even the newly born Heaven's will that he mentioned was an existence that Su Yan couldn't imagine. But don't worry. Heaven's will won't target you during this period of time. So do well. If you can find the Shura cave, just go back. There's no need to wait for me. His last words were still lingering in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, but the bastard himself had completely disappeared. What an irresponsible guy. But it doesn't matter. He is him and I am me. To be honest, he has protected me for a long time. I have to rely on myself to walk the path. Besides, it might not be a good thing for him to exist in my body. Su Yan fell into deep thought. He directly put the origins of the two kings into the red sword box. The red parting sword scabbard contained the fragments of the Godslayer sword. Even the bodies of two kings could be sealed within. After doing all this, Su Yan immediately fled. He knew very well that he had to leave this place at this time. The Blood River King was already dead. The Scorpio King was also dead. The terrifying destructive power had turned the surroundings into ruins. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to get close to this place. However, Su Yan knew very well that his opponent was never an ordinary Shura. The Godslayer sword had already entered the sky and was entangled with heaven's will. At this time, he could only take care of himself. He wouldn't forget that there was an extremely terrifying powerhouse in this area. That powerhouse was the King of Destruction. There was no way that the King of Destruction hadn't noticed what had happened here. Su Yan didn't know why he hadn't appeared yet, but Su Yan had a certain understanding of this proud king. He definitely wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. Everything that had happened now might very well arouse his interest. If he came, it would be hard to say whether he could escape directly. Of course, there was also the Emperor of Tianxing. The Emperor of Tianxing could already comprehend heaven's will. At that time, the Shura heavens will had once again focused on Luo Yunyang because of this Emperor of Tianxing. In that case, he would definitely come to kill Luo Yunyang. In his current state, Luo Yunyang didn't have the slightest chance of winning against the Emperor of Tianxing. Therefore, his first thought at this time was to escape. Of course, he couldn't just randomly escape. Although the Shura realm was huge, if an emperor descended and wanted to capture Luo Yunyang, especially when he was in such a weak state, it probably wouldn't cost too much. Su Yan's body flickered again and again. In just an instant, he had already arrived in the blood-red river. This blood-red river was full of mysterious and immortal power. The Blood River King had obtained power from this long river, allowing him to become stronger step by step until he became the King of Shura. Chapter 1035. Female Literature. Therefore, Su Yan's current plan was to hide himself in the Blood River. Su Yan was really unfamiliar with this Blood River. If it was in the past, he would never have dared to enter this place because entering this unfamiliar place was likely to lead to death. But now, it was different. He had analyzed the power of the Blood River King and had a certain understanding of the Blood River's power. He could adapt to the Blood River to the greatest extent. Without any hesitation, he directly rushed into the Blood River. The moment he entered the River of Blood, an extremely powerful force rushed towards him. Such power was like the roaring of mountains and rivers. The terrifying aura made Su Yan almost unable to breathe. This was his first reaction after entering the Blood River. But in the next moment, his power began to circulate, and the pressure slowly decreased. At this time, Su Yan's aura slowly rose. The power of the zenith began to devour the power contained within the blood-colored river. Su Yan was overjoyed. It would be best if he could adapt to it. Once he got used to this place, he immediately sank his body down and headed for a deeper place. Not long after Su Yan had sunk into the Blood River, the Blood River city that had already turned into ruins welcomed its first guest. This guest was none other than the King of Destruction. He quietly appeared here. At this time, he looked at the ruins of the city, but his expression didn't change. The Blood River King was his enemy. The two of them were enemies, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Of course, unlike the Scorpio King, he had never suffered a loss in the hands of the Blood River King. On the contrary, it was the Blood River King who had suffered a lot in his hands. This was due to his extremely powerful strength. The path that the Destruction King took was very simple, which was to have absolutely terrifying destructive power. His power of destruction was far more overbearing than the Blood River King's power. Therefore, although the Blood River King hated the Destruction King very much, he had to admit that he couldn't do anything to this opponent. The last time the King of Destruction had come here, he had used his immense power to suppress the city and had met with great resistance. But at this time, the Blood River City was no longer there. Blood River City has already been destroyed. Looks like Blood River is already dead. As his old rival, the importance of Blood River City to the Blood River King was clear to him. But at this time, Blood River City no longer existed, which meant that the Blood River King was already dead. However, he didn't feel anything about Blood River King's death. In his opinion, life and death were very ordinary things. Blood River King's strength was not enough, his luck was not good, but it was not important. Death was death. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. There, an extremely powerful aura was heading over. This aura was so strong that even he was a little surprised. This was an expert who was not weaker than him. Of course, this was even above him. However, this was only in terms of aura. If a real battle were to happen, it would be hard to say who would be stronger and who would be weaker. What's wrong, Destruction King? Are you the one who destroyed Blood River City? This expert's voice had already reached this place before he had even arrived. Obviously, this expert knew the Destruction King. However, this wasn't strange. Although the Destruction King lived in a remote place, he was still a powerful Shura king. Moreover, among the Shura kings, his combat strength was not unparalleled, but he was already one of the top existences. No one would underestimate such an existence. It's actually you? The corners of the Destruction King's mouth twitched slightly. After hearing this person's voice, he naturally knew who this person was. His title was the Heavenly Fire King. He was most proficient in Shura fire. Very early on, he was also a very powerful king. He was famous for his combat strength. Shura fire was already domineering, and in addition to his strength and terror. At that time, he was almost the #1 Shura king. Unfortunately, he was defeated in the end. The person who defeated him wasn't the Emperor of Shura. Instead, it was another Shura king. This person was none other than the Destruction King. At that time, the Destruction King 8 directly defeated him and replaced him. However, after that, the Destruction King came to this place, and for a time, his reputation fell. Haha, Destruction, don't you feel happy to see me? The Heavenly Fire King was a very reserved person. His aura was even more reserved than the Blood River King. It was as if he was just an ordinary Shura king with no strength. This was completely different from back then. Back then, his entire body was covered in the color of flames. He was like a fire god who descended from the sky. At this time, the Destruction King said, "The heavenly fire has become a lot stronger." As powerful as the Destruction King was, he naturally couldn't see the superficial surface. He saw an extremely powerful and terrifying aura from this man. Haha, your eyesight is very sharp. That's right. I have already reached the half-step Emperor realm. Why, Destruction? Do you want to fight with me again? As he spoke, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. An extremely terrifying oppressive force directly pressed down on the Destruction King. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted and wanted to destroy everything in this world. The Destruction King was unmoved by this sudden and terrifying power. He didn't even release his aura. He only said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you are no match for me." This indifferent sentence infuriated the Heavenly Fire. However, it also made the Heavenly Fire retract his aura and power. Although he was extremely unwilling to accept this, he still accepted this fact. He knew that the Destruction King would never lie or boast. Since he had said so, then this was the truth. Of course, if it had been someone else, even if the Blood River King had said so, the Heavenly Fire King would have attacked without hesitation and burned that person to ashes. However, he wouldn't do that to this person. Back then, the Heavenly Fire King had already understood that the Destruction King was a true genius. Even if the Destruction King told him now that he could defeat the Emperor of Shura, the Heavenly Fire King wouldn't be surprised at all. This was because the Destruction King was a Shura who had defeated him. Even if you can defeat me, you still can't become the Emperor of Shura. For the long years, temporary combat strength was meaningless. Only one's realm was the best proof. You don't need much. You should understand that I will definitely become the Emperor of Shura before you as long as I am willing. This sentence vividly displayed his confidence. The Heavenly Fire King didn't refute. He definitely wouldn't continue to discuss this matter. Discussing this issue with the Destruction King was simply asking for a snub. He said, Blood River City has been destroyed, and the Scorpio King is also dead. Destruction, did you do all of this? The King of Destruction ignored him and only said, What? Your master asked you to come. Didn't he tell you anything? The King of Destruction asked back. Back then, the Heavenly Fire King was disheartened after being defeated by him. At this time, he had become the #1 general under the Emperor of Tianxing. It was also because of the Emperor of Tianxing that he was able to reach the half-step Emperor realm. Unfortunately, it was also because of the Emperor of Tianxing that he had lost the possibility of advancing further. Is there really such a kid? A blue-faced Shura can resist the power of the Emperor's eyes. Could it be that the Scorpio King and the Blood River King were both killed by him? If it was not for the Emperor of Tianxing's personal order, the King of Destruction would never believe that there was such a ferocious blue-faced Shura in this world. I don't know the details, but I've fought with this kid before. He's indeed very strange. Moreover, there's an extremely powerful and terrifying existence behind him, the King of Destruction said. The Heavenly Fire King said, The Emperor has already said that that powerful and mysterious existence can't even take care of himself at this time. He won't be able to make a move for the time being. The reason why the Emperor can't come personally is also related to him. He continued, This time, my goal is to capture this little thing. The King of Destruction shook his head and said, Are you the only one who came? It seems that the Emperor of Tianxing's arrogant personality hasn't changed. The Heavenly Fire King said coldly, What? What do you mean? The King of Destruction said, In other words, you're not good enough. The Heavenly Fire King was furious, but he did not dare to do anything to the King of Destruction because if the two of them fought, he was not confident. Destruction, I don't want to argue with you. I can't sense that guy's aura now, so I hope you can help me and tell me where that kid is. If it wasn't for the Emperor's mission, he wouldn't have been so humble. Unfortunately, he had no other choice at this time. He could only do this. The King of Destruction looked at him and suddenly smiled. Then he said, I don't know where that kid is either. I only dealt with him once. So, you should slowly search for him. I believe that with your ability, you'll definitely be able to find him. After saying that, he ignored the other party's murderous gaze and left arrogantly. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire King looked at the King of Destruction who was leaving with a gloomy expression. Destruction, do you really think you can continue to be arrogant? The Heavenly Will has recovered, and the rules are about to change. When that time comes, I'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm. I'll definitely kill you. He was naturally polite when speaking to the King of Destruction, but the King of Destruction was the person who had knocked him down from the high and mighty throne. How could he not be angry? As long as there was a chance, he would definitely make the King of Destruction regret it. Chapter 1036. Female Literature. However, at this time, he knew that he was not a match for the King of Destruction. This guy looked calm, but in fact, he was a madman. Once they really fought, it would be a situation where one would not rest until one of them was dead. This was an absolutely crazy guy. Back then, he was defeated by this kind of madness. Over the past few years, he had made some progress in his cultivation base with the guidance and assistance of the Tianxing sovereign, but he wasn't confident that he would be able to defeat the King of Destruction. However, after meeting the King of Destruction, this thought became even more firm. This guy's strength and madness were absolutely unimaginable. Now, the most important thing for him was to find Su Yan. If he did not find this Su Yan, then he would become extremely passive. This was not a good thing. He was a subordinate of the Sky Punishment Emperor. To put it bluntly, even he himself knew that he was just a dog with some ability. If the Emperor of Tianxing was not satisfied with him, he could be killed at any time even if he was a half-step emperor. Once he became someone else's subordinate, it was not a good thing even if the person he was working for was a ruler or even great Shura. Because in this way, everything you have is built on his foundation. To put it bluntly, if he wanted you to live, you would live. If he wanted you to die, you had no choice but to die. Not long ago, when the Scorpio King swore loyalty to the Emperor of Tianxing, he was not happy. Of course, everything had to be looked at from two sides. Once he became a subordinate, at least many things that he could not do before could be easily done now. For example, becoming a half-step emperor was also an honor to be able to become a subordinate of the emperor of Tianxing and work for him. Not just any Shura could have such an honor. The king of destruction had left. This hateful guy did not leave any clues for him. In this case, he could only rely on himself to find clues. His divine sense radiated outwards. At his level, his divine sense was extremely powerful. As long as it was a place he wanted to see, then everything would appear clearly in his true sight. In fact, before he arrived, he had already spread out his divine sense. Even when he was communicating with the king of destruction, he didn't stop searching. However, in the surroundings of the destroyed Blood River City, everything seemed to have disappeared. There were many corpses in the surroundings. This was Shura who had been killed by the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. Therefore, in this world, the weak were actually very pitiful. Without strength, even death was not an option. Not long after, the Heavenly Fire King finally retracted his divine sense. Damn it, no, not at all. How could this brat be so fast? He has already left the range of my divine sense. The Heavenly Fire King was incomparably furious. If he really let this brat escape like this, then where would his face go? Impossible. This brat had just experienced an incomparably intense battle. If the battle was really one-sided, then this place definitely wouldn't have such an aura. The power of the crystal, that's the aura of that idiot Scorpio King, and the power of the Blood River. What a dense power of the Blood River. Blood River, the Blood River. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fire King thought of something. That's right, this brat can't have disappeared for no reason. His speed can't be so fast after the battle. Moreover, since the Heavenly Punishment Emperor asked me to come, then he knows that this guy is definitely nearby at this moment. Since that's the case, then I have a trace to follow. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he was already at the edge of the Blood River. The surging Blood River was incomparably vast. The wide surface of the long river was so shocking. At this moment, he radiated his power and finally found some clues. Good fella, you're indeed meticulous and very capable. You actually knew to hide in the Blood River. Unfortunately, no matter how cunning you are, you won't be able to escape my eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly because he finally discovered a power fluctuation that did not dissolve in the Blood River. If it was not for his powerful spiritual sense, which had reached the level of a half-step ruler, he would not have been able to discover it at all. Nevertheless, since he had discovered it in his opinion, Su Yan would definitely not be able to escape. Heavenly Fire's cause, line of heaven. At this moment, an item suddenly appeared in his hand. It looked like an ordinary metal line. Nonetheless, it was covered with an extremely fearsome power law. It was not an ordinary power but a kind of law. It was precisely because of the existence of this law that the power within was awe-inspiring. At this moment, the power slowly derived. This kind of power was directly connected to fate. This item was not the Heavenly Fire King's treasure, but it was given to him by the Heavenly Punishment Emperor. The most powerful thing about this item was that it could track the fate and karma of others through a little bit of aura. The Heavenly Fire King used his spiritual sense to track it and finally found traces of Su Yan's aura. Therefore, at the next moment, he immediately unfolded the line of heaven. Not long after, Su Yan's position actually appeared in his spiritual sense. This fella actually hid in such a deep place. This completely shocked him. This place was actually very dangerous. The Blood River's path was one of the paths that many Shura knew about, and it was an extremely powerful path. They all knew that the source of this path was the Blood River. However, there were very few Shura who could cultivate this path because the Blood River was simply too dangerous. Even the Shura King could only count on one hand the number of people who could enter the depths of the Blood River without dying. The Blood River King was already an anomaly for being able to reach this level. However, if he wanted to become even more powerful, he had to dive deeper. Unfortunately, he clearly did not have the strength to do so at this time. However, Su Yan's current position was already very deep. Perhaps the Blood River King could only go a little deeper than him. No wonder this fella was able to attract the attention of the imperial capital. Looks like he's an interesting intruder. A layer of flames suddenly appeared around the Heavenly Fire King. This layer of flames formed a few extremely small spaces that sealed him inside. Splash! At this moment, he had already dived into the Blood River. The moment he entered the Blood River, a powerful pressure immediately rushed toward him. "I hate this smell, and I hate this power even more," he muttered, and went straight into the depths. What he did not know was that just as he dived into the Blood River, the King of Destruction quietly appeared. The King of Destruction was able to tail him without the Heavenly Fire King noticing. This showed that the King of Destruction was indeed much stronger than the Heavenly Fire King. However, the King of Destruction did not jump into the Blood River at this time. Instead, he found a place by the river and sat down. At this moment, he was very calm. His aura gradually disappeared. Unknowingly, he seemed to have merged with the world. His realm was really powerful. This was a state of returning to one's original state. Among the powerhouses at this level that Su Yan knew, it was very difficult for anyone to compete with him. Even Zhang Zhe, who was extremely powerful among the Dao Masters, seemed to be at this level. For those powerhouses who pursued transcendence, becoming a Dao Master was the real beginning. The path of the Great Dao was long. No one could say that they had reached the end. At this moment, Su Yan was using the power of the Grand Supreme to analyze and adapt to the power here. The God-Slayer sword had said that the Blood River was a very interesting existence. However, this guy's interesting could only be described as terrifying in other people's worlds. At this time, his strength was rising little by little. At this time, his injuries had basically recovered. At the same time, he began to plunder the power source of the two Shura kings. Among them, the Scorpio King's crystal battle physique was of great significance to Su Yan. As Su Yan continued to improve and comprehend the power of the Grand Supreme, his offensive means were constantly strengthened. His fighting strength also became more terrifying. However, compared to his offensive power, his defensive power was much weaker. The invincible golden body seemed to have reached its limit. It was very difficult for him to improve it again. Every time he fought, he would almost always use his physical body to resist the attacks. In this way, although he was constantly tempering his physical body, in fact, this was also an extremely dangerous action. This was because there was bound to be a limit to one's physical body. If he wanted to face stronger opponents, he had to greatly improve his physical body and defensive power. The crystal battle physique was what he lacked. After analyzing it with the power of the Grand Supreme, he began to slowly analyze this kind of power. Then, his aura gradually increased. He analyzed the secrets of the crystal battle physique bit by bit and then combined it with the invincible golden body. This made his strength even more terrifying. It was at this moment that his thoughts trembled slightly. This was a very bad feeling. It was as if a sharp needle was pricking his nerves. A crisis had arrived. Sure enough, no matter what happens, it's impossible for everything to go smoothly. Then, where does this crisis come from? Is it the crisis in the Blood River or the Emperor of Tianxing? Su Yan had already determined that the crisis he was feeling now came from the Emperor of Tianxing. Chapter 1037. Female Literature. In fact, he had already gained a firm foothold in the long river of blood. This was because his supreme power had gradually adapted to the pressure here. As long as he did not rashly enter the river, there should not be any new dangers. This sense of danger could only be because of the tracker. Of course, the threat he analyzed at the beginning actually came from two sources. One of them was the King of Destruction. In Su Yan's eyes, the King of Destruction was an existence even more powerful than the King of Blood River. The King of Blood River might think that he was inferior to the King of Destruction, but as long as he was within the range of Blood River City, the King of Destruction would not be able to do anything to him. However, only Su Yan knew that this was simply absurd. He had fought the King of Destruction before, although at that time, it seemed to be a draw. Even after the battle, Su Yan felt that the King of Destruction was not that powerful compared to the King of Blood River. He had even grasped and analyzed a portion of the power of destruction during the battle. But now, he did not think so. This was because as his strength increased, his knowledge and vision naturally increased as well. In his memories, he could clearly sense how powerful and terrifying the other party was. After every battle, the recollection and contemplation could make one stronger. This had already become a habit of Su Yan's. He realized that during the battle, the King of Destruction did not hold back on the surface, but in reality, this guy's every attack was so calm. To use a word, it was with ease. His control of his attacks was really good, just reaching the limit of Su Yan's endurance. It was extremely strenuous for Su Yan, but it was not beyond what he could bear. Just the control of this power alone was enough to shock Su Yan. He knew that the King of Blood River definitely could not reach this level. And as he continued to use the power of destruction, his fear of the King of Destruction deepened. However, this time, he was sure that the one entering the River of Blood was definitely not the King of Destruction. It was a trick set up by the Emperor of Tianxing. Since you're here, I'll give you a surprise. The people sent by the Sky Punisher Emperor were definitely not weak. At the very least, the Scorpio King from last time wasn't weak, but he had died here. Therefore, the people sent this time would definitely be stronger than the Scorpio King. This guy was indeed powerful. He was actually able to find him hiding in the Blood River. However, the thing he shouldn't have done the most was to allow himself to enter the River of Blood. He thought that he had entered the Blood River to hide, but he did not know that the Blood River had become half of his home ground, at least at this level. The Blood River King's Blood River Strangulation is very powerful. I wonder if you can withstand it. Su Yan himself had experienced the power of the Blood River Strangulation. He clearly knew how terrifying its power was. When that powerful force erupted, it was enough to engulf everything. Of course, there was a prerequisite. First, there had to be an extremely powerful energy accumulation. At this time, Su Yan naturally couldn't be compared to the Blood River King's 1,000 years of accumulation. But even so, this was still a very terrifying move. First, the previous attack was prepared by the Blood River King for the Shura Emperor. However, the one chasing after him didn't seem to be the Shura Emperor. This was his opportunity. Second, this was the Blood River. Of course, Su Yan's Blood River couldn't engulf everything, but the power within was already extremely terrifying. He had the power of the Zenith. With the power of the Zenith, he could directly extract the power of the river and form a terrifying attack. Of course, he didn't expect this attack to kill the other party directly. It was enough to injure the other party. The Skyfire King's speed was constantly increasing. Although the deeper he went into the Blood River, the greater the pressure he felt, it was nothing to him. Under the encirclement of the Shura fire, the pressure couldn't harm him for the time being. Well, this kid has stopped. It seems that he has reached his limit, so he can't continue to go deeper. However, he can be considered very powerful to be able to reach this point. No wonder the Sky Punishment Emperor thinks highly of him. At this time, his interest was piqued. After cultivating for so many years, he seemed to have no opponents under the Shura Emperor. Of course, he wouldn't provoke a lunatic like the King of Destruction. Since Su Yan could kill the Blood River King and the Sky Scorpion King, he should have some means. Of course, he was very clear that this guy had most likely used some other means to achieve this. However, this didn't change his fate. At this time, his speed was directly raised to the extreme. The distance between him and Su Yan wasn't far. Of course, he gradually felt the pressure from the Blood River. When he entered a region, the pressure suddenly became even stronger. This kind of increase in strength was simply an exponential increase. Even the power of his heavenly fire trembled at this time. What a powerful force. No wonder countless people have failed in the Blood River. However, I'm a half-step emperor. How can this little bit of power do anything to me? The Heavenly Fire King said confidently. But at this moment, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly realized that he had actually lost track of Su Yan's aura. This kid's aura has disappeared. Could it be that this kid finally couldn't withstand the pressure of the Blood River and was destroyed by it? This wasn't impossible. Even he felt that this was an extremely powerful force, and he also felt the pressure. let alone that kid? He had just been seriously injured. It was impossible for him to have such a powerful force. However, at this time, a thought suddenly appeared. At the same time, Su Yan's aura appeared in his perception. He felt that Su Yan was actually beside him. Welcome to the Blood River world. This was the thought transmitted by Su Yan. The Heavenly Fire King was startled at first, then he immediately laughed out loud. Ah, how interesting. So a little bug like you actually discovered my arrival. Since you discovered my arrival, not only did you not escape, but you also waited here for my arrival. This is really interesting. The Heavenly Fire King immediately realized that Su Yan was waiting for him here. However, even so, he didn't panic at all. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even in the Blood River, he had absolute confidence that he could capture Su Yan. You know what? If you had continued to flee, perhaps I would have found it a little troublesome. After all, it isn't easy to enter the depths of the Blood River. But it's a pity that you've been waiting for me here. He wasn't wrong. If Su Yan entered the Blood River world, he would naturally have to enter as well. He was still filled with fear and apprehension toward the unknown Blood River world. However, Su Yan just had to wait here for his arrival. To him, this place was still within an acceptable range. At this moment, his power erupted and he immediately wanted to attack Su Yan. However, Su Yan said, "Why? Didn't you notice that the increase in pressure is a little too much?" Su Yan's words made the Heavenly Fire King's heart skip a beat. How could he not have noticed? However, he was too unfamiliar with the Blood River world. In his opinion, the changes at this moment were considered normal. However, when Su Yan suddenly mentioned it, he immediately realized that this was an extremely abnormal matter. In that case, this is a method that you set up yourself. Ah, how interesting. I really didn't expect a little bug like you to be so bold. At this time, not only are you not afraid of me, but you even dare to set up a trap at this time. How bold. As he spoke, his power had already rushed towards Su Yan. He didn't care if Su Yan still had any tricks up his sleeve. He believed that everything was built on absolute strength. Therefore, he didn't care what Su Yan had set up. He would take the initiative to gain the upper hand. At this moment, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. His power erupted to the extreme at this moment, and an invisible flame appeared directly. Even in the blood-red river, the power of this flame was still so terrifying. That extremely huge power at this time turned into a huge wave, directly bombarding Su Yan. Regal sword escape. Su Yan was shocked. This guy's speed had exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect this guy to be so fast. He had never fought with the Heavenly Fire King before, but his intuition told him that this attack was definitely not something he could take head-on. Therefore, at this moment, his body immediately disappeared on the spot. Almost at the moment when he disappeared, the powerful force immediately flashed by. The terrifying heavenly fire actually created a vacuum in the blood-red river. This kind of power was simply incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, Su Yan avoided this attack in time. Otherwise, with his current state, he was afraid that he would suffer a great loss. You can actually avoid my attack. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire King's eyes darkened. He was surprised that Su Yan could avoid his attack. At this moment, Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of what I've prepared for you. The moment his voice fell, an extremely violent power directly rose at this moment. The terrifying power immediately turned into an extremely terrifying hurricane at this moment. Chapter 1038. Female Literature, Blood River Strangulation. Su Yan suddenly roared out. At this moment, his strength had been raised to the extreme. That kind of terrifying power had been raised to the extreme at this time. At this moment, his aura was even more terrifying. With these words, the blood river in this area seemed to have come to life at this time, and a terrible power followed at this time. At this time, the violent power directly turned into an incomparably powerful dragon, immediately enveloping the king of heavenly fire within it. I really didn't expect a kid like you to possess such great power. Su Yan's attack had given him a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect Su Yan's power to be so terrifying. This level of strangling power was enough to cause him enough damage. No, this is Blood River King's power. Boy, you can actually use his power. No wonder you chose to come here. Faced with such a powerful strangling force, Heavenly Fire King's complexion couldn't help but change. At this moment, his power was constantly surging. At this time, he could no longer hide his strength. He deeply understood that if he continued to hide his strength, he would be in danger of dying. Su Yan's ambush had given him such a pleasant surprise. This was something he couldn't imagine. However, the attack was already in front of him. It was useless even if he didn't believe it. The most important thing now was to neutralize this power. At this moment, his Azura fire spread out. As expected of the powerful existence known for the Shura fire. When the flame appeared, the Blood River's water seemed to have evaporated. Kid, you want to kill me? You're dreaming. I'll let you know that my name is the Skyfire King. I'll make you die under the Shura fire. His voice was cold and cruel. At this moment, Su Yan said, I thought the Emperor of Tianxing would ask you to capture me alive. The Skyfire King was speechless. You're stubborn. At this moment, the flames suddenly expanded. The terrifying power had increased dozens of times in an instant. Although Su Yan looked relaxed on the surface, he didn't dare to relax at all. He had used the Shura fire before and had a certain understanding of this flame. He clearly knew that it was impossible for him to use the Shura fire to this extent with his current strength. No wonder he could become the Skyfire King. His strength was indeed terrifying. However, the strangulation power of the Blood River wasn't weak. He would be too naive if he thought this was enough. The real show had only just begun. Explode. At this time, he directly integrated all his power into it. At this moment, an extremely terrifying vortex immediately appeared at this moment. The terrifying power swept up at this moment, as if a terrifying shadow had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The power was so terrifying that the Heavenly Fire King immediately felt that his body had become 10 times heavier than before. Moreover, this pressure was constantly increasing. At this moment, the Skyfire King's expression had become very unsightly. He originally thought that this little thing would be able to do something. Even if it was arranged in advance, he would still be able to deal with it calmly. However, he realized that he had really underestimated the other party. At this moment, he recalled that the Emperor of Tianxing had told him not to be careless and to be careful. However, he didn't expect that he would still make such a mistake. However, he wouldn't regret it. Regret was the matter of cowards. Now that he had fallen into the trap, what he had to do was to break out of it. You actually learned the Blood River King's method. Good, very good. At this moment, his powers suddenly erupted. The powerful Shura fire condensed in his hand. In the end, the Shura fire turned into a flaming saber. The flaming saber was so dazzling at this moment. The power it contained was so strong that it seemed to be able to annihilate everything in its path. I'll let you see my Skyfire saber. The Skyfire saber was raised and a terrifying power condensed at this moment. At this moment, the King of Destruction, who was on the shore, suddenly said, he actually used the Skyfire saber. This Su Yan really surprised me. The King of Destruction was really a powerful existence. At this time, everything that happened under the Blood River couldn't escape his eyes. From this, it could be seen how powerful his divine will was. At this moment, the power of the Skyfire saber erupted. The energy boundary condensed by Su Yan immediately suffered a huge impact. The terrifying vortex formed by the Blood River kept shaking at this moment. So strong. Su Yan couldn't help but blurt out. His Blood River strangulation was naturally not as powerful as the one deployed by the Blood River King. However, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. After all, this was a powerful attack that was directly extracted from the Blood River with the power of the highest. However, not only did the Heavenly Fire King not succumb to this attack, but he also became more and more courageous. At this moment, he actually showed signs of breaking free from this terrifying power. How terrifying was this? How terrifying was this power? How terrifying was this power? However, such a powerful Skyfire didn't make Su Yan feel afraid. Instead, it aroused Su Yan's fighting spirit. Even Su Yan himself didn't know how to describe it. In this world, his desire to fight became stronger and stronger. It was as if there was a flame burning in his heart, constantly telling him to fight crazily. Furthermore, he had to keep on fighting. Only in this way could he become the most powerful existence. Even though he was still too far away from this goal, he was still full of confidence in himself. Su Yan urged his power to the extreme and even started to burn the source power of the Blood River King. He had brought the corpses of the Blood River King and the Scorpion King with him in the hope that he could directly devour their source power and use it to reach an extremely powerful and terrifying level. However, at this point, he couldn't wait any longer and directly burned the source power of the Blood River King. In fact, the Skyfire King was still trapped in the Blood River strangulation, so Su Yan could have just escaped. If that was the case, he would have enough time. Even if the Blood River King caught up to him again, the Blood River King probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Su Yan didn't want to do that at this point in time. Right now, there was an extremely burning thought in his mind, and that was victory. Only victory after victory would be the best interpretation of himself. His power gradually swayed, and in the end, it formed an extremely terrifying vortex. Skyfire King, huh? Hee, I know your name, but unfortunately, I will soon forget your name. I am a forgetful person. I won't remember the names of those who were killed by me, because for me, clinging to the past is not a pleasant thing. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had condensed to the extreme, and his pupils had turned into a true blood-red color. At this time, his strength was rising bit by bit. Extremely terrifying power was constantly condensing, and the water of the blood river seemed to have sensed an inexplicable summon. Such powerful power continued to condense and eventually turned into an extremely terrifying giant. It was the Blood Giant. If the Blood River Monarch was still alive, he would definitely be extremely unwilling to accept this. After all, even he couldn't condense the Blood Giant. But now, it was condensing in Su Yan's hand. It didn't mean that Su Yan's power was stronger than his, but it was because Su Yan's power was pure. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt as if there was a will from the unseen world coming towards his body. A voice was constantly shouting at him, "God, God." It was a language that he did not know at all, but its meaning was so clearly engraved in his sea of consciousness. This will did not have the slightest intention of taking over his body, but it was inciting him to make a move, inciting him to continuously devour the power of the Blood River. Su Yan's body was like a boiling volcano at this moment. The feeling of incomparable expansion was so clear, powerful, and terrifying at this moment. At this moment, the Skyfire King, who was constantly attacking the Blood River, suddenly raised his head and his gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan's appearance directly fell into his mind. That's the Blood Guard. Legend has it that the Blood River is the incarnation of a supreme being after his death. The Blood River contains the true essence of his will. Those who want to become stronger dauntlessly enter the Blood River and head towards the depths in order to find the will left behind by the Supreme Being. But since ancient times, no one has succeeded. So why is the Blood Giant condensing behind this kid at this time? This was the reason why the Skyfire King was shocked. He was very clear about this power, but he didn't expect it to condense behind him. However, Su Yan was clearly not from this Shura world. He was just an invader. Chapter 1039. Female Literature. But what did he see? He saw that the Blood River had chosen this kid. Although the appearance of the blood-colored giant didn't mean anything, it did mean that the will of the blood-colored river didn't reject him. Su Yan thought that he had directly burned the source of the Blood River King's body in exchange for all this. However, the Heavenly Fire King knew that this wasn't the case. He could obtain all this because of the Blood River's own choice. The Heavenly Fire King had once heard from the Tianxing Emperor that the legend of the Blood River was true. The Blood River had its own will. This made his heart waver a little. At this time, he was fighting with Su Yan. At this time, his heart wavered. Even if it was only a slight tremor, it was still a huge flaw. How could Su Yan miss this rare opportunity? Heavenly Fire King, you are too careless. At this moment, his power poured down in torrents. That violent power formed an extremely terrifying path of power. Such a terrifying power was rolling at this moment. That boundless power was constantly rioting at this moment. At this moment his aura had really climbed to the peak. Blood Dragon Impact. At this time, Su Yan's aura was fully mobilized. The terrifying power formed a terrifying blood dragon at this time. As the dragon roared, that boundless majesty directly rushed out at this time. The dragon directly rushed into the blood river strangulation. The Heavenly Fire King's power was already shaking the blood river strangulation. However, at this time, Su Yan directly launched a counterattack. This immediately reversed the original disadvantage. That terrifying aura changed at this time. That unimaginable majesty actually turned into a kind of fear at this moment, rushing towards the Heavenly Fire King's mind. At this time, the Heavenly Fire King directly roared, "Helpless Shura Fire Traveler, infinite fear, not supporting my heart." At this time, such a power directly turned into the most terrifying sound wave at this time, directly rushing towards Su Yan. This Heavenly Fire King was also a powerful fellow. Under such a situation, he was actually able to completely focus his attention and turn it into attack ripples in an instant, turning the situation around once again. At this moment, Su Yan sneered and said, "You want to reverse the situation? It's not that easy." At this time, the blood-colored giant behind Su Yan moved, and an extremely powerful force pressed forward. The moment this power was unleashed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. At this time, the powerful and terrifying aura was raised to the extreme. At this time, even Su Yan himself was in disbelief. When he unleashed this attack, he suddenly felt that the river of blood was moving along with his fist. This blood-red river was filled with an incomparable pressure. Even though his very high power had analyzed part of the rules of the blood river, it could only reduce the resistance by a little. Whether it was him or King of Heavenly Fire, every time they attacked, more than half of their power would be blocked by this terrifying resistance. However, it was different this time. At this time, when his power blasted out, not only was it not blocked, but it was also responded to. Although the response was not strong, it was still an extremely huge factor that could affect the battle at this time. At this time, the Heavenly Fire King's expression changed drastically. Sure enough, when the blood-colored giant appeared, he had already realized that things were not good. However, at that time, he still thought that it might be a coincidence, or maybe it was because of the Blood River King. In short, he had already guessed the possibility of this matter, but he was unwilling to believe it. However, at this time, it was no longer up to him. This terrifying punch was already rushing towards him. At this time, the only thing he could do was to defend. If not for the help of the power of the blood-red river, he would definitely not choose to defend. Instead, he would directly use his own power to attack, using offense as defense. This was his personality, but at this time, he had no choice but to do so. At this time, his Shura flames directly turned into a huge shield. The moment this shield appeared, the terrifying impact was blocked. Damn it! The will of the blood-red river actually chose him. This guy is an invader, a destroyer of the heavenly Tao. But at this time he felt really wronged. He was clearly the protector of this world, and he was killing this hateful invader. But why did the blood-red river choose Su Yan? At this time, Su Yan did not care so much. At this moment, this terrifying power supporting him was absolutely a good thing for him. Although he did not know what would happen in the future, he had already reached this point. Naturally, he would take it one step at a time. Kill. Blood Dragon Ascension. Su Yan's fist finally exploded. That terrifying power turned into endless brilliance at this moment, annihilating everything in its path. At this time, Su Yan felt really good. It was as if he had broken through in an instant. If he could stay in this state, he might really be able to break through. It was a pity that he couldn't do that at this moment. However, it did not matter. He would not be greedy for this sudden breakthrough. It would be fine as long as he could kill this strong enemy now. At this time, the Skyfire Monarch was finally unable to resist. At this time, his body flashed and a huge broadsword appeared. Sword of Heavenly Punishment, slash. That was the weapon bestowed to him by the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment. This Shura sword contained the nomological power of the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment. After obtaining this sword, the Skyfire monarch had been reluctant to use it. This was because once he used it, the sword's power would be consumed and it would disappear. If he could keep this sword, he would be able to comprehend new power from it. However, at this time, he could no longer continue to hide this sword. This was because he knew very well that if he continued to cling to this power, he might die here today and follow in the footsteps of the Scorpio monarch. The moment the sword of heavenly punishment was unleashed, an extremely violent power immediately surged over. This power erupted at this time and swept towards Su Yan with invincible majesty. Even with the help of the blood-red river, the extremely powerful power seemed so fragile before this sword. Damn it! It's the power of the Shura Emperor. When Su Yan fought against the Emperor's Eye, he had already felt this extremely powerful and terrifying power. However, at that time, the power of the Taiji sword was forcefully blocked this power. Moreover, the power of the Emperor's Eye seemed to be much weaker than the current sword of heavenly punishment. At this time, his Taiji sword appeared once again. As soon as the divine sword appeared, a powerful power flowed through his body. The Taiji sword was indeed extremely powerful, but to him, it was also a huge burden. This was because at this moment he was already exhausted. Although it was impossible for there to be a backlash due to the fact that the sword contained his blood, it was impossible for it to backfire. It could still cause harm to his body. However, at the moment of life and death, how could he care about this? The sword slashed down and turned into a cold moon. A terrifying power rushed out at this time. At this moment, the entire blood-red river seemed to be rioting because of the appearance of these two powers. The rioting of the blood-red river was not a good thing for Su Yan or the Skyfire monarch. This was because they were simply unable to withstand such power. Damn it! Is that the divine sword? The divine sword that the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment once mentioned. The moment the Taiji sword appeared, the Skyfire monarch's gaze could no longer leave the divine sword. This sword had a mysterious and unfathomable aura that was constantly attracting him, causing him to urgently want to obtain this sword. Only such a divine sword was worthy of him. If it were any other time, he would have rushed forward to snatch this sword without caring about anything. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so at this time. This was because the blood-red river had already gone berserk. Boy, I hope you won't be swallowed by the blood-red river. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, he directly rose into the air. It was no longer appropriate to stay here any longer. Seeing the Skyfire monarch leave, Su Yan's expression changed. Of course, he knew that the best way at this time was to directly leave the blood-red river. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Although he had analyzed the King of Blood River's power, it could no longer help him reach a deeper place. It was even impossible for him to continue staying here. If he insisted on doing so, perhaps the next moment would be death. However, he also knew one thing. That was, after leaving the blood-red river, he would be similarly in danger. At this time, the Skyfire monarch had already left the blood-red river. After leaving the blood-red river, he would definitely be waiting for him above the blood-red river. If he also left the blood-red river, then what awaited him would only be tragedy. This was because at that time, he would not be able to retaliate. Su Yan gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. At this time, not only did he not go up, but he also continued to dive deeper into the blood-red river. The Skyfire monarch clearly discovered Su Yan's choice. Damn it, this boy is courting death. In his opinion, Su Yan's actions were simply courting death. Of course, he did not care about Su Yan's life or death. However, if Su Yan died, then the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment's mission would be a failure. More importantly, he would not be able to obtain the divine sword in his hand anymore. Su Yan's divine sword was the most powerful weapon he had ever seen. Even the real Heavenly Punishment sword was not as powerful as this sword. If such a divine sword was lost, it would be an extremely regrettable thing. Chapter 1040. Female Literature. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do at this moment. This was because he obviously could not charge into the blood river again for such a sword. Everything had value, and to him, his own life was the most valuable thing of all. Whirlpools appeared in the blood river one after another. Not only were they becoming more frequent, but they were also becoming more intense. At this moment, he no longer dared to continue staying here. Instead, he sped up and left the blood river. Not long after, he finally managed to leave before the blood river formed a terrifying strangling force. The strangling whirlpools formed naturally by the blood river were much more terrifying than the strangling of the blood river that Su Yan used. Even though he was a half-step ruler, it was impossible for him to survive. The Heavenly Fire King finally left the river surface, but at this moment, a force suddenly attacked him. He had just left the blood river and was feeling relaxed. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Who is it? He roared furiously. At the same time, he also made a move. He was definitely in a bad mood at the moment, but someone just had to attack him at this moment, which naturally made him even more unhappy. Nevertheless, the moment the force hit him, he already knew who it was. Destruction. With such a powerful force and such a destructive aura, there was no one else other than the Destruction King. At this moment, the Destruction King smiled and said, "Yes, it's me." The Destruction King's gaze was calm as he stared straight at the Heavenly Fire King. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire King was already panicking. The Destruction King actually attacked him at this time. This was definitely not good news for him. He had always been very wary of the Destruction King. Once this lunatic attacked, he would not stop until he was dead. If the Destruction King was still in good condition at this time, it would be fine. However, it was a pity that he had expended a huge amount of energy after the Battle of the Blood River. Furthermore, he had even wasted the most precious one-time use Heavenly Punishment Sword. Without the Heavenly Punishment Sword as a trump card, the Destruction King was even less confident. "Shatter, do you really want to go against me? You should know that I'm no longer alone. Behind me is the Tianxing Emperor. If you really dare to make a move, you'll be provoking a Shura Emperor. You should know that the current you can't bear such a price," said the Skyfire King coldly. The Heavenly Fire King had always been arrogant, but today he could only threaten the other party with the reputation of the Heavenly Punishment Emperor. This was a great insult to him, but he had no other choice. This was because he clearly knew that he was no match for this fellow at this moment. Unfortunately, his threats had no effect on the King of Destruction. "Hee, Heavenly Flame, you are still such a piece of trash. Do you think that the reputation of the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment can scare me? Emperor Shura is indeed very strong, and I know that I am not his opponent, but I am confident that I can survive in his hands." The King of Destruction said this very calmly. Even at this moment, there was an exceptionally intelligent look in his eyes. This made the Heavenly Fire King's heart sink. "But why? What good will it do you to kill me? At your level, my Heavenly Flame origin should be of no use to you. Since that's the case, you'll only increase the risk of being hunted down by the Shura Sovereign. Doing something meaningless is not a rational choice." At this moment, he was at an innate disadvantage. Therefore, he could only reason with the other party nicely. "How laughable! Heavenly Fire, I know very well what kind of Shura you are. Do you think that there is any meaning in saying such nonsense to me at this time? If I want to kill you, you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of destruction radiated outwards. His power was divided into 16 threads, which directly turned into threads and then enveloped the other party within them. Destruction Net. At this moment, he recognized this object. This was the Destruction Net, which contained and was filled with extremely powerful destructive power. If touched, one would be entangled by this power, which was extremely difficult to deal with. By now, the Heavenly Fire King's vitality had been greatly damaged. Such a method was simply fatal to him. Damn it! Shura Fire God, descend. In the face of the King of Destruction's attack, he could only choose to resist. Of course, he also had to take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, he would really be consigned to eternal damnation. The blood river became more and more turbulent. At this moment, Su Yan already felt an immense pressure. He had already begun to waver. Should he continue diving or leave this place directly? As he watched this vortex become more and more terrifying, he finally made up his mind to leave this place. However, at this moment, his revered sword soul throbbed. This could also be considered a kind of desire. Su Yan was stunned. Why would the revered sword soul have such a reaction at this time? The revered sword soul kept trembling, as if it wanted to go down. It was time to choose again. Should he leave this place directly for the sake of his safety, or should he listen to the revered sword soul's call and go down directly? Finally, Su Yan gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll go all out. He had risked his life for his future. In that case, there was no reason for him to shrink back at this time. His rebirth had been brought about by the revered sword soul. Many life and death crises had also been resolved by the revered sword soul. To put it bluntly, everything he had today was all thanks to the revered sword soul. Therefore, at this time, he still chose to believe in the revered sword soul. After thinking this through, he immediately cast aside all his worries. The path forward was full of difficulties and twists. There was no need to talk about the immense pressure. At this moment, Su Yan had even begun to tremble. The immense pressure caused the circulation of his power to stagnate. Taiji sword, open the way. At this moment, he directly used the Taiji sword to block in front of him. After receiving the infusion of his power, the Taiji sword immediately erupted with an unimaginable majesty. This terrifying power turned into two huge dragons and moved forward. With the Taiji sword opening the way, the pressure on Su Yan finally decreased a lot. Unfortunately, it was still extremely difficult for him to move forward at this time. However, at this time, other than persevering, there was no other good way. Because at this point, there was no way for him to retreat. After an unknown period of time, even Su Yan himself was numb. He felt that he could no longer hold on. However, at this moment, the immense pressure suddenly disappeared. The sudden disappearance of the pressure made him feel a little lost and even lost. At this moment, he heard an inexplicable call. Furthermore, right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The appearance of this shadow was so sudden that he didn't even notice it. It was the blood-red giant. However, he didn't know when it appeared because he clearly remembered that when he dived, the blood-red giant had already disappeared. However, at this moment, the blood-red giant suddenly appeared. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Su Yan the most. What really surprised him was that at this moment, he actually felt that the blood-red giant had its own consciousness. Although this was a very unreliable feeling, Su Yan believed in his own judgment. There was absolutely no mistake. This guy really had his own consciousness at this time. This caused Su Yan to unconsciously widen the distance between him and himself. Gradually, this place began to change. The endless blood-red river disappeared, and everything began to calm down. At this moment, this place had already turned into a gloomy world. Of course, this wasn't complete darkness, but there was the color of blood in it, which made this place even more terrifying and strange. Who are you? Or should I say, what are you? Su Yan asked directly. Su Yan didn't know if this guy could understand his words, but since he showed his consciousness at this time, it meant that he wanted to communicate with him. A burst of extremely terrifying laughter was heard, which made Su Yan tremble a little. This was because this laughter sounded directly in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. At this time, Su Yan's strongest power was the power of his sea of consciousness. Even if it was a powerhouse at the level of Emperor Shura, it would be difficult for him to occupy his sea of consciousness with this kind of soul attack. Not to mention the vision of the green lotus and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness, the existence of the soul-suppressing seal alone could block most of the power attacks. However, at this time, what made him afraid was that this power still entered his sea of consciousness so easily. Although it was only a voice, Su Yan knew that this was the other party showing off to him. He was showing his power to him, telling him that he was incomparably powerful and that he was no match for him no matter what. Are you the will of the blood river? Or are you something else? Even if Su Yan had experienced countless storms, he still felt that he couldn't control himself at this time. In this world, the most terrifying thing was the unknown and the inability to control. Nevertheless, after Su Yan finished speaking, This place was extremely quiet, and there was no sound. Time passed bit by bit in this quiet silence. It was also at this time that the fear in Su Yan's heart expanded bit by bit. Chapter 1041. Female Literature. In fact, many people knew that silent pressure was the most terrible pressure. This terrible silence would crush people bit by bit. In the end, it would even awaken the most primitive fear in the depths of one's heart. At that time, this terrible silence would lead to death. Although cultivators were powerful, at the end of the day, they were still living beings. As long as they were living creatures, they would have their own weaknesses. Of course, cultivators were the same. At this time, Su Yan showed a certain degree of worry. Su Yan's breathing became louder and louder. As Su Yan grew stronger, he had never felt that breathing was such a heavy burden. At this time, he seemed to be about to collapse at any time. Oh no! At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that if this continued, he would collapse. I can't go on like this. At this time, Su Yan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He knew that he could not go on like this. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would collapse. At this time, he found that the bright moon in his knowledge sea had begun to dim. This was something he had never encountered before. At this time, it also reflected the urgency of the situation. If this continued, he did not know what would happen to him. At this time, he directly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and then began to use the method in the Regal Sword Codex. Although the Regal Sword Codex was a one-step sword codex, it was indeed all-encompassing. There were many powerful and complex principles contained in it. If Su Yan could master all of it, his strength would certainly rise to an extremely terrifying level. Even his realm would rise steadily. Although it could not be said to be rapid progress, it would at least allow his realm to rise rapidly. At this time, he was already a two essences Dao master. However, if his strength continued to rise, his combat strength would certainly be more terrifying and terrifying. At this time, Su Yan had no other choice. His mind could no longer concentrate. The silent silence was constantly tormenting him, trying to tear his mind to death. At this time, the key to Su Yan's breakthrough was the Regal Sword Codex. His spirit sank into the Regal Sword Codex. Although it was extremely difficult, every word of the Regal Sword Codex slowly rose in his body. It was an incomparable feeling. The terrifying silence from before had already filled him with pain, but at this time he finally began to feel better. Taishang sense, mind illumination. As time passed, Su Yan gradually adapted to this feeling, and it was also at this time that his power began to circulate again. Previously, he had not recovered from his injuries. After the battle with the Heavenly Fire King, he had suffered a huge blow. Don't be fooled by the way he walked. In reality, he was already heavily injured. Even if he continuously devoured the two Shura Kings' origins, he could only barely prevent his injuries from worsening. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that his condition was actually improving. This wasn't an illusion, but something that truly existed. Even the loneliness in his soul seemed to have gradually disappeared. The words he had comprehended from the regal sense eventually turned into the Taishang sense. The so-called sense was to sense the principles of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth here was infinitely large, which meant space. Wherever one's thoughts went, everything could be sensed. Boundless power enveloped one's heart. This was the profound meaning of sense. Because of the eternal loneliness, the lack of hope, and the boundless darkness, one's soul would become desolate. It was like a huge tree that had lost its nourishment, withering from its lush state. However, things were different now. The existence of the regal sense allowed Su Yan to sense the existence of the supreme traceless nourishment. At this moment, he was able to see an extremely vast area, so much so that it far exceeded the Blood River. He saw two powerful Shura kings fighting above the Blood River. One of them was the Heavenly Fire King, who had been chasing him not long ago, while the other was the Destruction King. However, this was still not the limit of his soul. At this time, his senses were constantly evolving and had even entered the clouds. He did not know how far away this distance was, but at this moment he felt as if the sea and sky were boundless. This was a kind of open-minded state of mind, which was also an extremely rare kind of cheerfulness. Su Yan suddenly realized that his soul was too narrow-minded. He only clung to the present but could not see the future. However, at this moment, everything was different. At this moment, his power surged like a blazing flame. He seemed to be breaking some kind of shackle. In his body, whether it was the heart of the great demon dragon, the heavenly demon finger bone, or the heart of the demon god, all these things seemed to have been ignited. What a terrifying thing this was. Everything had come back to life at this time. At this time, his entire life was completely different. Su Yan knew that this was the purification and improvement of his soul. He had not expected that it would actually have such an effect. After all, he had only been holding on to the last hope of survival at the end of this death. The supreme simplicity had given him a surprise once again. Just as Su Yan's aura was about to rise, a hurricane suddenly appeared. The blood-colored giant appeared directly in his sea of consciousness at this moment. When this blood-colored figure appeared in his sea of consciousness, his entire body immediately swelled. The extremely terrifying power became so terrifying that an invisible pressure immediately suppressed every corner of Su Yan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan was really on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the appearance of this figure at this moment was suppressing Su Yan's improvement, not wanting to let Su Yan become better. If it had been at the very beginning, Su Yan might have panicked. However, at this moment, his power had reached an inexhaustible level, and the terrifying pressure had reached such a level. The violent power had climbed to the extreme at this moment. Qing Lian and Mingyu responded at the same time and then suppressed this blood-colored power. Extermination! At this moment, Su Yan directly condensed all the power in his sea of consciousness, and in the end, it formed the sword of extermination. At this moment, his aura was already extremely powerful, and the terrifying brilliance was constantly skyrocketing. Su Yan took a step forward, and the extermination aura directly arrived in front of the blood-colored figure. Then, Su Yan condensed himself in his sea of consciousness. It was also at this moment that the figure directly changed. Originally, he only had an outer appearance and did not exist at all. However, at this moment, his face began to become clear. His facial features had also become clear. However, this appearance was different from all the creatures Su Yan had seen before. Among them, Su Yan saw an extremely terrifying face. He had 5 eyeballs, each of which contained a ray of light. The light was hidden, but it made Su Yan feel extremely fearful. At this moment, he had actually experienced the power of a ruler. Although the heavenly punishment sword was only a one-time version, it had to be said that its destructive power was absolutely unparalleled. It was stronger than many of the powers that Su Yan had seen before. Su Yan felt his hair stand on end when the sword slashed out his sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, the hidden light made Su Yan feel even more terrified. The extremely violent power made him feel incomparably shocked. It made him feel that every single strand of power was above the heavenly punishment sword. Hee. His laughter was heard again. This laughter was not only difficult, but more importantly, it seemed to be a seed of fear and loneliness. Su Yan had already suffered a loss once. If it was not for the fact that it was so simple and allowed him to be free, Su Yan would have been swallowed by the boundless loneliness at this moment. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all and directly blasted the annihilation sword. This was his sea of consciousness, which was also his world. He, Su Yan, was the ruler of this place. The moment this power was blasted out, huge waves immediately surged in his sea of consciousness. That terrifying power directly rushed forward. The extremely powerful power seemed so terrifying at this moment. However, in the face of such a violent attack, the blood-colored figure did not panic at all. His body did not even shake in the slightest. At this moment, he was staring straight at Su Yan as if he was looking at a clown. Su Yan swore that ever since he had been revived, he had never faced such a strange opponent. This opponent was filled with boundless indifference, and the aura of this opponent made him feel despair. Even though he felt that he had a huge advantage at this moment, that uneasiness did not dissipate in the slightest. Instead, it became even more intense. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Su Yan did not know the origin of this thing, but he was even more afraid of it. His power descended heavily at this moment, and the endless light had already shone to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan's power was so terrifying that everything about him had already changed. The annihilation sword finally struck this thing. The incomparably powerful and terrifying strength of the Sea of Consciousness directly annihilated the blood-red figure. For a moment, in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness, there was actually the faint sound of thunder. Chapter 1042. Female Literature. Thunder in the Sea of Consciousness. Thunder was actually born in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness was a cultivator's foundation and the most important place. At Su Yan's level, even if his body was destroyed and his heart was completely destroyed, he would still have a chance to recover. However, if his Sea of Consciousness was destroyed, then everything would vanish into thin air. Therefore, the calmer the Sea of Consciousness, the safer it would be. Of course, some powerful cultivators would have some suppressive items in their Sea of Consciousness, which could only be cultivated by a heaven-sent opportunity. Su Yan was already blessed by the heavens to be able to form the vision of a green lotus and a bright moon in his Sea of Consciousness. However, at this time, thunder actually appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. Thunder was extremely domineering, and it was often synonymous with destruction. If the King of Destruction's strength reached the ultimate level, he would be able to nurture the thunder of destruction. Every move he made would be accompanied by thunder. Then, how powerful and terrifying would his strength be? Therefore, if the Sea of Consciousness was invaded by a violent power like thunder, then it could almost be declared dead. However, what if the thunder was born in the Sea of Consciousness? That would be different. Thunder was born in the Sea of Consciousness, which at least meant that the Sea of Consciousness had reached an unimaginable level. Only then could it be possible. Moreover, this was far from enough. No one knew how many twists and turns there would be. Su Yan didn't know this at all, because this was not something he could achieve at his level. However, at this time, the sound of thunder was heard in his Sea of Consciousness. He didn't know that the birth of thunder meant that he had surpassed countless powerhouses. He had achieved what many people couldn't achieve. Suppress, suppress, suppress. At this time, the battle between him and the Red Shadow had reached an extremely intense level. The guy's terrifying 5 eyeballs were actually flickering at this time, and the terrifying power began to rise with a fierce light. As soon as this light appeared, the changes in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness became even more intense. That extremely terrifying power continued to expand. Under the stimulation of this power, the lightning in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness became more and more solid. At this moment, the Regal Sword Codex was also constantly moving. Terrifying power continued to condense in front of him. In the end, this power turned into a terrifying graceful swan. Supreme God Thunder. Su Yan suddenly understood. He roared angrily. Then his strength increased again. He had the feeling that he was already on the verge of breaking through. Originally, he had been a 2 essences Dao sovereign, but now, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3 essences level. If Su Yan's cultivation speed was known to the outside world, who knew how many people would be frightened? Such a speed of improvement was truly unprecedented. Even those heaven's prides couldn't improve in such a short period of time. However, in the end, he was still unable to step into the 3 essences realm. At this moment, his power was sucked out of his body and entered his Sea of Consciousness. The Supreme God Thunder was condensing at this moment. It was also at this moment that, under the stimulation of that terrifying power, the Supreme Sword Soul finally appeared in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. As soon as this Sword Soul appeared, it immediately condensed in front of him. Within his Sea of Consciousness, Su Yan grasped the Supreme Sword Soul in his hand. At this moment his power spread out. That terrifying power had already reached the peak of perfection. Either get out of here or die. Previously, Su Yan hadn't been very confident when he had faced this blood-colored shadow. Even though he had condensed the power in his Sea of Consciousness, his power had become vast and mighty. Only he knew that if he really fought against this terrifying power, he wouldn't have been very confident. However, things were different now. The regal detection seemed to have great benefits for the enhancement of his consciousness. At this moment, he had condensed the Supreme God Thunder in his sea of consciousness. The Supreme God Thunder possessed great destructive power. Even the radiance in the blood-colored shadow's 5 eyes was extremely fearful of the Supreme God Thunder. At this moment, Su Yan summoned the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal became the vanguard as it rushed forward. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. Su Yan still didn't know how powerful it was. During the ancient war, this treasure of the Stupa sect had already been destroyed. However, as Su Yan's strength increased, the soul-suppressing seal also seemed to be growing bit by bit. By now, the soul-suppressing seal already possessed a considerable amount of power. At this moment, the object was directly thrown out by Su Yan towards the blood-colored shadow. It was also at this moment that a huge mountain peak appeared. That powerful and frightening power descended bit by bit. An extremely terrifying aura appeared, very powerful and domineering at this moment. When the blood-colored shadow saw the soul-suppressing seal descending, a strange look flashed across its 5 eyes at the same time. After that, it raised its hand and immediately blasted out a punch. The moment this power rushed out, a terrifying scarlet storm began to spin. The powerful and frightening whirlwind swayed as it tried to swallow the true soul-suppressing seal. However, how could Su Yan let it happen? At this moment, his power was directly focused on it. True soul-suppressing seal. Su Yan had already given this guy a final judgment. Either get out of his sea of consciousness or die. However, this guy was indifferent to Su Yan's warning. At this time, Su Yan naturally wanted to show him how powerful he was. This was his first attack. Su Yan definitely wouldn't let him defeat this power so easily. At this moment, after the soul-suppressing seal was imbued with Su Yan's power, it immediately became extremely huge. In this seal, there were even waves of chanting sounds. It was as if there was a Buddha reciting Buddhist scriptures inside. Although Su Yan was the successor of the Stupa sect, he found that he knew too much about the Stupa sect. He had mastered the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal, but even at this point, he didn't feel that these two things belonged to him. At this moment, the confrontation between the two became even more intense. "Divine thunder, shatter it for me!" Su Yan shouted. The divine battle ring that had just been created was wrapped around the divine sword soul. At this moment, that powerful force directly moved forward. A terrifying and frightening aura intertwined. At this time, that incomparably powerful force began to directly impact the blood-colored power. At the same time, it also made the soul-suppressing seal even heavier. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. The light in the blood-colored seal's eyes suddenly burst out at this moment. That light rushed directly into the soul-suppressing seal. The violent confrontation between the two forces immediately caused the seal to start trembling violently. At this moment, the chanting sound in the soul-suppressing seal became even more intense. However, at the same time, Su Yan clearly heard a painful sigh. This shocked Su Yan. He wasn't surprised by the terrifying blood-colored power, but by the soul-suppressing seal. The appearance of this sigh proved that the soul-suppressing seal actually had its own consciousness. If it hadn't been for this time, he probably wouldn't have known this. The soul-suppressing seal had always been in his sea of consciousness, yet it actually had its own consciousness. Su Yan hadn't sensed it at all. If there came a day when it wanted to plot against Su Yan, then it would be beyond redemption. It was at this moment that the sigh became even louder. At this moment, the word, suppress, suddenly floated out from under the soul-suppressing seal. The word appeared and floated gently. In the end, it turned into a light shadow. The light shadow seemed to contain a powerful and terrifying power. Disperse! The light shadow shouted softly. Immediately, a mysterious golden light shone out. The moment the golden light appeared, the blood-colored power actually began to disperse. Seeing this scene, even Su Yan's heart beat wildly. This power had a majestic and sacred aura. At this moment, the golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and the blood-red power was almost being pushed back bit by bit. At this moment, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He shouted softly, "Extermination!" The sword of extermination was activated again. The revered sword soul moved directly. At this moment, sword chi filled the sea of consciousness. At the same time, the roar of thunder was so intense that it was almost drowning everything. Under the impact of these two forces, the blood-colored seal finally couldn't hold on. At this moment, the blood-colored shadow began to struggle in pain. However, although it looked like this, Su Yan saw a smile on this strange and terrifying face. It wasn't a forced smile due to failure. Instead, it was a smile of satisfaction. Su Yan didn't understand why it was like this. However, this wasn't the time to care about this. He directly condensed his power and then bombarded it again. He had already said that if he didn't get out, then he would die. Very good, very good. At this time, the blood-red shadow expressed its thoughts for the first time. At this time, its gaze fell directly on the golden shadow. It was also at this moment that its 5 eyes opened at the same time, and the power of the blood-red color burst out directly. This power wasn't directed at Su Yan, but at the soul-suppressing seal. The halo that the soul-suppressing seal transformed into clearly didn't expect the blood-colored shadow to make such a move at this time. At this moment, it actually roared loudly. Chapter 1043. Female Literature. Perhaps it was because of anger, or perhaps it was because of pain, but at this moment, the Buddha seal displayed an extremely human-like side. Such a change made Su Yan have a feeling of unease. The Buddha sect was a righteous sect and was the archenemy of the limitless demon sect. Su Yan's rise had been due to the inheritance of this sect. He had always thought that the limitless demon sect was a synonym for evil. Even now, he still thought so. As the enemy of the limitless demon sect, the Buddha sect was a righteous sect. Back in the 5 prefectures, the legends had said the same thing. The limitless demon sect had wanted to sacrifice the 5 prefectures to welcome the resurrection of the great demon heaven lord. However, they had not expected the Buddha sect to stop them at all costs. That was why their scheme had not succeeded. The Buddha sect, which was so selfless, should be merciful. Therefore, he trusted the Buddha seal and the square seal very much. However, the last time he had been on the white bone bridge of the limitless demon sect, the square seal had given birth to its own will after devouring the white bone black tortoise. This move had almost killed Su Yan. It was also because of this that Su Yan had sealed this thing. At that time, Su Yan had already harbored a small grudge against it. However, as time passed, he had cast this grudge aside. However, the change this time caused Su Yan to become completely vigilant. He realized that he had been too naive. In fact, he should have understood that there was no such thing as absolute justice in this world. Even if the Buddha sect had fallen into depravity because they had wanted to stop the limitless demon sect, it did not mean that the Buddha sect was selfless. It also did not mean that the Buddha sect had no ill intentions towards him. However, at this time, he had to deal with that mysterious power first. He knew very well that his enemy was still the blood-red shadow. Supreme Nirvana Cleave. At this moment, he grasped the regal sword soul and unleashed the regal nirvanic rend. At this moment, Su Yan's power had already taken the absolute lead. At this moment, his supreme nirvana landed directly on the bloody light. No matter how ferocious the bloody light was, it could no longer continue. The bloody light dissipated bit by bit, but the strange smiling face did not fade away. Roar! At the very last moment, the crimson figure seemed to have staked everything on this one throw. He directly pushed his strength to the limit and landed it on the Buddha seal. When the attack landed, the blood-red light completely disappeared. His departure allowed Su Yan to heave a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but this guy gave him an extremely huge pressure. After he disappeared, Su Yan felt that this sea of consciousness was his own world. However, at this moment, his gaze fell on the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal actually has its own consciousness. No matter what your intentions are, since I have already discovered this, I will not let you off. The soul-suppressing seal had already become a treasure in his soul, so he definitely could not underestimate it. Supreme Thunderbolt. Lightning flashed as it rushed over. The terrifying Su Yan continued to bombard the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was already on the verge of collapse, and it was even more so after receiving the impact of Su Yan's power. At this moment, a burst of power actually erupted from this object. It wanted to resist. This made Su Yan's expression turn even colder. Sure enough, you have ulterior motives. Soul-suppressing seal, I don't care what you are thinking. Since you are not my treasure, I will seal you and refine you. At this moment, Su Yan had become extremely cold. He knew how difficult his path was. Everything he had was a struggle on this path. Putting everything else aside, the people who had plotted against him were all too powerful. They were all experts who stood at the peak of this world. Facing them, Su Yan did not have any confidence. No, not to mention confidence. In his current state, he simply did not have the courage to face them. These powerful existences were high and mighty, overlooking all living creatures. This level of strength had long exceeded everyone's understanding. What about Su Yan? At this moment, he was already extremely powerful, and his speed of improvement was already very terrifying. But what was the use? The gap between him and those who stood at the peak of the world was still too huge. However, there was a saying that went, a broken jar. At this moment, he was not burdened by too many debts. Anyway, at this moment, he was already filled with endless pressure, so he might as well just go all the way and ignore it. All the problems were solved one by one, just like now. Since this problem had appeared, it naturally had to be solved. At this moment, his strength was increasing bit by bit. When that kind of aura gathered towards his body, his strength also began to slowly return to one. This soul-suppressing seal obviously knew what Su Yan was going to do at this time. It understood that Su Yan's idea was to completely suppress it, but at this moment, it did not resist at all. The light shadow returned to the soul-suppressing seal. No matter how much power Su Yan used to attack it, it did not move at all. It actually did not choose to resist. Su Yan was also astonished. He had already felt this extremely terrifying power. He understood in his heart that if such a powerful existence wanted to resist him, it would be extremely difficult for him to suppress it. But the problem was that at this time, this tyrannical archive did not move at all. It seemed to have accepted its fate. This made Su Yan feel very puzzled. However, no matter what the soul-suppressing seal's reaction was, since Su Yan had already made up his mind, he would never change it. This involved his most fundamental thing, so no matter what, he would not compromise even the slightest bit. However, since the soul-suppressing seal did not choose to resist, it was indeed a lot easier for Su Yan. The zenith thunder rolled and directly turned into a thunder chain, immediately suppressing the soul-suppressing seal under the zenith sword soul. When Su Yan had done all this, he did not intend to give up. Instead, his eyes fell on the square seal. Since there was a problem with the soul-suppressing seal, how could he dare to believe in the square seal? At this time, Su Yan's power rushed out again, wanting to directly seize the square seal. However, it was at this moment that an exquisite face appeared on the square seal. It was Aya. She was the vessel soul of the square seal. Su Yan had entered it before and established a good friendship with her. At this time, she obviously knew what Su Yan was thinking. A pitiful look appeared on her beautiful face. "Brother, I won't hurt you," Aya said. However, Su Yan did not speak at this time. He did not know if she would hurt him, and he did not dare to believe it. At this time, he was really cold. The zenith thunder turned again, and like the soul-suppressing seal, it directly suppressed the square seal. At this time, the zenith sword soul stood above the two seals. After doing all this, Su Yan did not seem to be very happy. In fact, he knew that this was just a useless struggle. Because whether it was the square seal or the soul-suppressing seal, they were just appearances. For Su Yan, the real threat was actually the Buddha seal. The so-called Buddha seal was a rootless Buddha, and it didn't matter if it was alive or dead. The Buddha seal had already wrapped around Su Yan's heart. At that time, the power of the great demonic dragon's heart was so strong that Su Yan could not control it at all. At that time, he had received guidance from the experts of the Buddha sect in the cold extreme north of the 5 counties continent. In the end, he took out the Buddha seal and formed the Buddha's heart. However, at this time, it seemed that this might not be a good thing. In this world, every drink and every bite had its own destiny. The Buddha's heart did solve Su Yan's urgent problem, but it might become a new problem for Su Yan in the near future. However, Su Yan really could not care about this now. Now, he had many things to deal with, and the most important one was the blood river. The blood-red shadow just now was obviously formed by the blood river. Su Yan did not know the purpose of the blood river forming the shadow, but at this time, he had to face it. The reason he had dived into the depths of the blood river was because of the throbbing of the revered sword soul. The revered sword soul longed for it, so he had come here. At this time, he had followed the revered sword soul. This was actually an extremely risky operation. However, at the time, he had no choice at all. Based on what he had sensed earlier, the King of Destruction was also waiting on the shore of the blood river. He had already experienced the power of the Sky Fire King. If it had not been for the innate advantage of the blood river, he would not have been a match for this guy. However, in Su Yan's mind, the King of Destruction was definitely ranked first among all the experts he had met at this level. Even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, might not be a match for the King of Destruction. Luo Yunyang did not know what the King of Destruction was thinking, so he would rather dive into the depths of the blood river than face these two monsters. At this time, he had finally overcome the crisis in his sea of consciousness, and his consciousness returned to his body. It was at this time that he found that his surroundings had completely changed. At this moment, a path had already appeared beneath his feet. The path was bright red, as if it was covered with a layer of carpet. This was a path that led directly into the distance. There was no end in sight, and it was unimaginably long. Chapter 1044. Female Literature. However, Su Yan still stepped into it without any hesitation. He was now sure of one thing, and that was that there was an extremely terrifying expert in the long river of blood, and he also had his own will. The blood-colored shadow entering his knowledge sea did bring him a lot of trouble, but at the same time, it further improved his knowledge sea and even gave birth to the Supreme Thunder. Moreover, the last attack before he left was not aimed at him, but at the soul-suppressing seal. It could be seen that his hostility towards him was not so strong. If this blood-colored shadow really had great killing intent towards him, even if he could survive, it would not be so easy. Su Yan was sure of this. At least at the very beginning, if he directly launched the strongest attack, he might have been directly turned into ashes. At this time, since the other party showed him the path, it meant that he did not want him to die, or at least, he did not want him to die so easily. Since he had stepped on this path, there was no turning back and there was no stopping. Once he stopped, he would lose everything. He had been in the Shuro world for a long time, and at this time, he did not know how his world was. Was Lu Lan still alive? Had that damn demon plan been carried out as scheduled? If Lu Lan died, it would be the pain of his life, and he would definitely destroy the limitless demon sect completely. Walking on this blood-colored path, Su Yan's heart became calm. At this time, he fell into deep thought. Su Yan felt that this was going to be a very long road, but in the end, he retracted his thoughts and everything was once again fixed in front of him. At this time, Su Yan was unprecedentedly calm. He could do nothing about the past. He did not know if there was anyone in this world who could reverse time and make it go back to the past. But even if there was, at least he was powerless. As for the future, he did not know how to move forward. The only thing Su Yan could do was to be himself, and then move forward step by step. The past was a bubble, visible but unattainable, and the future was an empty dream. No matter what, you could not see his appearance clearly. Su Yan knew that the only thing he could grasp was the present. When he understood this point, his heart became completely calm. It was at this moment that the long road finally disappeared. All the roads had come to an end at this moment. It turned out that everything was not important, and the only thing that really mattered was the heart. Su Yan's eyes looked forward, and at this time, a figure began to appear in front of him again. However, this time was different from the previous ones. This time, the figure that appeared in front of him was extremely clear. Not bad. This was his evaluation of Su Yan. Su Yan did not speak, but at this time he continued to speak, Destiny's Child, I really did not expect to meet Destiny's Child here. I originally thought that I would need a long time to escape. At this time, his eyes were incomparably deep, as if he had seen through everything. Destiny's Child. Su Yan heard these words again. At this time, Su Yan was actually somewhat numb to these words. He ignored Su Yan's awkwardness and asked directly, "Hello, young man, tell me your name." Su Yan. Su Yan had a kind of heartfelt reverence towards this existence, and he could feel a powerful force released from the depths of his soul. This kind of strength and terror made Su Yan immediately realize that this person must be an extremely powerful overlord. In fact, Su Yan was somewhat curious about his identity, but at this time, he also knew that it was not a good time to ask. My name is Blood River. Contrary to Su Yan's expectations, the other party was extremely polite. This made him somewhat at a loss for a moment. I knew you would come, so I waited for you here. Fortunately, you came. He spoke slowly, as if he was an old man who would die at any time. Su Yan looked at him and still did not speak, because at this time, he did not know what to say. At this time, he gently circulated his power, and an aura directly rose at this time. This was his preparation in case of an emergency. He did not know what the other party wanted to do, but no matter what, he could not just stand there like a fool and let the other party make a move on him. The old man acted as if he did not see Su Yan's actions, and he continued to say, "What is fate?" Until now, this old man still has not understood. However, it doesn't matter. Although I don't know what fate is, I still have to live. Su Yan agreed with this sentence. Yes, we don't know what fate is, and we don't know where fate will lead us, but we still have to go on. In the end, we still have to live the way we like. In the end, we have to work hard for our own survival in life. I know you came here to obtain power, but you are still too weak. At this time, the old man continued to speak. However, Su Yan still did not say anything. In fact, he was very clear that he did not want to come here, but that the revered sword soul had brought him here. At this time, he still did not know why the revered sword soul was like this. I can give you the power you need, but everyone has to pay a corresponding price for everything they do. So tell me, what can you pay? At this time, a trace of a smile appeared on his thin face. It was just that such a smile made people feel that it was very strange and even terrifying. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "Are you the will of the bloody river? I can give you great power. I can make you a Dao master, sovereign master, and even a holy master." This was obviously an irrelevant answer. At this time, Su Yan keenly realized that he was talking about Dao master, sovereign master, and holy master. That was the division of cultivation levels in the Wuji world. In the Shura world, the corresponding levels should be Shura King, Shura Emperor, and Shura the Great. In that case, this guy was not an expert from the Shura world, but from the Wuji world. You are an expert from the Wuji world? Why are you here? Su Yan continued to ask. At this time, the old man paused. Perhaps these words had touched him. The Wuji world? Yes, I am indeed from the Wuji world. Back then, I was defeated by Yilan and finally escaped to this Shura world. Thanks to the will of the Shura, I did not die. Instead, I fell directly into this long river. My blood flowed continuously and gradually dyed this long river red. At this time, this long river also changed little by little. He rambled on, saying things that were very confusing to Su Yan. Su Yan did not know who Yilan was, but he was talking about the will of the Shura. The will of the Shura was the will of the heavens. To be able to communicate with the will of the Shura, one could imagine his strength. The Wuji world, how nostalgic. I want to return, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. At this time, his voice suddenly became louder. Su Yan frowned. He did not know what this madman was talking about, but this was definitely not something he could provoke at this time. Su Yan knew that for him, the last thing he could do was to protect himself. However, he found it strange that at this time, the revered sword soul was not moving. Previously, the revered sword soul was about to come here, but now, there was no movement. This gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was that this was not the real world, but an illusion. However, this was very likely an illusion. At this time, Su Yan's power began to move slowly. At this time, his eyes became strange. This was the Eye of Truth. At this time, Su Yan directly activated the Eye of Truth because he wanted to see everything in front of him clearly. The Eye of Truth was a talent that he had obtained from Oriole. It had an extremely powerful ability to see through reality. However, at this time, the Eye of Truth was activated, and a force soared into the sky at this time. That force directly enveloped Su Yan. Destiny's child, I need your fresh blood. Only your blood can awaken my vitality and revive me. Therefore, please do not reject me. I can bestow great power to you, but you only need to pay with your blood. At this moment, the old man finally reacted. His power directly suppressed Su Yan. As soon as this power appeared, Su Yan felt that the entire world he was in was targeting him. In this place, he was so isolated and helpless. In fact, he couldn't even mobilize the slightest bit of power. At this moment, that dry and thin face had almost turned into a terrifying ghost face. Such an appearance was simply incomparably frightening. At this time, that terrifying aura continued to rise at this time. In the end, it actually turned into the appearance of a terrifying evil spirit. At this time, the thunder in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly exploded. Then, a tyrannical force directly radiated from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. When this force appeared, Su Yan was immediately surprised. Because this was the revered Sword Soul. In countless battles, the revered Sword Soul did not display its powerful might very often. Even if it was not used, it was mostly in the sea of consciousness. At this time, this sword directly appeared outside of his body. Chapter 1045. Female Literature. For a moment, Su Yan himself was a little confused. The moment the regal sword soul appeared, a look of horror appeared on the old man's face. In an instant, a violent force appeared directly at this moment. He immediately slapped out with his palm, directly towards the regal sword soul. The blood-colored force rolled, and at this moment, a blood-colored dragon appeared. Such a force was so powerful that Su Yan did not know how he should resist it at all. This terrifying force continued to run at this moment, and the incomparably huge aura at this moment was simply unparalleled. Although Su Yan had been prepared in advance, when faced with this terrifying force, he still did not have any confidence in his heart. This was because this force was simply too powerful and terrifying. It was as if the entire world had begun to tremble at this moment with this force. Such a heart-palpitating terror was an unimaginable and indescribable nightmare. Su Yan's condensed force had just been blasted out, but it had been directly shattered before it even touched the core of this force. At this moment, he felt that everything he had was beginning to be taken away by this violent and powerful force. At this moment, his aura was constantly rising and condensing at this moment, and the endless light turned into an eternal light. And this kind of eternity meant death. Su Yan felt that under this terrifying force, his world was about to come to an end. However, at this moment, the regal sword soul on the side suddenly shone with an extremely intense light. In the blazing blood-red light, this force did not appear to be very conspicuous, but at this moment, it actually had an indescribably powerful force. That terrifying blood-colored light was directly stopped by this force. This was only the beginning. As this force became more and more condensed, all the power at this moment turned into an invisible light. The beam of light began to rotate, gradually forming a ring. In the next moment, that blood-colored force was also directly attracted over. Under this terrifying force, it seemed that everything had no power to resist. At this moment, the regal sword soul seemed to have become even more real. At this moment, sword chi gushed out, and a yin-yang pattern directly condensed. Tai Chi! The appearance of this pattern made Su Yan's heart tremble again. This pattern could be seen in many places in his previous life. Su Yan did not know how many times he had seen this pattern, but at this moment he realized that this pattern actually contained an unimaginable principle. It was an extreme power between heaven and earth. Back then, he had named his divine sword Tai Chi because of this. After the yin-yang pattern rotated, It directly turned into two yin-yang divine dragons and immediately roared towards the old man. The old man's power was indeed terrifying, but under the yin-yang divine dragons, his power was useless. In just a moment, the yin-yang divine dragons were already in front of him. The two dragons coiled around him, and the power began to gather and combine. At this time, this power had turned into endless light. A terrifying aura fell directly from the sky, and all the power began to waver at this time. At this moment, the world was beginning of the world. This was an astonishing change. The endless power had reached its peak at this moment. This was the cycle of light and darkness. At this moment, Su Yan's heart began to tremble, and the infinite power began to shrink. The regal sword soul began to let out a soft cry. At this moment, the old man's expression became even more terrifying and despairing. Fate, the legendary god of fate, where do you want me to go? At this moment, he began to shout loudly. At this moment, he did not know where his path should lead, nor did he understand how he should move forward at this time. The sky began to darken, and at this moment, everything began to fade slowly. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood one thing. Previously, he thought that he had defeated the blood-colored shadow and driven it out of his sea of consciousness. However, this was not the case. Not only did he not succeed, but he also fell into a deeper level of illusion. He did not realize it, but this was already a kind of illusion. If he couldn't get out, then perhaps he would die in this illusion. If it were not for the regal sword soul, he was afraid that this time he would not be able to escape. At this moment, the old man had already disappeared under the powerful power of the regal sword soul. What appeared in his original place was a crescent-shaped blade. Su Yan had always been a sword user. However, at this moment, he had to admit that this blade was beautiful. This was an indescribable feeling. He just felt that his existence was the most reasonable in this world. The scimitar directly floated toward Su Yan. For some reason, Su Yan grabbed the blade in his hand. A message entered his mind, Blood Moon Scimitar. Su Yan already knew its name the moment he grabbed the blade. However, the moment his hand touched the hilt, the Blood Moon blade turned into a stream of light and left his hand. Then this stream of light directly entered the regal sword soul. It turned out that the regal sword soul had directly devoured this power. Su Yan understood that this might be what the regal sword soul wanted. The regal sword soul was submerged in his sea of consciousness as usual. It was still so quiet. The blood river reappeared, and the loud sound of flowing water reminded Su Yan that he had really returned to reality at this moment. However, at this moment, Su Yan felt that this was unreal. Although his cultivation had indeed increased, and the thunder in his sea of consciousness was quietly brewing, Su Yan still felt that this was unreal. At this moment, a kind of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. This kind of fear was towards the regal sword soul. This fear flashed in the deepest part of his soul, and Su Yan immediately calmed himself down. At this moment, he directly released his senses. It was now time for him to leave, but at this moment, he needed to confirm whether it was safe on the river. After the battle, his strength had increased. However, if the two powerful kings were still there, Su Yan would still not be a match for them. His senses had really become much stronger. Even in the depths of the blood river, he could clearly see the situation. At this moment, the Destruction King was standing on the shore with a calm expression. The wind was whistling, and his hair was constantly dancing. Of course, many traces of a sorry state could be seen on his body, but compared to his natural appearance, these could be ignored. Beside him, the Heavenly Fire King was lying on the ground. At this moment, he was already dead. The King of Destruction had actually killed this half-step emperor. "Come out, I will wait for you on the shore." Just as Su Yan was in shock, the Destruction King's voice suddenly sounded. The Destruction King could actually sense the probing of his divine telekinesis. It seemed that this person's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Su Yan shook his head slightly. His previous judgment had really been wrong. The Destruction King was so strong, but he had not paid attention to him before. However, it was not too late to know this now. Su Yan went directly to the exit of the blood river. Leaving was far easier than going forward. Su Yan had already left this place in a short time. After leaving the blood-colored river, he stood before the King of Destruction. The Destruction King was very calm. His body did not reveal the slightest bit of a violent aura. Instead, he revealed a peaceful aura like a Confucian scholar. If one did not know him, they might even think that he was an existence without much strength. However, Su Yan knew that this meant that the Destruction King's strength had reached the point of returning to one's original state. These 4 words were simple to say, but how many people could actually do it? The Heavenly Fire King's strength was undeniable. However, he could not do this. As he moved, Su Yan could feel the extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. At this moment, the Destruction King was like this. If Su Yan did not know that the person in front of him was the Destruction King, he would definitely think that he was just an ordinary Shura. This was not because he was hiding. Instead, it was an extremely natural performance. Destruction King, why did you look for me? Su Yan asked directly. At this time, he did not want to waste time. Instead, he went straight to the point. That's right, I do have something to ask you. I'll give this to you. I've already sealed up his source energy. I think you'll need it. At this moment, the Destruction King kicked lightly and threw the Heavenly Fire King's corpse towards Su Yan. Su Yan was indifferent. The Heavenly Fire King's origin power was naturally powerful. After all, he was a half-step ruler. His strength was stronger than the Blood River King and the Scorpio King. If he could devour the Heavenly Fire King's origin power, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. Even so, Su Yan was indifferent at this time. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in this world, especially in front of someone like the Destruction King. How could he take advantage of him for nothing? He said directly, "What do you want? Just say it." The King of Destruction didn't take Su Yan's attitude to heart. He then said, "I knew you were an invader. I've known this since the very beginning." His words were very calm, but Su Yan also knew that he was telling the truth. The Destruction King was so powerful that Su Yan was very afraid of him. Chapter 1046. Female Literature. Moreover, Su Yan also believed that if the King of Destruction had acted directly from the beginning instead of sending 2 blue-faced Shura, he would have had a much better chance. After all, it was impossible for the God-Slayer sword to help him without limit. But the King of Destruction didn't do that. This meant that the King of Destruction had his own plans. "So, tell me, what do you want from me?" The so-called deal wasn't just about knowing what he could get, but more importantly, what he had to pay in exchange. "I want to enter your world," the King of Destruction said at this time. At this time, Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand what the King of Destruction's intention was. But obviously, the King of Destruction didn't intend to let Su Yan guess blindly. He directly said, "I want to become stronger, but unfortunately in this world, I can no longer see the future." "Su Yan, why is that? Your strength should have reached an extremely terrifying level, right? It shouldn't be difficult for you to become the Emperor of Shura." Su Yan believed in his own judgment. He felt that he couldn't be wrong. The King of Destruction nodded, then said, "You are right, becoming the Emperor of Shura is indeed not difficult for me. If I want to, I can become the Emperor of Shura in the next moment." The King of Destruction's indifferent tone showed his incomparable confidence. Only a person like him could say something like that. One must know that the Blood River King was already a powerhouse among the Shura kings, but in order to become the Emperor of Shura, he put in a lot of effort. Not only did he live in the Blood River all year round, but he also built the Blood River City. He always felt that the gap between him and the King of Destruction wasn't that big. He even thought that he could become the Emperor of Shura first and then kill this great enemy of his. If he knew that the King of Destruction could become the Emperor of Shura at any time, his expression would probably be quite interesting. Su Yan didn't speak and continued to listen to the King of Shura's story. "Maybe you sound a bit arrogant, but for me, becoming the Emperor of Shura is definitely not difficult. I even have some hopes of becoming the Emperor of Shura. But that's all." At this point, the King of Destruction suddenly laughed at himself, then continued, "As a Shura, we were born to fight. We grew up in a difficult environment, so we became extremely powerful in battle. We invaded the infinite world again and again, and those invading Shura thought that they were high and mighty. But unfortunately we were wrong. The strength of Shura is only on the surface. This world is no longer complete. The god of Shura, the heaven's will of the Shura world, was killed a long time ago. Therefore, it's getting more and more difficult for the Shura world to produce a true powerhouse. Not to mention the Emperor of Shura, even becoming the Emperor of Shura is very difficult. As far as I know, the people who killed the god of Shura world were the people of the infinite world. So, where does the sense of superiority come from? All of this is bullshit. Although the gods are starting to be born again, it's still too far from being able to reverse the situation. At that moment, Su Yan's power was circulating bit by bit. His aura fluctuated at that moment. The reason for this was that his emotions could not be maintained normally. The King of Destruction looked at Su Yan and did not take this to heart. Do you have any questions? Su Yan said, yes, you mean that the experts of the infinite world once killed the heaven's will of your world. Is that what you mean? Do you know who did this? The King of Destruction said, unfortunately, I don't know. After all, I'm just a king, so how could I know about such an expert? I only know that that expert held an extremely terrifying sword and directly charged into the Shura world. At that time, all the great emperors of Shura were alarmed, and a total of 13 great emperors of Shura were no match for that person. In the end, the will of heaven descended and transformed into the god of Shura, but it was still defeated and killed. Su Yan, a terrifying sword? God-slaying sword. At this moment, Su Yan was finally sure that the one who had killed the Shura world's heavens was definitely the God-slayer sword. He really did not expect that the God-slayer sword would actually have such a brilliant battle record. No wonder he was like this after entering the Shura world. You seem to know something, but it doesn't matter. I actually don't care about these things. The heaven's will of the Shura world was killed because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, how could he be killed by an expert of the infinite world? His words were still as calm as ever. This was the reason why he was so powerful and terrifying. He was still so calm about the destruction of his world. He did not have any other emotions at all. Su Yan said, then, what do you want to do in the infinite world? The King of Destruction said, the infinite world? Of course, I want to become stronger. You are a person of the infinite world, but it seems that your understanding of your world is still not enough. The so-called infinite world means endless. It is a truly complete world, and only such a world can give birth to a supreme expert. My goal is not only to become the great emperor of Shura, I want to become the new god of Shura and the most powerful Shura god. A strong wind blew, and the King of Destruction's expression became even more solemn and blazing. I'm not afraid to tell you, the heaven's will of this world has already awakened. Since the heaven's will has awakened, it will naturally give birth to a new god. However, it is too weak. In my opinion, such a guy is not enough to become the guardian of the Shura world, let alone lead the Shura warriors to various planes to fight. Therefore, I want to replace him. Replace him. When the King of Destruction said these words, Su Yan was completely shocked. This madman actually said such words. What kind of determination did he need to have such an idea? What kind of courage did he need to take action? It was no wonder that the King of Destruction did not seem to have any interest in hunting him down after so many years. Su Yan was an invader of the Shura world, and he was regarded as an enemy by the heaven's will of Shura. However, his identity was only that of a spy, and he couldn't even achieve this level of beauty. However, the King of Shura wanted to become the mortal enemy of this world. This madman. The King of Destruction did not care about Su Yan's shock at all. He looked ahead at the surging blood river and said, I know that you are thinking of a way to return to your world. What I want is to enter your world with you. Just like how Su Yan was viewed as an enemy by the Shura world when he entered the Shura world, the King of Destruction would naturally be viewed as an enemy by the heavens will when he entered the Wuji world. The King of Destruction was loyal to the invasion. Blood River thought that the King of Destruction was constantly plundering resources to make himself stronger. However, he did not know that the King of Destruction was actually looking for a way to enter the Wuji world without being noticed by the heavens will. In fact, Blood River King and King of Destruction had already lost the battle from the very beginning. This was because their horizons were completely different. They weren't on the same level at all. I originally thought that I had no hope and could only endure it step by step. But when I found out that you had entered this world and didn't die, I knew that my chance had come. Unfortunately, you were too weak at the beginning and didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with me. So, when I fought with you last time, I left immediately. Fortunately, your growth is fast enough. Fortunately, you are much better than I imagined. This way, you are qualified to talk to me. Therefore, let's cooperate. I will make you stronger, and you will bring me into your world. After the King of Destruction finished speaking, he looked directly at Su Yan. To be honest, this was indeed a good deal. Because what Su Yan needed the most now was strength. In the Shura world, he did have a way to quickly increase his strength, and that was to devour. Every Shura would condense the Shura's heart, which was his origin. As long as Su Yan could plunder his origin, he would be able to obtain powerful energy from it. Su Yan's current strength was already very strong, but it was still not enough. He needed a more powerful Shura. At this time, those blue-faced Shura were no longer enough for Su Yan. What he needed was a king. The Shura King. The Shura King was a Dao Master-level expert. However, how could an expert at this level be so easy to kill? Su Yan had already spent a lot of effort to kill the Blood River King and the Scorpio King, and the Skyfire King could directly kill him. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Blood River, Su Yan would have definitely died in the previous battle. But at this time, the King of Destruction said that he would help him. I know that you can devour the energy source of the Shura King to make yourself stronger, but the current you, of course, have the qualifications to fight a Shura King, but it's impossible for you to kill them. As expected of the King of Destruction, he had seen through everything very clearly. At this time, Su Yan's combat strength had completely reached the level of the Shura King. But reaching this level of combat strength didn't mean that he could fight a powerhouse of this level. One had to know that if the Shura King couldn't win, he could directly escape. At that time, what could Su Yan do? Although his speed was fast, he couldn't catch up. However, it would be different if he had the King of Destruction. There was no need to doubt the King of Destruction's strength. The Skyfire King's corpse under his feet was enough to prove everything. The Skyfire King was a half-step ruler, but such a tyrannical figure couldn't escape from the hands of the King of Destruction and was directly killed. Chapter 1047. Female Literature. I really want to agree, but I don't know if I can do it, Su Yan said directly. In fact, he was already very tempted by the King of Destruction's conditions, but just as he said, he didn't know if he could do it. After all, this was actually a very difficult thing to do. He needed to deceive the will of the world. No, I believe you can do it. Since you were able to deceive the Azura Heaven's will, you naturally have hopes of deceiving the Heaven's will of your world. I believe that you must have something on your body that can erase the mark of your world. King Destruction directly said. At this moment, Su Yan frowned and said, "World's imprint? What is that?" Obviously, there were still too many secrets in this world. Although Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly, what he knew was still too limited. There were many things that he hadn't even heard of. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "The so-called world's imprint is actually an imprint that was stored the moment you were born that you can't detect at all. This imprint is the foundation of your existence in this world. It's like you are from the Wuji world. When your imprint is detected by the will of the world will naturally target you, and vice versa." With this explanation, Su Yan understood the meaning behind it. Since I've already talked to you, I'll tell you more about it. This thing is actually not a good thing for those who want to become the strongest. I think you should understand that what people like us want is absolute power, transcendence, and freedom. However, as long as this imprint exists, it's like there's an invisible chain on our souls, making it impossible for us to transcend. Su Yan pondered deeply and firmly remembered the King of Destruction's words in his heart. When the holy sage of your world and the great Emperor Shura of our world reach this level, they will think of a way to cut off this imprint. There's another way to say it, which is to cut off oneself. Of course, this is still too far away from us. Not to mention you, even I don't dare to have any delusions. Therefore, I can only find something that can hide this aura. Su Yan did not speak. At this time, his power began to communicate with the revered Sword Soul. Of course, he knew that the reason he could walk in this world was because of the regal Sword Soul. Without the regal Sword Soul, he would have died when he entered this world. It was because of the existence of the revered Sword Spirit that he had become a deceiver of the heavens. Just as the King of Destruction had said, since the Zenith Sword Soul could deceive the heavens once, it could naturally do so a second time. I can try, but I may not be able to do it, Su Yan replied cautiously. At this moment, the King of Destruction chuckled and said, "No, you can definitely do it. I've never doubted that. With that, our negotiations have come to a happy conclusion. Next, we'll hunt down the Shura King and let you devour his essence." At this time, Su Yan suddenly said, "King of Destruction, aren't you afraid that when my strength reaches a certain level, I will directly devour you?" When Su Yan asked this question, he was very serious. He did not have any intention of joking, because he really did have such thoughts. At this time, the Shura King looked at him and said, "If you have the ability to do so, I don't care." This was his answer to Su Yan. It was so relaxed and natural. This showed how confident he was in himself. Now is not the time to think about this. The Heavenly Fire King's Shura Flame is indeed unique. If you can successfully plunder his essence, it will be of great benefit to you. After saying this, the King of Destruction left. Su Yan looked at the leaving King of Destruction, his thoughts drifting. This kind of person was a true powerhouse. At this time, he suddenly thought of another person, and that was Aina. This guy also had the heart of a powerhouse, and Su Yan was extremely afraid of him. However, he remembered that Aina was in Blood River City at that time. When he fought with the Blood River King, this city had been completely destroyed. He did not know how this person was doing now. If Aina survives, then he might be the second King of Destruction. Although the Blood River City had been destroyed beyond recognition, but at this time, Su Yan still felt that he would definitely be able to survive. There was no reason. This was just a kind of intuition. Moreover, Su Yan trusted his intuition very much. However, just as the King of Destruction had said, this wasn't the time to care about such things. At this moment he had more important things to do, and that was to devour the Heavenly Fire King's essence. In fact, devouring other people's essence to cultivate was already considered a crooked way. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care so much. In this world, there was no real definition of good or evil. Everything was a rule created by the victors. As long as it was something that affected his soul and could improve his strength, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. At this time, his supreme power directly turned into yin and yang and wrapped around the Heavenly Fire King's body. Su Yan's strength was constantly improving, and the supreme power seemed to be evolving as well. When Su Yan's power covered it, he immediately felt an extremely intimate response toward him. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Fire King's essence was very powerful. After all, he was a half-step ruler. Even though he was already dead, the power contained in his body was still extremely terrifying. In the beginning, Su Yan's power was actually unable to melt the last defense of his essence. However, at this time, Su Yan had time, so he was not in a hurry. The supreme power began to slowly erode this power. That powerful force continued to batter his body. In the end, the defense of the essence finally began to disintegrate. After all, the Heavenly Fire King was already dead. This defense was just a power that kept flowing according to the trajectory in front of him. If the Heavenly Fire King was still alive, how could Su Yan have succeeded so easily? At this time, Su Yan's state was constantly improving. The supreme power had begun to unearth his essence. Unlike the power of the Blood River and the Crystal Power, the power of the Heavenly Fire was incomparably domineering. At this time, Su Yan realized that when this power entered his body, he would actually bear such a terrifying and heavy pressure. Shura's fire is really domineering. At this time, he finally experienced what a terrifying weight was. This terrifying power kept burning in his body. The surging power almost ignited his body directly. Su Yan's body had been tempered by heavenly lightning. One could imagine how strong his body was. However, at this time, it was still unable to bear it. This was a terrifying power. However, how could Su Yan give up at this time? He ignored the heart-palpitating pain. Instead, he focused the terrifying power into his body, allowing the power to enter his body even more violently. In fact, he did not know that the power of the Shura's fire was indeed terrifying. However, its original lethality was not so strong. This was because the origin of the Shura's fire was the origin of the Shura. In other words, it was a power unique to this world. Although Su Yan had the powerful ability of the revered sword soul and could directly restrain the aura of his world imprint, when the Shura's fire entered his body, this aura was inevitably exposed. It was also because of this that the pain Su Yan felt was so intense. At this time, the intense pain that Su Yan said he was feeling was still increasing. Gradually, Su Yan also realized that something was wrong. Even when he was bombarded by lightning, he did not feel such a terrifying power. Laws. This is the impact of laws. Su Yan suddenly became excited. Yes, at this time, not only did he not feel any pain due to the intense pain, but he was also excited to take it out. The strength of a Dao sovereign lay in the laws. A Dao sovereign who had mastered the laws was absolutely terrifying in a real battle. Su Yan's combat strength had indeed reached this level. However, if he returned to his Wuji realm, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing a Dao sovereign like Yan Xiao. In the end, the reason was that he did not have any laws. He had devoured the origin of the Scorpio King and the Blood River King, but he did not find any trace of laws in this power. First of all, their power contained very little origin energy to begin with. It was still a question whether the power of the Blood River King belonged to this world. On the other hand, the crystal power of the Scorpio King was purely an extremely powerful defense. Moreover, Su Yan had almost consumed their origin during the battle, so he had no time to carefully comprehend it. However, it was different now. The Shura fire of the Sky Fire King was one of the most powerful laws. At this time, Su Yan had experienced the powerful power of this law at the cost of his own pain. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase. At this time, Su Yan had made up his mind to directly devour this power. Devour the laws for his own use. This was another crazy idea. Even devouring the laws of other people in the Wuji realm was extremely difficult, let alone the laws of the Shura world. However, to Su Yan, this law was right in front of him. If he gave up just like that, he wouldn't be willing no matter what. Since he was unwilling to give up, he would do it. Chapter 1048. Female Literature. In an extremely distant place, the King of Destruction was flying in the sky at this moment. At this moment, his gaze was extremely deep. He was looking at the sky high up in the sky. In the eyes of ordinary Shura, the sky was still the same as before. Every day, the scorching sun of the Shura realm rose as usual and then fell from the other side of the sky. However, in the eyes of the King of Destruction, this sky was completely different. Because he was powerful, he could sense even more powerful things. In the sky, there was an extremely terrifying battle. However, even someone as powerful as him couldn't see that kind of battle clearly. All he could sense was the changes in energy. It's really powerful. At this moment, his eyes were filled with yearning. He longed to become a true powerhouse, and the definition of a true powerhouse was far from being the Emperor of Shura. The King of Destruction knew that when a true war broke out, so what if the Azura Emperor was an Azura Emperor? He was nothing more than someone who could be casually killed by those true powerhouses. Even the great Emperor of Shura had fallen in the ancient war. His Tao of Destruction was actually the legacy left behind by one of the great emperors of Shura, the great Emperor of Destruction. At this moment, his heart began to tremble slightly, and an indescribable ripple began to appear. Under this power, his strength seemed to have increased again. Heart of Destruction, since I've inherited you, I will definitely make you stronger. I will definitely bring you to the peak of the world and become a true god. This was his ambition. The so-called god was definitely not an ordinary title. It was an omnipotent and powerful existence. That was the true god. However, Right at that moment, his expression changed. Then, his gaze shifted and landed on the bare-faced man. This brat is actually starting to devour the Azura Flames law. How audacious! However, this is the only way for him to have the qualifications to cooperate with me. I hope he won't disappoint me. At this moment, his heart of destruction was still gently beating. It was sensing the powerful energy in the sky. At the same time, it was also stealing this powerful energy. In other words, the heart of annihilation was plundering the heavens. Su Yan was a heaven deceiver, and he, the king of destruction, was a heaven stealer. The heart of destruction was the heart of the great emperor of destruction from ancient times. The great emperor of destruction had fallen in a great battle, but he hadn't completely perished. Instead, he had kept his heart. Just like most experts, they were always able to leave a backup plan for themselves at the juncture of life and death. The king of destruction was very lucky to have obtained this power, and after obtaining this power, he continued to grow. However, despite having such a terrifying inheritance, he had always kept a low profile. If he wanted to, he could have become the emperor of Shura many years ago. But in order to make his strength stronger and more perfect, he didn't do that in the end. Therefore, the Blood River King thought that the King of Destruction was his lifelong enemy, but he didn't know how big the gap between the two of them was. While the King of Destruction was paying attention to Su Yan, in another place, a very imposing Shura had also been stirred. Is the heavenly fire already dead? Has it completely fallen? Invaders? How interesting. It seems that I have to make a trip personally. His voice was very soft, but it shook the entire space. At this moment, he was standing on the peak of a mountain. This mountain was the tallest mountain range. When he raised his head, he seemed to be able to touch the sky. At this moment, one light shadow after another fell from the sky and headed towards his body. It was his power shadow. The Emperor of Shura was much more powerful than the Shura King. Not long ago, all of his power shadows rushed into the sky. They were searching for the real heaven deceiver in the sky. The Emperor of Shura could sense the will of the heavens. He sensed the summoning of the will of the heavens in Shura, so he projected his power to help him fight the terrifying heaven deceiver. As for Su Yan, he did not take him seriously. However, he was actually very interested in Su Yan. Although he was a living being from the Shura realm, as long as he was a living being, he would have his own ambitions and thoughts. He was actually very interested in Su Yan's world, so he asked the Heavenly Fire King to go and capture Su Yan. The Heavenly Fire King was the strongest person under him. He was a half-step ruler, and he also had the one-time heavenly punishment sword that he had given him. Who would have thought that he would still die? The death of his number one general made him angry. Of course, he was not angry at Su Yan, but at the Heavenly Fire King's incompetence. After all, he had to put in some effort to nurture the Heavenly Fire King and condense the Heavenly Punishment Sword at the same time. He did not expect that the fellow would die just like that. This was simply a waste of his time. He looked directly into the distance. He could not sense Su Yan's aura anymore. He understood that this must be the arrangement of the real heaven deceiver. However, this did not matter. He could not sense Su Yan's aura, but he could sense the aura of the law of fire in Shura. Shura fire was what Su Yan called him. In the Shura realm, his name was Heavenly Fire. As one of the most powerful forces, he was qualified to be given such a name. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan's pain finally subsided. The disappearance of the pain meant that Su Yan had begun to adapt. This adaptation did not mean that he had adapted to the pain but that his body had adapted to the law. In other words, Su Yan had succeeded. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise. Originally, he had reached the critical point of becoming a two essences Dao master. Now, under the impact of this powerful force, this critical point was directly broken. His power had risen to the extreme in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had become a three essences Dao master. At this time, Su Yan suddenly trembled, and the power of flames immediately surged out. Shura fire. This Shura fire was different from the previous one. At the beginning, he had used Shura fire against Aina. It was a flame that he had used to capture heaven's will with the power of zenith. The power of that flame was equally great, but it was not a true law. Now, however, he was using the true power of the law. However, the law was the most difficult thing to control. The current Su Yan could only adapt and have a preliminary grasp of it. That was all. However, it would be too difficult for him to truly master it. In any case, this was a good start. Familiarizing himself with the law early would allow Su Yan to become more powerful when he became a Dao master. At this point in his cultivation, Su Yan had created too many miracles. He believed that he could continue. Right at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly appeared beside him. You can actually directly devour the law. It seems that I need to raise my estimation of you. However, we have to leave now, the King of Destruction said. Su Yan did not understand what he meant, but the King of Destruction said, the Emperor of Tianxing will be here soon. It is not suitable for us to face him now. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Although he had not seen the Emperor of Tianxing before, he had already sensed his power in advance. Whether it was the Eye of Tianxing or the Sword of Tianxing, they were just a part of the power that the Emperor of Tianxing had conjured. However, such a power was already so powerful. If the Emperor of Tianxing's true body was here, the terror would be magnified infinitely. As the King of Destruction said, it was not the time to face him now. However, from the King of Destruction's attitude, he could tell that the King of Destruction did not seem to be afraid of the Emperor of Tianxing. What kind of trump card does this guy have? Su Yan knew that a person's confidence would never come out of nowhere. The King of Destruction must be so confident because he had the strength and confidence to contend with the Emperor of Tianxing. However, no matter what, the King of Destruction was only a Shura king at this time. There was no doubt about this. However, the other party was indeed the Emperor of Shura. Although the two of them were only one realm apart, the gap between them was so big that it was simply unimaginable. However, Su Yan himself was a monster who could fight beyond his realm. Therefore, he was not surprised to meet someone of the same kind. Where are we going next? Su Yan asked. Ice City, the King of Destruction said. The Azura King continued, suppress the aura of your heavenly fire law. Otherwise, the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment will be able to find you and me. In fact, the King of Destruction had the ability to help Su Yan do this. However, he deliberately did not do it because he wanted to see if Su Yan could do it himself. After all, cooperating with Su Yan was actually a revelation given to him by the Heart of Destruction. Su Yan nodded and said, okay. The power of the zenith circulated. In a few breaths, the extremely powerful fluctuations of the heavenly fire law disappeared. After a while, the aura of the heavenly fire law also turned into nothingness. King of Destruction was quite surprised. Even though he had already anticipated that Su Yan would be able to do this, the fact that Su Yan had been able to do so in such a straightforward and effortless manner was far beyond his expectations. Even the King of Destruction could not do this. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Su Yan could conceal the aura of his world mark. Follow me, the King of Ice City. His laws are not bad for you. He was clearly talking about a powerful Shura king, but at this moment he sounded like an ordinary prey. Chapter 1049. Female Literature. Originally, a Shura king was so high and mighty. When facing the Blood River King, Su Yan even felt despair in his heart. But now, he was going to hunt down the Shura kings to improve his strength. This was simply a dream. His strength was increasing too fast, but at least he was not the prey, which was a good thing. At this time, the King of Destruction had already soared into the sky. He did not tear space. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit. At this time, Su Yan was also using all his strength. Then, he immediately activated the Taishang sword shield. The King of Destruction wanted to see Su Yan's ability, so he did not hold back at this time. Su Yan naturally did not hold back either. Moreover, the King of Destruction had said that the powerful Tianxing Emperor was coming here. Two shadows directly streaked across the sky. Such speed was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Blood River was still surging. He was still the same as before. Perhaps no one would have thought that such a terrifying battle had already taken place here. 3 Shura kings had died here. Right at this moment, another person suddenly appeared in this place. No one could see clearly how he appeared. It was as if he had always existed here. At this time, he stood quietly, feeling the aura of this place. It has actually disappeared. Even the aura of the heavenly fire has disappeared. How interesting. He was not surprised that Su Yan's aura had disappeared. After all, the deceiver of heaven had done something to him. What he was surprised about was that the aura of the heavenly fire law on Su Yan's body had also disappeared. This was not some random cat or dog. It was the law of this world. As long as this world still existed, his aura would definitely exist. However, at this time, that aura had disappeared. It seems that this guy also has something good on him. At this point, a light flashed in his eyes. This thing could reach this level, so it was obviously not simple. Even though he was already the Emperor of Shura, this was still something that made him very excited. It was also because of this that he had even more expectations for Su Yan. Haha, speaking of which, you can be considered as a child with many treasures. I am really looking forward to meeting you. At this moment, his divine sense radiated outwards. His deep gaze seemed to have seen through the entire world. As the Emperor of Shura, his thoughts were as clear as day. His aura surged, and wherever his divine will passed, nothing could escape his search. However, after a while, he suddenly frowned because he actually didn't notice it at all. This made him feel strange. One had to know how sharp his insight was, but at this time, he didn't find anything. What a cunning rat. At this moment his body flashed, and in the next instant he appeared in Blood River City. The former Blood River City had long been reduced to ruins. The Emperor of Tianxing hovered in the sky, sensing the changes here. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly flickered above his head. Then, an eyeball appeared. It was the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment had been defeated by Su Yan, but it actually appeared again at this time. The light in the sky was so obvious. Rays of light rotated and formed an image. It was so dazzling that it was like a modern movie. At this time, all the images began to become clear. Blood River City returned to normal, and everyone reappeared. It was as if they had returned to the origin. At this time, Su Yan appeared in this light image. The Scorpio King and the Blood River King appeared at the same time. In the end, the King of Destruction also appeared. Everything was under his gaze. He knew that the Scorpio King was already dead. As for the Blood River King, although he didn't know what was going on at this time, he could roughly guess. At this time, he saw the King of Destruction. As the Emperor of Shura, his vision and knowledge were naturally far from what ordinary people could compare to. He had already seen the abnormality of the King of Destruction at the first moment. No matter how he looked at it, the King of Destruction only had the strength of a Shura king. However, as powerful as he was, his perception was extremely sharp. Everything was clearly normal, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. This meant that there was definitely a problem. The King of Destruction. Just by looking at the remnants of the light image, he was already certain that the King of Destruction was definitely not simple. The Emperor of Heavenly Punishment had actually heard of the King of Destruction's name before. This was because his #1 general, the Heavenly Fire King, had been defeated by the King of Destruction. At that time, he was very curious about the King of Destruction and even thought of recruiting him. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, the King of Destruction had already left the core area of the Shura realm and arrived in this ruin. He did admire the King of Destruction, but he was only a King of Destruction. At his level, he no longer cared about such things. Since the King of Destruction was unwilling to become his subordinate, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, he didn't expect that his laziness to be a huge oversight. This guy is definitely not simple. It's really strange. I haven't felt like this for a long time. This is really interesting, too interesting. At this moment, he suddenly began to laugh loudly. As the Emperor of Shura, his life had reached a very long point. During this long period of time, increasing his strength had been his pursuit. Perhaps it had also become his pleasure. To be honest, this kind of life was actually very boring. However, He recently discovered that this kind of life had come to an end. The change in the will of the heavens shocked and excited him at the same time. With the arrival of chaotic times, there were naturally endless variables, but there were also endless opportunities. Was the Emperor of Shura powerful? Of course, he was powerful. However, the great Emperor of Shura was even more powerful than the Emperor of Shura. If he followed the path of the past, it would be very difficult for him to improve further. However, it was different now. At this time, he suddenly discovered that this King of Destruction also had a huge secret. Although he didn't have any evidence, at his level, just a thought was enough. As long as he decided on something, he would do it and search for it. Looks like Shatter and that intruder are working together. That's interesting. That's fine. Let's see what you're going to do next. If one didn't know the opponent's plan, then it was obviously the best choice to deal with it as it came. At this time, the King of Destruction and Su Yan had already arrived at an extremely distant place. The speed of Su Yan's regal sword escape was very fast, but the King of Destruction was still steadily in front of him, not giving him the slightest chance. At this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly paused. Not long after, Su Yan arrived at his side. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Could it be that we've arrived at Ice Snow City? He couldn't feel the slightest bit of cold here, so this place naturally couldn't be Ice Snow City. However, at this time, the King of Destruction suddenly stopped. There must be a reason for this. At this time, the King of Destruction said with a smile, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that a guest went to the shore of the Blood River. I left some small tricks there. Alright, let's go." Of course, Su Yan knew who the guest he was talking about was. At this time, other than the extremely powerful Emperor of Tianxing, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would appear there. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase. The two of them headed toward Ice Snow City. Ice Snow City was a big city in the Shura realm. The ruler of this place was the King of Ice Snow. This Shura king had existed for countless years. To put it bluntly, he was older than the average emperor. In the cultivation world, time often meant strength. The King of Ice Snow's law is one of the top laws in the Shura realm, the Law of Ice. It's not inferior to the Law of Heavenly Fire. However, I can tell you that although the King of Heavenly Fire is known as a half-step emperor, the King of Ice Snow is much stronger than him. Hearing this, Su Yan was surprised. The King of Destruction said that the King of Destruction was powerful, so this was inevitable. However, the King of Heavenly Fire's combat strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, his half-step Emperor Cultivation should be enough to make him proud among so many Shura kings. However, the King of Ice Snow's strength was actually stronger than his. This was too unbelievable. Then, how does he compare to you? Which one of you is stronger? Su Yan asked directly. The King of Destruction said, "I've never fought with him, so it's not easy to judge. However, this guy might be the same kind of person as me." Su Yan did not understand what the King of Destruction meant. Could it be that the King of Destruction was a heaven deceiver like him? However, this was not important. Su Yan only needed to know that the King of Destruction was an extremely powerful guy. This was enough. Alright, according to what we said earlier, I'll give you his origin law, but the other things on him are what I want. Therefore, I hope that we can cooperate happily. The two of them continued to travel. After more than 10 days, they guessed that they had arrived at Ice Snow City. Seeing this huge city, Su Yan could not help but be speechless. Compared to Ice Snow City, Blood River City was simply a joke. Ice Snow City was incomparably beautiful and huge. In terms of size, it was more than 10 times the size of Blood River City. More importantly, there were countless complicated runes within this ice city. Chapter 1050. Female Literature. These patterns were naturally not decorations. They contained an extremely huge amount of energy. The power contained within was simply unimaginable. The enormous power contained within seemed to be able to make everyone stop breathing. At this moment, Su Yan could already feel the powerful pressure coming from this ice city. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "How is it? Do you feel that this power is very grand and powerful? Do you feel afraid because of this?" This could be considered a joke, but in fact, it was also a test. This kind of power was simply unparalleled, and there was no need to mention how powerful it was. After sensing this huge power, an ordinary king's first reaction might be to retreat. Su Yan was unmoved. He only said, "Then how are we going to find this king of ice? Are we going to pretend to be an ordinary Shura and enter?" At his level, it was not difficult at all for him to do this. However, at this moment, the king of destruction said with a smile, "Why do we need to find him? Why don't we just let this guy take the initiative to meet us?" Just as he was speaking, a black ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt an extremely terrifying power from this ball. This terrifying power even shocked him. Within this small power, there was an endless amount of powerful destructive power compressed. He had also analyzed the power of destruction from the King of Destruction, so he naturally understood how terrifying this power was. There was no need to mention how powerful and terrifying the King of Destruction was. The power contained within was simply terrifying. He gently tossed the ball downward. Such an action was like throwing a piece of trash down. Su Yan did not say anything. He just quietly watched the ball fall. The ball fell very slowly, like a falling leaf. The people in the Ice City still did not realize that there were two uninvited guests above their heads. A black bomb was flying towards them. What is that? When the black ball finally approached the Ice City, someone finally noticed it. At this moment, the black ball also became faster and faster. In the end, the speed of the black ball was simply unimaginable. Destroy him! At this time, a blue-faced Shura directly attacked. He gathered his energy, wanting to destroy this damned thing as soon as possible. It was a pity that such a thing was not something that a person of his level could deal with. Not only did his attack not cause the black sphere to disintegrate, but the black sphere also swallowed up his attack. At this time, the power of the sphere became even more terrifying. The violent aura directly erupted at this time. The terrifying radiance finally reached its peak at this moment. In an instant, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Above Ice Snow City, there was an energy barrier. However, at the moment when the black sphere fell, the barrier trembled incessantly. At that moment, holes began to appear in the barrier. Enemy attack, level 1 alert. Snow City's response was swift. They immediately went on alert and at the same time, sent out the news. At this moment, Su Yan was looking at the sphere. Not only was the sphere of destruction not destroyed, but it was also becoming bigger and bigger. The defensive power of Ice Snow City was actually extremely powerful. However, at this time, not only did this defensive power not destroy the sphere of destruction, but it also became its source of power. An extremely terrifying power constantly attacked at this time. That berserk aura had reached its peak at this moment. At this time, all the power began to die out. The radiance between heaven and earth began to dim at this time. Who dares to cause trouble in Ice Snow City? Are you tired of living? At this moment, the huge ice sculptures in Ice Snow City suddenly began to open their eyes. One by one, the huge ice sculptures transformed into terrifying giants. The speed of these giants was extremely terrifying. It was almost like a flash of lightning. The 5 ice giants arrived in front of the sphere of destruction in an instant. At this time, the sphere of destruction had become extremely huge. Its diameter had probably reached 20 meters. The 5 giants waved their fists at the same time, and a terrifying fist force whistled out at this time. He punched out with a powerful force. In the next moment, a thick layer of ice appeared on the surface of the sphere of destruction. The ice layer spread extremely quickly. In just an instant, the sphere of destruction had been frozen. After the 5 ice giants dealt with the sphere of destruction, they raised their heads and looked at Su Yan and the King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan was surprised to find that the 5 ice giants actually had the combat power of the Shura King. At this moment, the 5 ice giants directly soared into the sky and surrounded Su Yan and the King of Destruction. However, they did not attack at this time. At this time, a flame suddenly appeared on the head of one of the ice giants. The flame gradually disappeared, and a very young person appeared there. It was a Shura King, a real Shura King. Moreover, his power was the power of fire, which was also the fire of Shura. Su Yan was surprised. This guy's combat power was not comparable to the heavenly fire kings. However, his power was still very strong. Of course, he was not the king of ice. Otherwise, how could he condense the power of heavenly fire? I was wondering who it was. So it's the king of destruction. How dare you behave so atrociously in the king of ice's ice city? Do you want to die? The king of destruction stood on the head of the ice giants, looking down on them at this time. His aura was very strong, at least not inferior to the king of Blood River. Together with the 5 ice giants, his combat power could be considered terrifying. The king of destruction shook his head and said softly, "That guy is not here yet. Looks like it's still not enough." At this time, he gently snapped his fingers, and a small sphere of destruction appeared. Just like before, this sphere of destruction went straight down. Almost at the same time, the previously sealed sphere of destruction suddenly emitted a loud cracking sound. In just a moment, the solid ice shattered, and the sphere of destruction became even bigger. Su Yan, you should like this guy's law very much. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to help. It's just that I personally don't like people standing above me. I want to kill him directly. This guy said to Su Yan. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. He knew that this guy wanted to use him as a free laborer. However, he was right. He really liked this guy's heavenly fire law. This was one of the flaws of plunder. The power of the Supreme could seize the law power of the other party and make it his own. However, he was not a creature from the Shura world, so he couldn't cultivate by himself. Okay. Su Yan's eyes were fixed on this flaming man. Destruction, you're too arrogant. You're courting death. This Shura king didn't expect that the king of destruction would completely ignore him. Back then, he was indeed defeated by the king of destruction. Later on, he even joined the king of ice and snow. After so many years, his combat strength had already risen to a new level. He was only one step away from becoming a half-step emperor. He originally thought that he was enough to face the king of destruction, but this time, the other party actually ignored him. It seemed that the other party even wanted to let this guy, who wasn't even a Shura king, deal with him. Just as he was furious, Su Yan directly activated the regal sword flight. In the next moment, he appeared in front of him. These 5 ice sculptures are yours. Su Yan faced him but said to the king of destruction. The two of them seemed to be chatting. The king of destruction nodded helplessly. Young people nowadays really like to slack off. But since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his 5 fingers, and a gray power directly erupted from his body. It was an extremely terrifying power of destruction. At this time, the power of destruction turned into a huge net and directly connected to the 5 ice sculptures. The ice sculptures that were filled with an extremely terrifying aura in front of him actually stopped moving after coming into contact with the gray net. At this time, the Shura king who used the law of heavenly fire finally realized that something was wrong. Impossible! How can you be so powerful? At this moment, he was really too powerful. He and the king of destruction were Shura kings of the same era. The time when the two of them became Shura kings was not too far apart. After so many years, he thought that his strength had improved extremely rapidly. However, at this moment, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. The king of destruction's casual power actually made him feel that he couldn't resist it. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword appeared. At the same time, the law of heavenly fire was directly activated. At this time, the law of heavenly fire turned into a domain that enveloped him and the young man. In fact, with his current realm, he still couldn't reach this step. However, with the help of the supreme power, he could barely do it. At the same time, he pointed the Taiji sword diagonally, and a powerful force directly spread out at this time. Hee poor worm. I advise you to look at the young man in front of you seriously. I might as well tell you a piece of news. He swallowed the law of heavenly fire. The king of destruction's gloating voice sounded. At this time, the Shura king's expression changed drastically again. What? He swallowed the law of heavenly fire? This is impossible. He was shocked. But his intuition told him that the King of Destruction would not lie to him. Both he and the King of Heavenly Fire were experts who cultivated the Shura fire. He knew that in terms of attainment in the Shura fire, he was no match for the King of Heavenly Fire. Chapter 1051. Female Literature. Had the Heavenly Fire King been devoured as well? Only now did he realize why he had felt a sense of familiarity when this guy had unleashed his fire laws. So that was how it was. He practiced his breathing a few times, and only then did he manage to calm his heart down. He knew that it was a taboo to not be calm during a battle. If what the King of Destruction had said was true, then the combat strength of this kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Since he had dared to come up alone, then he must have thought of himself as prey. As a powerhouse, it was easy to imagine how he would feel about being treated as prey. He was furious and humiliated. However, he had already calmed down by now. He looked at Su Yan and said directly, "You have devoured the laws of that arrogant fellow, the Heavenly Fire King. You are indeed quite capable. However, this is good. I will devour your power. This way, my Heavenly Fire King will be able to advance further. I might even be able to reach a higher realm." When he calmed down, his aura returned once again. He wasn't wrong. There were always two sides to everything. He was already strong enough. Although his enemy didn't seem as simple as they seemed, he definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Confidence was a basic element of being a powerhouse. If he didn't even have confidence in himself, then there would be no need to continue this battle. At this moment, Su Yan had already charged towards him. The revered sword escape technique erupted once again. He disappeared from his original spot in an instant and appeared in front of Dark Flame the next moment. Dark Flame was the title of this much younger Shura King. Back then, he had lost to the Heavenly Fire King in the Battle of the Shura King. Therefore, he had named himself Dark Flame, which meant that he was a flame that sank in the darkness. To be honest, even though he had been mentally prepared, the speed of Su Yan's sword still exceeded his expectations. However, that was all. He raised his hand. At this moment, a flaming blade appeared on his arm. The moment this flaming blade appeared, Su Yan's sword fell. The first confrontation between the two began at this moment. An extremely powerful and terrifying power erupted at this moment and began to spread outwards. However, at this time, the powerful Su Yan directly blocked this power. His strength is unimaginably strong. It's really shocking. He clearly hasn't reached this realm, but he has such terrifying explosive power. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because right at this moment, Su Yan's sword chi actually erupted once more. The sword chi had clearly been blocked by his power, but unfortunately, it moved on its own at this time, turning into an even sharper chi that rushed towards him. At this moment, his power directly surged, and the aura of both of them kept rising. It was an indescribably terrifying power. That Dark Flame's power was indeed incomparably powerful. His power rolled like a huge wave, directly rushing towards Su Yan. In terms of power alone, although Su Yan's strength had increased a lot, he was still not a match for the person in front of him. The strength of the person in front of him was truly terrifying. That violent power was like a primordial giant beast that rushed towards him directly. However, Su Yan was not weak at this moment. His power was rolling at this moment, and after being transformed by the Taiji sword, it directly turned into an extremely powerful force that rushed towards the other party. Dark Flame's power was violent, but Su Yan's power was sharp. These were two extremely extreme powers. At this moment, these two powers were constantly clashing, causing even more terrifying damage. No, it's this sword. Dark Flame was a king, so his insight was naturally extremely sharp. At this time, he immediately discovered that something was wrong. Although Su Yan's own power was terrifyingly powerful and could already use the power of laws, his own strength had not reached this level. If he were to fight with Dark Flame in this state, he would definitely not be a match for Dark Flame. However, at this time, not only did Su Yan block his power, but he was also able to restrain him, directly suppressing his power. The key was the power of this divine sword. After being transformed by the divine sword, the nature of his power immediately changed, turning into an extremely powerful and violent power. And it was also the impact of this extremely powerful and violent power that allowed Yi Shiwen's power to suppress Dark Flame. This is not your own power at all. It's the divine sword. Dark Flame was naturally unconvinced. He could clearly defeat his opponent, but at this time, he was directly suppressed. And this was only the first strike. At this time, Su Yan smiled and said, "You idiot. My sword is naturally one of my powers." In a battle of life and death, who cared about fairness and unfairness? This kind of thinking was too naive. No, not naive, but stupid. At this time, Dark Flame had clearly realized this point. This made him even angrier. From the beginning until now, he seemed to have lost his mind. He did not know the origin of Su Yan, but he knew that at this time, he was actually very passive. During the battle, he glanced at the King of Destruction. This guy had not made any move at this time, as though he was watching a show. Although Dark Flame had lost to him back then, the gap between them should not be that big. But now, he could not even see the approximate level of Yi Shiwen's cultivation. This made him even angrier. At this time, Su Yan discovered that Dark Flame was distracted. At this time, his power changed directly. The Taiji swords Yin and Yang complemented each other, but at the same time, it could also be transformed to the extreme. At this time, he focused all his attention on the power of the heavenly fire law. In just an instant, the nature of the sword energy changed directly, and a terrifying power surged out. To think that you're a king. You actually dare to be distracted during a battle. Are you courting death? Su Yan shouted angrily the moment the power erupted. At this time, Dark Flame did not speak. At this time, he clearly knew that he had made a mistake in the battle again. He, the great Shura King, was actually taught a lesson by a guy who was not even a Shura King. This made him feel even more ashamed. Shut up. At this moment, his Azura Fire's power of law also erupted at this moment. Two extreme powers once again erupted at this moment. At this moment, the aura was so violent that it seemed like the sky was about to collapse. Of course, at this time, the sky was already enveloped by Su Yan's heavenly fire law. At this time, it was a naked confrontation of the heavenly fire law. In this confrontation, Su Yan had already shown his disadvantage. His power was not weak, but he had just seized the heavenly fire law. No matter how abnormal the power of the Exalted was, it was impossible for him to directly digest and master this power. Therefore, under the power of this attack, Su Yan's heavenly fire barrier actually trembled a little. This finally made Dark Flame feel that he had saved some face. I advise you to bring out your true power. Although you have devoured the heavenly fire law, you are not the king of heavenly fire after all. Devouring his law does not mean that you can become him. At this time, he continued to release his power. Under this powerful power, he kept blasting out. In a short moment, he had already found his own rhythm. The strongest point of Su Yan's power was its sharpness. After his power had been transformed by the divine sword, his power's lethality was terrifying. It was simply unparalleled. However, Su Yan also had a fatal flaw. That was, Su Yan's power was not strong enough. Since that was the case, he would use an incomparably strong power to attack him directly. As long as he kept attacking from a distance, Su Yan would not be able to resist. In fact, sometimes, the way to victory was very simple. He just had to fight according to his own rhythm. After a while, his advantage became even more obvious. The powerful aura kept shaking, constantly pressuring Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have no other means. He could only hold on bitterly. "Huh, is this all you've got?" Dark Flame finally regained control of the rhythm in his own hands. At this time, he had enough authority to speak. However, Su Yan was indifferent to his mockery. At this time, the King of Destruction shook his head gently and said to himself, "What a stupid guy. He can't even judge the situation at the very least." As he spoke, another sphere of destruction was formed. Then he tossed it down. This sphere of destruction was an extremely terrifying challenge to the defense of Ice City. The defense of Ice City was actually very strong. However, under the immense pressure of the sphere of destruction, The defense of Ice City was still on the verge of collapse. Still not willing to come out? King of Ice, you've obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor. What level have you reached now? This really makes me curious. It was at this time that the battle between Su Yan and Dark Flame changed once again. Su Yan, who was originally bitterly holding on, seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. His disadvantage became even greater. Damnable brat, you will pay the price for your earlier arrogance. At this moment, his killing intent abruptly gushed forth. His killing intent towards Su Yan was exceedingly intense. Chapter 1052. Female Literature. In his opinion, Su Yan's attitude was too arrogant. For a powerhouse, such arrogance was an insult to them. Of course, his ultimate goal was still the King of Destruction. He had too much hatred for the King of Destruction. After all, the King of Destruction had completely disregarded him, which was an insult to him. At this moment, his dark flame went berserk and an extremely terrifying power started to condense at a single point. This was his killer move, Dark Flame Surge. After the Dark Flame Surge condensed, its power became extremely terrifying. Su Yan's aura was completely suppressed. The Dark Flame Surge eventually turned into a terrifying demonic sword that bombarded Su Yan's body. Die, you idiot! He directly spat out the thoughts in his heart. Of course, at this time, his eyes were burning with passion. Su Yan's Taiji sword was too powerful. If he could get his hands on it, his power would be even more terrifying. If the King of Destruction still dared to treat him with such arrogance at that time, only death would await him. The Dark Flame's power had become the only thing left. Su Yan seemed to have already died under this extremely terrifying power. The King of Dark Flame's gaze landed on the King of Destruction. Destruction, you're too impudent. At this moment, Dark Flame was even more furious. That was because he actually felt a sense of exaltation when he said those words. This in itself was a kind of insult. He and the King of Destruction were both kings. At the very least, the two of them should be equal. However, at this time, he had already fallen to such a level. The King of Destruction raised his head slightly but ignored the Dark Flame. He only said indifferently, "Idiot." This disdainful tone infuriated the Dark Flame even more. If he hadn't wanted to wait for Su Yan to die so that he could obtain his divine sword before attacking, he would have already gone berserk. What did you say? The Dark Flame's killing intent had already seeped into his bones. If he had the chance, he would definitely crush the King of Destruction completely. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Are you an idiot?" He's saying you're an idiot. You don't even know this. That was Su Yan's voice. At this moment, Dark Flame suddenly turned back. Shouldn't Su Yan be dead already? Why was his voice still heard at this time? Moreover, his voice seemed so calm. Impossible. You received my Dark Flame Surge. How are you still alive? At this time, he was really shocked. He had clearly endured the full power of his Dark Flame, but this kid was still alive. Surging Dark Flame was a killer move that he had carefully prepared. As long as he was hit by this move, even if he was also a Shura King, he would die under the power of this move. But at this time, Su Yan was still alive. Why? At this time, Su Yan's body reappeared. He walked out of the Dark Flame like a hero reborn from the ashes. At this moment, Dark Flame was still there, but this terrifying Dark Flame had no effect on Su Yan. At this time, he was standing in the flames and wasn't affected at all. As Su Yan inhaled and exhaled, the Dark Flame even moved towards his body. You actually adapted to the power of my Dark Flame. Although they were both Shura flames, the power of the laws in Dark Flame's hands was actually very different. Dark Flame's lethality was even greater than that of Shura flames. But at this time, Su Yan was standing there without any scruples, as if he wasn't affected at all. This was simply too terrifying. Dark Flame suddenly understood the meaning of the words, King of Destruction. Idiot, this was really an idiot. Even he himself felt that he was an idiot. Su Yan walked very slowly, step by step, until he was in front of Dark Flame. At this time, Dark Flame felt that his body was very heavy. At this time, he felt as if he were facing an extremely terrifying primordial beast. If it were in the past, he would never believe that he would be frightened by such a junior. But now, it was happening right in front of him. Dark flame, after so many years, you still can't change your bad habit. Turns out you're just a noob, but you insist on thinking you're so powerful. It seems that old King of Ice didn't give you any serious guidance. The King of Destruction's voice came slowly. In fact, the King of Destruction had never thought that Su Yan would lose. His eyes were very sharp, so he naturally knew that Su Yan was extraordinary, and he also knew how sharp the sword in his hand was. With such a divine sword in hand, Su Yan definitely couldn't lose. However, the only thing he cared about was how Su Yan would win. Su Yan's methods were somewhat beyond his expectations, but in fact, this was also within his expectations. This kid's ability is really becoming more and more terrifying. Even he had to admit that Su Yan's strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Such strength gave him an extremely unreal feeling. It was as if Su Yan had already become a god. Of course, he had his own reliance. That was the true inheritance of great Emperor Shura. Not to mention anything else, as long as he could walk down this path, his strength would definitely rise to an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, the end of his path was far from great Emperor Shura. Therefore, his vision was naturally not limited to this. Although he was apprehensive of Su Yan, he definitely wouldn't kill Su Yan because he feared his growth. Moreover, the current relationship between him and Su Yan could be said to be a cooperative one. The stronger Su Yan was, the better it was for him. In fact, Dark Flame's fate was already obvious. When Su Yan released the heavenly fire laws, he already knew what Su Yan was thinking. Su Yan wanted to directly devour his power. Although Dark Flame's previous attack was indeed because he was stronger than Su Yan, if Su Yan really wanted to resist, he definitely wouldn't be so weak. However, the situation was as such. There was only one possibility, and that was that Su Yan was currently familiarizing himself with Dark Flame's power. Su Yan wasn't from the Shura realm, so even the King of Destruction didn't know what methods Su Yan used. However, he was very sure that Su Yan definitely had a way to do all this. At this point, Su Yan had already familiarized himself with Dark Flame's power, so it was time to reap the harvest. The power of the two extremes of yin and yang erupted from the Taiji sword at this moment. The violent and abnormally powerful power roared at this moment. The rolling power was like Mount Tai. Only when he truly faced this power did Dark Flame realize how stupid he really was. He was clearly facing such a powerful enemy, but he was still so arrogant. He was infuriated by the King of Destruction from the very beginning, and his mind was in chaos. At this moment, his strength increased, and all of his strength reached the pinnacle. Dark Flame naturally wouldn't be willing to be defeated by Su Yan and even be devoured by him. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity to turn the tables. He was currently struggling with all his might, but Su Yan's power had already been established, and he couldn't resist at all. It was at this moment that a powerful force suddenly emerged from Ice City. A Bingshan actually appeared where the force passed. The power of ice was so terrifying that it directly froze everything. The power of ice? It's not bad, but it's still too weak. This was the King of Destruction's evaluation. The person who came at this time was also a Shura king who cultivated the law of ice. However, it wasn't the King of Ice himself. Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously in Ice City? Are you tired of living? He had just arrived when he immediately saw Dark Flame being suppressed by Su Yan. The King of Ice Shura didn't hesitate at all and immediately attacked. However, the moment he attacked, a sphere of destruction was already charging towards him. In just an instant, this power had already arrived in front of him. He was shocked. As the King of Shura, he actually couldn't resist this sphere of destruction at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat at this time to avoid this power. King of Ice, are you still not willing to come out? I don't have much time. If you still don't come out, I'll directly slaughter your entire Ice City. As he spoke, he blasted out another sphere of destruction. The reason why the King of Destruction was so desperate at this time was because he had already sensed an aura coming towards this place. It was the aura of the Emperor of Tianxing. They were fighting here, although they were very far away from Blood River City. However, the Emperor of Shura's divine consciousness was simply too powerful. Since the Emperor of Destruction had already sensed his aura back then, as long as he fought, the Emperor of Destruction would immediately be able to detect his aura and directly come here. To the Emperor of Destruction, these were just small fries. His target was the real King of Ice. The Shura King who had just appeared using the Law of Ice was obviously very angry at this time. The other party was really going too far and didn't put him in his eyes at all. He came here, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that the Sphere of Destruction was about to completely melt Ice City's defenses and seeing that Su Yan was about to kill Dark Flame at this time, this feeling of powerlessness made him feel angry and absurd. At this time, a cold and old voice sounded. "King of Destruction, why do you have to be so aggressive?" The moment this voice appeared, Ice City's defenses suddenly flickered with light. The spheres of destruction were directly frozen on the city walls. At the same time, Su Yan's Law of Heavenly Fire was also frozen. Chapter 1053. Female Literature. Su Yan's movements came to an abrupt halt. He was clearly surrounded by the Heavenly Fire's power, but at this moment, he actually felt a bone-piercing chill. At this moment, Dark Flame suddenly cried out in surprise, my great king, you're finally here." They were both Shura kings, but Dark Flame worshipped the King of Frost so much, just like how Rust worshipped the King of Blood River. In fact, most of the time, one's realm did not represent anything. What truly determined everything was one's strength. Although the King of Frost was still a Shura king, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even the Shura king was not willing to provoke him. Just like the King of Destruction, he was a powerhouse whose combat strength far exceeded his realm. Although Su Yanping had fought with the King of Destruction before, he knew very well that the King of Destruction hadn't used his full strength at that time. Therefore, he didn't know how strong the King of Destruction's battle prowess was. However, at this moment, he already felt the King of Frost's terrifying strength. Terrifying. Yes, this was his evaluation of the other party at this moment. Only this word could describe the shock in Su Yan's heart at this moment. The Heavenly Fire King, who was a half-step ruler, was far inferior to the King of Ice and Snow, whom he had yet to meet. The laws were on a completely different level. Under the ice and snow, it seemed like the whole world was about to quiet down at this moment. The power of a single person could affect the whole world. This was the feeling Su Yan got from the King of Destruction. "Ha, you damned guy. The king is here, so it's time for you to die." Su Yan's movements were directly sealed at this moment, so Dark Flame's opportunity naturally came. His power suddenly rose at this moment. He wanted to turn the tables and kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. However, Su Yan said, "Not necessarily." These two words extinguished Dark Flame's rising hope. At this moment, an extremely ferocious power suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. He even saw a huge dragon circling around Su Yan's body. That wasn't all. Then his aura changed once again. The terrifying power turned into an extremely terrifying aura of a devil. In short, the energy in Su Yan's body continued to transform. Then, these energies finally merged into one. At the moment when the power merged, he felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. Crack crack. Brittle noises echoed directly from the bottom of his heart. This was a voice filled with despair. At this moment he had truly collapsed. Under the power of the King of Ice and Snow, Su Yan was still able to move. What kind of monster was he? How could he be so terrifying? Although the King of Ice and Snow is powerful, he can't seal me directly. Su Yan's words fell into his ears. At the same time, his aura directly broke through everything and pierced Dark Flame's chest. The body of the Shura King was originally extremely powerful. However, Su Yan had the extremely terrifying Taiji Divine Sword in his hand. With the power of the Divine Sword, even the Emperor of Shura could do nothing to it, let alone the Shura King. The power of Yin and Yang erupted at the same time. A terrifying aura was born at this moment. The violent power immediately annihilated everything. At this moment, his strength had reached an extreme point, and his strength had reached an extreme point. "You're too bold, little guy." At this moment, a voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. The moment the voice appeared, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure on him become heavier. Su Yan knew that the King of Ice and Snow had directly attacked him. At the beginning, he was only affected by the power of the King of Ice and Snow. However, just the power of the shockwave was enough to seal his movements. At this moment, however, the King of Ice and Snow had directly suppressed Su Yan with his power. No matter what, Dark Flame was still a Shura king. Moreover, he was a Shura king who was loyal to him. The Shura king was already a Dao sovereign in the infinite world. Such an expert was naturally one in a million. If he was killed by Su Yan just like that, his loss would be too great. Therefore, he would not let Su Yan succeed no matter what. At this moment, the King of Destruction laughed and said, "Old thing, your opponent is me." A sphere of destruction appeared at this moment. Then, the King of Destruction's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment he appeared in front of Su Yan. He was still holding the sphere of destruction in his hand, and his power was already blasting forward. Almost at the same time, an ice sculpture appeared in front of him. At this time, the ice sculpture also reached out and attacked Su Yan. At this time, he just happened to collide with the King of Destruction's sphere of destruction. At this moment, the power of the two erupted with the most violent impact. At this moment, the power of both sides soared. The violent aura was so terrifying that the aura between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen at this moment. Su Yan's eyes revealed a look of shock. He clearly felt that the realm of these two people was still at the level of the Shura king, but in their hands, the power had become so varied. The aura that erupted at this time was actually so powerful. Everything was constantly changing at this moment. At this moment, it was as if life and death were about to be completely extinguished. The use of power can actually reach such a level. If it was the same level of power in his hands, he could unleash 100% of the power, but in their hands, he could unleash dozens of percent of the power. What a terrifying method this was. If Su Yan could also reach this level, his combat strength would be increased by at least 10 times. He had always thought that he had gone very far in the same realm, and that his power had already far surpassed those of the same realm. But now, it seemed that he was still too short-sighted. There would always be powerhouses in this world that you didn't know about. No matter what, you couldn't be careless. At this time, Su Yan finally understood the meaning of this sentence. What are you still in a daze for? That dark flame is a Shura king at any rate. It's not a good thing to waste a sword. At this time, the King of Destruction's voice sounded. Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. In fact, he also understood that the situation wasn't good at this time. At this time, although the King of Destruction and the ice sculpture erupted with similar power and even had a slight advantage, it didn't mean that they had an absolute advantage. Moreover, they were currently in a state of being hunted. That powerful Sky Punisher King would arrive at any time. If the Emperor of Tianxing was in front of him, it would not be a fun thing to do. Su Yan immediately said, "Okay." At this time, what he had to do was to attack Dark Flame and then devour his power. However, at this time, a frost sword slashed directly at him. The power of frost was suffused with bone-chilling killing intent. Don't be impudent. It was the young Shura king from before. No matter what, this was the Shura king of Frost City. No matter what, he couldn't allow anyone to offend him like this. Dark Flame couldn't be killed by Su Yan just like that. The person who attacked at this time was really not weak in terms of Frost Law. His combat strength was even a level higher than Dark Flame's. However, Su Yan didn't take him seriously at this time. This was because he didn't intend to fight him directly. He struck out with his palm and then disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in another place. This place was the ice city that he had fallen into after being bombarded by the King of Destruction's sphere of destruction. Surefire, dance. Su Yan used the regal sword escape technique to leave the place. At the same time, he activated the domain condensed by Surefire. It was naturally very difficult to kill the other party with this domain. However, he didn't want to kill the other party. All Su Yan needed was time. As long as this domain could buy him some time, it would be enough. Save me. At this moment, Dark Flame was incomparably terrified. He finally realized that he was about to die. However, he was really unwilling to accept that he had actually died in the hands of Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about his unwillingness. There were too many people in this world who were unwilling to die. He didn't have the time to care about them one by one. His power erupted at this time, and the power of the regal sword immediately rushed into the other party's body. The terrifying power of the regal sword kept scurrying around and then started to devour his power. At this time, devouring Dark Flame's power was much easier than devouring the King of Heavenly Fire. Firstly, during the previous battle, Su Yan had tried it himself and then analyzed Dark Flame's power law. Secondly, his law was still Shura fire. Although the form was different, in fact, there wasn't much difference in the essence. How dare you! At this time, the sky outside Frost City became extremely dark. A terrifying force rushed to this place. A terrifying aura appeared at this time. The temperature here became even colder, and an invisible domain appeared. Ah, you old thing. You insisted on waiting for one of your own to die before making a move. How stupid! The King of Destruction laughed heartily. At the same time, his terrifying sphere of destruction erupted, completely destroying the ice sculpture. It turned out that this ice sculpture wasn't the King of Frost's original body, but his incarnation. Chapter 1054. Female Literature. If the battle prowess of an incarnation was already so terrifying, then how powerful would his real body be? At this moment, the largest ice sculpture in Ice City flew directly into the sky. The huge ice sculpture floated in the sky as if a real god had descended. Endless majesty spread out at this moment. That terrifying aura impacted everyone's soul. Powerful, it was really too powerful. Kid, you're courting death. A cold voice sounded from the ice sculpture. Then, an ice dragon suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. The ice dragon was lifelike. Every scale and hair on its body was so real. Then, the power directly rushed toward Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan felt that he had been separated from this world. He could no longer feel the aura of this world. It was as if he had been locked in a vacuum. If it was anyone else who encountered such a situation, their mind would probably be shaken. Because this was almost equivalent to a desperate situation. But Su Yan didn't. Su Yan had fought until now and experienced countless despair. His nerves had long adapted to this rhythm. At this moment, his aura erupted at this moment. At the same time, the law formed a personal domain. What he did was to hide his treasures. At the same time, the Taiji sword directly suppressed his body. With this, even if the King of Ice and Snow wanted to kill him with all his strength, it would not be easy. Moreover, Su Yan believed that the King of Destruction would definitely not let the King of Ice and Snow do this. There was no doubt that the King of Destruction needed him at this time. At the very least, he would definitely not let anything happen to him at this time. If the King of Destruction wanted to enter the infinite world, then he had to hide the aura of the world mark on his body. Unless he could surpass the limit of the Shura realm, he would need Su Yan's help. Therefore, at this time, he would definitely not let Su Yan die. Su Yan was very clear about this, so he didn't panic at all. At this moment, his aura calmed down. Then, he began to combine the heavenly fire laws of Dark Flame with the laws of heavenly fire he had devoured. He couldn't make the heavenly fire law's power stronger through cultivation, but he could strengthen it through devouring and stacking. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to rise. Su Yan's realm was constantly changing at this time. The King of Ice and Snow naturally discovered what he was doing. At this time, an even colder voice sounded. What an arrogant brat! If he couldn't kill Su Yan, then his prestige would be ruined. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction suddenly said, "You shouldn't care about whether others are arrogant or not. I came here today to borrow your life." At this time, the King of Destruction directly revealed his killing intent. Such a terrifying and naked killing intent, without the slightest bit of concealment, that violent power was simply overwhelming at this time. The powerful and terrifying power was even more terrifying at this time. The King of Destruction had been very indifferent before. Although the power he used to attack wasn't weak, it gave people the feeling that he wouldn't go all out. However, at this time, no one had expected that his killing intent would suddenly erupt. The killing intent that suddenly erupted was so terrifying and naked that it didn't give the other party any face at all. "Destruction, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" the King of Ice and Snow said in surprise. At this time, he couldn't even care about Su Yan. He and the King of Destruction had known each other for a long time. The King of Destruction knew about his background, and he naturally knew about the King of Destruction as well. Both of them had obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Shura, and had a huge opportunity. The path to becoming powerful was very difficult. It was full of difficulties and obstacles, and one wrong move could lead to death. Since ancient times, many geniuses had died on the path of growth. The King of Ice and Snow had such inheritances because of the care of Great Emperor Shura. As long as they could steadily advance, it would be easy for them to become the King of Shura, and even Great Emperor Shura could be expected. It was also because of this that although the King of Ice and Snow was extremely powerful, he didn't participate in the struggle for hegemony, nor did he allow himself to break through. His idea was very simple, and that was to become Great Emperor Shura as soon as possible. In his opinion, the King of Destruction had the same idea as him, because the two of them had done almost the same thing. They both hid at the edge of the land and did their own things. However, he never expected that the King of Destruction would suddenly come at this time, and from the looks of it, he was here to fight to the death with him. How could he understand this? "Are you crazy? Why do you want to die with me? You should know that fate is on our side. As long as we continue to cultivate, we will become Great Emperor Shura sooner or later. At that time, the world will be eternal, and I will not be destroyed. What exactly do you want to do?" He directly questioned again. At this time, the King of Destruction sneered and said, "Fate is on my side? The world will be eternal, and I will not be destroyed? Ha, you short-sighted person, you have obtained the power of inheritance, which is a waste. What fate and the like are simply nonsense. You are just deceiving yourself." As he spoke, he suddenly punched out. This time, it was no longer a tepid ball of destruction, but an extremely terrifying fist of destruction. A terrifying fist directly pierced through the sky, and the powerful and terrifying power seemed to want to burn everything. Under this punch, countless cracks appeared on the huge ice sculpture. One had to know that this ice sculpture was the manifestation of the law of ice and snow, the condensation of the law. Even the power of a king would not be easy to cause cracks to appear on it, let alone shatter it. However, at this time, the King of Destruction directly achieved this with a punch. His power was so terrifying and so powerful. The power of destruction could destroy the foundation of all laws. The law of destruction was one of the few extremely terrifying and powerful laws. At this time, the power of this law completely erupted at this time, and the power within it was terrifying to an unknown extent. "How long do you want to hide in there like a turtle? I might as well tell you that if you don't come out and fight with me, it doesn't matter. I will kill you directly." He was so arrogant that he didn't put anything in his eyes. At this time, the King of Destruction attacked with such strength. Of course, at this time, he had no choice because he had already sensed that the powerful pursuer was about to arrive. At this time, the huge ice sculpture shattered, and a figure in the core of the ice sculpture gradually became clear. It was an ice man, and everything was made of ice elements. He was the real King of Ice and Snow. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword directly slashed down. At this time, he directly opened his domain. Under such power, the power of the King of Ice and Snow that suppressed him directly shattered. He was immediately freed from it. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a lightning-like brilliance. His gaze landed on this person. The aura on this person's body was too terrifying. So far, this person was definitely one of the most powerful people Su Yan had come into contact with. King of Ice and Snow? Su Yan's eyes revealed a dangerous light because he knew that this person was his prey. This time, he and the King of Destruction came here to devour his law of ice and snow. As long as he could devour the law of ice and snow and successfully combine it with his own power, his strength would improve further. Only when he was strong enough would he be able to use the power of the very high more effectively. At that time, he could help the King of Destruction conceal his aura. At this time, the King of Ice and Snow's gaze turned and immediately noticed Su Yan's gaze. "Do you want to treat me as your prey?" The cold voice directly rushed toward Su Yan. This voice had no emotions at all, it was simply incomparably terrifying. However, at this time, Su Yan had already felt his power, so he naturally did not care about his aura. "That's right," Su Yan answered directly and generously. "Annihilation, you actually got involved with a brat like this? How disappointing." The King of Ice and Snow walked out from the ice sculpture. Beside him, countless ice elementals were constantly trembling, like an endless number of fairies. The more they were like this, the more Su Yan felt the burning desire for him. This was because he had the heavenly ice jade heart. In terms of the law of ice and snow, the heavenly ice jade heart was everything. At this time, Su Yan could clearly feel his own desire. Don't delay any longer. Do it. The King of Destruction directly made his move. At this time, his power of destruction swept out and enveloped the vast sky. At this moment, whether it was the clouds or the lightning, they were all stained with the attribute of destruction. "You want to kill me? You're courting death." The King of Ice's power also surged at this time. Originally, no one in Ice and Snow City dared to disturb him. Even an expert like the Emperor of Tianxing would not come over. He was not a trash like the Blood River King. The power he possessed was truly terrifying. At this time, he waved his hand and the power of the entire Ice and Snow City was directly mobilized. At this time, ice and snow became the only color in the world. "You want to kill me in Ice and Snow City? Ridiculous." Even the Blood River King knew to build Blood River City into his foundation and raise his power to the extreme, let alone the King of Ice and Snow. If the power contained in Ice and Snow City was fully unleashed, it would not only cause harm to the Emperor of Shura like the Emperor of Tianxing, but it would also be able to completely eliminate them. Chapter 1055. Female Literature, How Terrifying Was This? An Azura Emperor could be killed with a 100% chance of survival. Only such a powerful existence could ensure that his city was not a threat at all. Just as he said, the King of Destruction and Su Yan coming here to fight him was a foolish choice. When his power erupted, the power of ice and snow was displayed to the extreme. The original power of the law of destruction seemed to be forcibly expelled. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. Such power made him feel that it was difficult to deal with. How is the King of Destruction going to break out of this situation? He knew that since the King of Destruction had brought him here, he definitely wouldn't be so rash. He probably already had a method to neutralize this power. However, he didn't know how the King of Destruction was going to neutralize this power. At the very least, it seemed like this was an unsolvable situation. Of course, there was also a choice, and that was to risk death and escape separately. Perhaps the two of them would still have a chance of survival. Of course, this was already a foolish choice. At this moment, the King of Destruction looked at the King of Ice and said mockingly, "You have the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. This is something I already knew. Do you think I would come here to court death without any preparation?" The King of Ice's heart skipped a beat. He naturally understood this point. However, he believed in his own strength. He believed that the power left behind by the powerful Ice Emperor would be able to sweep everything away. Even if the heart of destruction was really stimulated, perhaps it would only be a draw. The King of Destruction wouldn't be so foolish. Then what right did he have to come here? At this moment, the King of Destruction said again, "Didn't you say that fate is in your hands? Didn't you say that the world is eternal, but you are indestructible? Then, it's time for me to let you know how foolish your thoughts are." At this moment, an item suddenly appeared in the King of Destruction's hand. Su Yan could clearly see that it was a piece of iron. This iron piece was so inconspicuous that there were even traces of rust on it. However, the moment this iron piece appeared, a terrifying thing happened. The ice and snow elements that pervaded the world suddenly came to a standstill. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and terrifying power was emitted from the metal piece. That power rushed into the sky, dispersing the endless power of ice and snow in an instant. It was such a powerful and unattained power. Under this power, everything stopped. At this moment, the King of Frost was incomparably shocked. His power had been completely sealed at this moment. But how was this possible? This was impossible. At this moment, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Su Yan was the same. F***, that's the power of the Godslayer sword. Su Yan cursed inwardly. There was no way he was mistaken. God Punisher had been in his sea of consciousness for so long. How could he be mistaken? This was the power of the Godslayer sword. Now, he finally understood why he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the metal piece. F***, this is a fragment of the Godslayer sword. The King of Destruction actually had a fragment of the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the King of Destruction directly threw the metal piece into the sky. At this moment, the fragment of the Godslayer sword was like an absolute ruler. At this moment, the power of the King of Frost was directly disintegrated. That's why I said that you're just a short-sighted person. Heaven and earth are eternal? You're just deceiving yourself. So what if you're the great Emperor Shura? You're still not strong enough. You know that back then even the god of Shura fell, let alone the great Emperor Shura. The King of Destruction sneered. Damn it, that's a god-slaying weapon, Destruction. How dare you, how dare you? The King of Frost was incomparably angry and shocked. At this moment, the King of Destruction had already spoken for him. You want to say that I betrayed the Shura world, right? Betrayal is betrayal. An incompetent god of Shura, the god of Shura, is not worthy of my loyalty. He's not strong enough, so let me replace him. That's why I said that you're still too short-sighted. At this moment, the King of Frost was trembling all over. However, he suddenly said, Annihilation, this is what you're relying on. This god-slaying weapon is what you're relying on. But you seem to have forgotten that you're also cursed by the god-slaying weapon. I can't use my law of ice, but can you use your law of annihilation? The King of Frost looked at the King of Destruction with hatred as if he wanted to devour him directly. Betraying the world, betraying the will of Shura, deserved to die. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, I've already said from the beginning that you're my prey. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned into a stream of light and charged toward the King of Frost. The King of Frost raised his hand, wanting to summon the ice element to kill Su Yan directly. But at this moment, he remembered that the ice element had been frozen by the Godslayer sword fragment. At this moment, he was powerless. No, you can actually move freely within the range of the God-slaying weapon's power. That's impossible. He roared in horror. But at the next moment, he suddenly understood. Damn it, you're not Shura, you're an invader. Damn it, you deceived me, you deceived the will of heaven. You damned bully, King of Destruction, how dare you? At this moment, the King of Frost had figured out Su Yan's identity. At this moment, the King of Destruction said calmly, You finally figured it out. It seems that you're not hopelessly stupid, but that's all there is to it. I've already said that the heavenly path doesn't know my loyalty. Since that's the case, what's wrong with cooperating with Su Yan? If you have the ability, then come and bite me. The King of Destruction was so playful. The reason why he dared to kill the King of Frost was because he relied on this. It was not that his heart of destruction could suppress the power of the King of Frost, but it was the fragment of the Godslayer sword. Back then, it was the Godslayer sword that killed the will of the Shura realm. At that time, the Shura realm's great emperors joined forces, but they were still no match for the Godslayer sword and its master. In the end, the Godslayer sword was stained with the blood of the Shura god. It was precisely because of this that the power of the Shura realm was meaningless within the range of the Godslayer sword fragment's power. Unless he broke through to the Emperor realm and could communicate with the new Shura realm's will. Unfortunately, the King of Frost was the same as him. He was paving the way for the future. He was suppressing his own realm. Therefore, this was his opportunity. And under the suppression of this power, he was powerless to fight back. At this time, The only one who could make a move was Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji sword began to erupt with power. The power of yin and yang burst out at the same time, and the powerful power had risen to the extreme. Although the King of Frost's laws had been suppressed by the fragment of the Godslayer sword, his body was still very strong. If not for the Taiji sword, Su Yan would not have been able to severely injure him. At this time, the power of the Taiji sword erupted, and the power of yin and yang turned into a yin-yang dragon. Especially the power of the sweetheart cold jade, it was a huge threat to the King of Frost. His sword directly pierced into his body without any resistance. At this time, Su Yan even realized that his hand was trembling. At this time, the King of Frost began to cry out in pain. He was in so much pain. It was an intense pain that came from his soul. He could not bear it at all. At the same time, he was also unwilling to accept this. His power was flowing away bit by bit. The accumulation of power he had painstakingly accumulated was finally going to be in vain today. No, impossible, I won't die. At this time, he still refused to believe that he had lost. He felt that as long as he persevered, there was hope for a comeback. The Godslayer sword was not complete. It was only a fragment of it. Its power was not eternal. As long as he could hold on for a long time, the power of the Godslayer sword would flow away. At that time, he would have a chance to escape even if he could not make a comeback. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Yan's Taiji sword. The power of the heavenly heart cold jade was more terrifying than he had imagined. In just a few breaths, his ice and snow laws had completely left his body. At this time, the fragment of the Godslayer sword in the sky fell. However, this fragment did not fall into the hands of the King of Destruction. Instead, it fell in front of Su Yan. Su Yan put away the fragment. Since the fragment of the Godslayer sword had fallen, it was naturally because his power had been exhausted. If the King of Frost could hold on for a long time, he might really be able to escape. Unfortunately, he met Su Yan. The heavenly heart cold jade was his nemesis, and the Taiji sword that was refined with this as the foundation was even more so. All the laws were extracted, and the King of Frost's body completely turned into an ice sculpture. You go first. The Emperor of Tianxing is already here. I'll hold him back for a while. I'll meet up with you later, the King of Destruction said calmly. Su Yan was slightly stunned, but he quickly said, okay. He believed that the Emperor of Tianxing was about to arrive because he had already sensed that person's powerful aura. However, he did not believe that the King of Destruction had stayed behind to hold back the Emperor of Tianxing for him. He was afraid that the King of Destruction had other things to do. However, he did not think too much about it. The agreement between him and the King of Destruction had been the power of laws. Now that he had seized the King of Frost's power of laws, he had also devoured the power of laws of dark flame. Chapter 1056. Female Literature. The biggest surprise was actually the fragment of the Godslayer sword. The fact that the King of Destruction had this fragment was really beyond Su Yan's expectations. At this time, the Godslayer sword fragment's power was exhausted, but the King of Destruction clearly had no intention of taking it back. As a result, the fragment finally arrived in front of Su Yan. What the King of Destruction didn't know was that Su Yan's scarlet sword case was forged with this fragment as the foundation. Although the power of this fragment had been exhausted, Su Yan was able to nourish it. If the Godslayer sword returned to his sea of consciousness in the future, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise for the Godslayer sword. The benefits of entering the tower were enough. Since that was the case, he directly left. He and the King of Destruction were collaborators. Since this was the case, he wouldn't interfere with the other party. The King of Destruction heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Su Yan leave so decisively. He walked in front of the ice sculpture that the King of Ice had turned into and said indifferently, "Idiot." In his opinion, these people who were stagnant and thought that they could become the main characters of the world were a bunch of idiots. This was probably what they meant by, "The world is drunk and I'm the only one sober." At this time, he directly headed for the core of Ice City. His goal was the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. With the inheritance of an Earth Emperor, his strength would become even more terrifying and his increase would be even greater. Therefore, this was something that he had to obtain. He had the heart of destruction, which was also the inheritance of the great Emperor Shura. Because of this, it was very easy to find the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. Of course, his problem was the Emperor of Tianxing, because at this time, the Emperor of Tianxing was very close. After all, an emperor who could communicate with the will of the Shura was truly terrifying. The god-slaying fragment could restrict the king of Shura, but it couldn't restrict the emperor of Shura. It wasn't because of the difference in power, but because of the connection with the will of the heavens. The Shura emperor could directly receive the support of heaven's will. Even if it was a newborn heaven's will, it was still the heaven's will of a world. If the God-Slayer sword was complete, it would not be afraid, but it was only a fragment. Not long after the King of Destruction left, the Emperor of Tianxing arrived. He also appeared in front of the ice sculpture of the King of Frost. At this moment, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Dead. The King of Frost is dead. The Ice King's might was not a secret to the rulers, so these rulers, including him, would not choose to come here when they had nothing to do. But this time, he was already dead. If they could kill the King of Ice and Snow, then they might be able to kill him as well. This made him very serious. That's not right. He hasn't left yet. This is... Luo Yunyang focused all his attention and immediately discovered that the King of Destruction was activating an item in the core of Ice Snow City. It's the legendary Ice Shura's divine staff. Even the Emperor of Tianxing's heart was beating rapidly. The Ice King's divine staff was an extremely precious item. It was the inheritance of the Shura Emperor. No wonder the King of Frost is so powerful. He is actually the successor of the legendary Shura Emperor. No, this is mine. This is mine. As the Emperor of Shura, the Emperor of Tianxing's strength was terrifying. However, if he could become the Shura Emperor, then the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. At this moment, he was naturally very impulsive. Get out of my way. Luo Yunyang did not hesitate as he threw out a punch. After discovering such a precious treasure, how could he just hand it over to someone else? Therefore, his first reaction was to throw out a punch. Anyone who dared to snatch this treasure from him would have to die. In the face of such a punch, the King of Destruction suddenly raised his head. His aura suddenly rose at this moment. Emperor of Tianxing, do you think that you can be arrogant just because you are the Emperor of Shura? In the face of such a powerful and terrifying punch, the King of Destruction did not panic at all. He threw out a punch as well. The Fist of Destruction. No, this should be the Great Fist of Destruction. When he threw out this punch, he had already activated his Heart of Destruction. It was the inheritance of the power of the Earth of Destruction, and it was also the heart of the Earth of Destruction. The moment his heart beat, his entire body seemed to have expanded by a few notches. When this punch was thrown out, the Emperor of Tianxing's entire body froze. This was because he actually felt threatened by this punch. Yes, threatened. He was the Emperor of Shura. How terrifying was his combat strength. He could even see through the secrets of the heavens. With such a powerful strength, he should be able to crush the King of Destruction. However, at this moment, the King of Destruction's punch actually made him feel threatened. More importantly, he could clearly see that the King of Destruction did not use the Ice Snow Divine Staff at this time. You also have an inheritance on you. Back then, when he looked back through the scenes of the Eye of Tianxing, he already felt that the King of Destruction was not simple. However, at that time, he did not think much of it. He thought that the King of Destruction had at most obtained a fortuitous encounter at the level of an emperor. After all, the great Emperor of Shura was already an ancient legend that had disappeared from the world long ago. However, now, he was certain that this guy must have obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor of Shura. Only in this way could he possess such terrifying strength, and only in this way could he unleash such terrifying power under his own power, and even kill the King of Ice and Snow directly. Yes, you are right. If you have the ability, come and take it, the King of Destruction said directly at this moment. In this way, he was simply provoking the Emperor of Shura. However, at this time, he had nothing to hide. At the very least, he had obtained the Ice Snow Divine Staff. At this moment, The power of the two people directly bombarded each other. The terrifying aura immediately shook at this moment, and the violent power instantly spread. Ice City was a huge city with an unknown number of Shura living in it. However, during the battle between the King of Destruction and the Ice Snow Divine Staff, an unknown number of Shura had already died. At this point, the shockwaves from the clash between the King of Destruction and the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment were even more massive. The terrifying aura directly swept through everything, and countless Shura died at this time. In the world of Shura, power was everything. Without great power, one could not even protect their own life. In the eyes of these powerhouses, those sad people were like weeds. Their lives were so fragile. At this moment, the King of Destruction took another step forward. Facing the Emperor of Shura, not only did he not leave immediately after this fist clash, but he also pressed on step by step and directly charged at the Emperor of Shura. Not to mention other things, just this courage alone was already admirable. Don't you want the inheritance of great Emperor Shura? Then I'll give it to you. The King of Destruction's words were filled with mockery. He suddenly raised the Ice Snow Divine Staff in his hand high. At this moment, a dazzling power was immediately released. At this moment, the Emperor of Tianxing actually felt that something was wrong the moment the King of Destruction made his move. He did not waste any time and directly opened his domain. Damn it! You actually used the power stored in the Ice Snow Divine Staff directly. This is a reckless waste of God's gift. The King of Destruction's action was blasphemous to the Ice Snow Divine Staff. The power in the Ice Snow Divine Staff was not supposed to be used in such a manner. However, the King of Destruction directly smashed the Ice Snow Divine Staff at the Emperor of Tianxing. Such an action was like a fight between hooligans. However, the Ice Snow Divine Staff had been nourished by the Ice Snow Divine Staff for countless years. The power condensed in it was even more terrifying and unparalleled. The terrifying aura directly descended at this moment. Even the Emperor of Tianxing did not dare to underestimate it. This was because he clearly knew that if he underestimated this power, it was very likely that he would fall directly into death's hands. After all, his domain was powerful. It blocked this attack by a hair's breadth. However, he only blocked the first wave of power. The endless cold power in the Ice Snow Divine Staff directly attacked him at